Chapter 26. Turning on the lights, the villa brightened up. The villa's decor differed from the apartments in the city. It wasn't a cozy style but instead full of a technological feel, giving off an icy impression. However, the soft furnishings of the rooms could be arranged by themselves, so the layout of the living room didn't concern everyone too much. Basement. A 4,000 square meter basement could fit so many dragons. Yuragawa Hana's first thought was food. Best, Riku, let's quickly transform this into a freezer. Yotsuya Maiko, Hana, even if you say that, turning a 4,000 square meter basement into a freezer is too much of an exaggeration. Kazuma Jayaka Yuta shook her head. I don't think it's a problem. Besides dragons, other ingredients can be frozen too. There are more and more of us, and our spoils will definitely increase. Kato Megumi agreed, that's right. Riku nodded, that's true. I'll set up the magic circle to turn this place into a freezer, and you guys help move those compressed foods to the corner. As for Megumi, I'll open a portal for you to take some dragon meat home. Kato Megumi shook her head, it's not that busy. It's still early, so I'll help too. Riku didn't object, nodding slightly and starting to set up. The magic wand gently tapped on the ground, imprinting the magic circle, connecting it with the outside magic. It's worth mentioning that the world of anime and manga also has magic. Of course, he wasn't sure if the name for magic in this world was actually magic. 4,000 square meters of ground, plus the walls, was no small project. Fortunately, Riku wasn't human, and his stamina and magic were abundant, so he managed to complete the basement in an hour. Yuragawa Hana looked at Riku finishing up, very surprised. The temperature doesn't seem to have changed. Fallon showed a shocked expression. Hearing this, she explained, because Riku set up a sensing array, the magic will only activate when ingredients are placed in it. Normally, the temperature of the basement won't change. Riku nodded, that's right. It's done here. You guys go back and cook. I'll come back after I've arranged the ground. After sending everyone off, Riku once again arranged the place like the maze world, letting the vines of carnivorous plants climb on the walls for protection. This place is remote and sparsely populated, plus there's a magical sensing array, so there's no need to worry about harming ordinary people. As for the ground, with earth magic as the foundation, it was easy to make it flat and hard. It was actually the easiest of all the work. Still need flowers for decoration. I'll wait until the flower seeds arrive. Looking at the not small estate, Riku was satisfied. He then used magic to sweep away the dust and cobwebs before returning to his home in Tokyo. Kato's house. Is this dragon meat? It's really good. It's so delicious just by simply pan-frying it. The family sat around, looking at the dragon meat, expressing their opinions. Kato Megumi said, everyone, try it. The nourishment will be even more obvious than the taste. That's true. Mrs. Kato picked up a piece, put it in her mouth, and a happy look appeared on her face. It's really delicious. Delicious. Best. Does Megumi eat this kind of food every day? I'm so envious. Is your Familia still recruiting? Everyone exclaimed. Kato Hiromi looked at her sister expectantly. Kato Megumi sighed, I can help ask, but don't expect too much, sister. After all, whether the Familia recruits or not is decided by the gods. 36 The Vanishing Little Blonde. Boring. Is there nothing interesting happening besides fighting evil spirits every day? Kazuma Jayaka Yuta, as soon as she entered the activity room, changed her literary girl demeanor, lay on the sofa, eating snacks, her black silk legs gently swaying, obviously in a very good mood. God, when are we going to another world to adventure? The sofa was not provided by the school but was purchased at her own expense by the rich Kazuma Jayaka Yuta. Yuragawa Hana, I want to go too. I want to eat walking mushrooms and big scorpions. Yotsuya Maiko looked at Yuragawa Hana. Hana, stop talking. You're making me hungry. Well, let's go on Saturday, play for half a month, and then come back to rest for 2 days to go to class, Riku suggested. By the way, Kato, your sister can join the Familia. Even if she can't fight, she can be a clerk, responsible for business negotiations. Kato Megumi nodded lightly, thank you, I'll tell her later. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed. God, someone left a message on our web page. Everyone gathered together upon hearing this, even the lazy Kazuma Jayaka Yuta was no exception. Recently, I always have a strange feeling. There are many girls' clothes in my house, but those clothes are not mine. It's as if I've forgotten something important. Address. Riku pondered, isn't this Sawamura Ari's house? Ari, her father is a diplomat, and her mother is the daughter of the wealthy Sawamura family. It can be said that she was born at the top of the world, something ordinary people can't reach even with a lifetime of effort. But she's not only from a prominent family, but her appearance is also perfect. Her features are delicate, her beautiful blonde hair is like a work of art, and her blue eyes are like a princess from a fairy tale. She has many beautiful titles in Toyosaki and is the golden legend of Toyosaki. Kazuma Jayaka Utah was stunned. Ari, who is that? Riku was surprised. Have you forgotten? She's sitting right behind you, Megumi. Kato Megumi whispered, I don't remember. Does such a person really exist? Yatsuya Maiko and Urugawa Hana looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Kazuma Jayaka Utah sat up straight, puzzled, did God imagine this person, or have we all forgotten? Kato Megumi pondered, it shouldn't be that God imagined it. It seems we've encountered another extraordinary event. Riku waved his hand, reply to her. We'll meet and talk in detail in half an hour. Yes. As he was saying this, a knock on the door sounded. Please come in. The next moment, a girl with golden hair draped over her shoulders, delicate features and a gentle temperament walked in. The person who came was Sheena Mahiru, who was very popular among the boys and had the title of Angel. Is this the Supernatural Research Society? This is my application. Sheena Mahiru was very serious and handed over the application form. Did Kirisu-sensei give you the application form? Riku asked. Sheena Mahiru nodded, I wanted to join a club, and Kirisu-sensei recommended Riku's club. Riku nodded, Sheena, you've seen the name of our club, right? Sometimes we'll face some dangerous things. Think carefully before you decide. Kato Megumi echoed, that's right. Sheena Mahiru didn't hesitate at all and pushed the application form to Riku again. I've already thought about it. Riku looked serious and took the application form. In that case, I'll accept Miss Sheena's application. From now on, you're a member of our club. Thank you. Sheena Mahiru breathed a sigh of relief. Riku got up, the club happens to have something to investigate. Do you want to go with us, Miss Sheena? I want to go. Sheena Mahiru nodded, her eyes expectant. Riku looked at everyone and said, then let's go home first, bring our things, and then head to the Sawamura's house. Sheena Mahiru was puzzled, bring things. You'll know in a moment, Kato Megumi whispered. Don't be afraid later, Sheena. Sheena Mahiru shook her head, I'm not a coward. The group locked the activity room, walked out of the campus, and caused another uproar. There was no other reason than Riku's group being too eye-catching. Kazuma Jayaka Utah, Urugawa Hana, Sheena Mahiru, they were all campus celebrities. Back home, Kato Megumi's group skillfully picked up their dragon scale swords and dragon bone staffs and put them into custom-made wooden boxes. Sheena Mahiru was stunned. Urugawa Hana explained, we might need them later. Sheena will know then. By the way, are you going, Fallon? Fallon looked at Riku. Riku nodded lightly, go out for a walk. Marcel, cover yourself up. So, basically all the members of the Familia went out. Sawamura's house. When Riku's group arrived, Sawamura Sayuri was like a statue waiting for her husband, already waiting at the gate. Are you the people from the Supernatural Research Society? Sawamura Sayuri looked at the young group, somewhat hesitant. Riku nodded, that's right. Mrs. Sawamura, how about we talk inside? Okay. Sawamura Sayuri nodded lightly, led the group into the house, and had the maid serve tea. I've already told you the basic situation before. I wonder what Mr. Riku thinks about this matter. Riku looked confident and looked at Sawamura Sayuri, saying, I already have some clues about what Madam said. To be honest, you have a daughter named Sawamura Ari. I'm afraid I'm the only one who remembers her now. Upon hearing this, Sawamura Sayuri felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, but this sense of familiarity disappeared immediately. But the ripples in her heart would not disappear. She seemed to have grasped something and looked at Riku expectantly. Riku continued, I wonder if Mrs. Sawamura has heard of the urban legend of puberty syndrome. Sawamura Sayuri was puzzled. Kato Megumi opened her phone and read the introduction of puberty syndrome from the screen. Sheena Mahiru sat on the sofa, as if sitting on pins and needles, not knowing what Riku's group was doing. The current situation may be that Miss Sawamura has lost her sense of existence due to puberty syndrome. Of course, there may be some other situations. After all, this world has changed. Sawamura Sayuri frowned. Changed. Riko looked at Yurigawa Hana. Yurigawa Hana understood and gently patted Sawamura Sayuri on the shoulder. Let's go outside and take a look, Riko said, reminding Sawamura Sayuri, who looked blank. Sawamura Sayuri, with incomprehension, walked out of the room, habitually looked outside, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she couldn't help but retreat back into the room, her voice trembling. What are those? Yotsuya Maiko explained, they're evil spirits. Recently, there have been more and more evil spirits. Although ordinary people can't see them, evil spirits can't affect them. But there are still some evil spirits that have become powerful by devouring each other and can interfere with reality. The Yukinashita family in Chiba encountered a similar situation before, which we also solved. 37 Sheena Mahiru's shock, inverted world. The Yukinashita family. Sawamura Sayuri's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of realization, so the Yukinashita family's problem was solved by you. Yotsuya Maiko nodded, that's right. Sheena Mahiru was puzzled and asked softly, what are you all talking about? I don't understand. Yurigawa Hana looked at Riku. Riku, can you let Sheena see? Sheena, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Can you really accept the real world? Riku asked. Sheena Mahiru took a deep breath, looking serious, of course. In that case, Hana, let her see, Riku said. Yurigawa Hana nodded, stepped forward and patted Sheena Mahiru on the shoulder. Without any instructions, Sheena Mahiru ran outside and then retreated back with a drastic change in expression. So there are such terrifying monsters in the world? Is that how Miss Sawamura disappeared? Riku shook his head, it's too early to draw conclusions now. We need to go up and check to find out the truth of the matter. Chapter 27. Sawamura Sayuri stood up and led the way, please follow me. She led the group upstairs. This is where I felt the anomaly. These clothes, I shouldn't have bought them. The group entered, and sure enough, they saw Toyosaki Academy's uniform and Aries' unfinished sketchbook. Faline suddenly said, I sense the aura of a teleportation array. Lu Li nodded, I sense it too. Hui-chan, give me my staff. Although he could cast spells without a wand, having one would save a lot of energy. He took the dragon bone staff, and as magic power circulated, light emerged from the staff, and ripples began to spread through the room. Gradually, a strange scene appeared within the ripples. The scenery inside was similar to the real world, like a reflection. Where is that? Sawamura Sayuri asked, puzzled. I don't know. Lu Li didn't act rashly. He took an apple from the fruit plate on the table, carved it into a small bird, and cast a summoning spell. The next moment, the apple bird flew into the ripples. Lu Li closed his eyes, shared the bird's vision, and softly described the world on the other side. This world is unexpectedly large. I still can't see the end, but there are no humans, only those evil spirits. Now I finally understand why the evil spirits are endless, they're coming from this place. The apple bird flew extremely fast, covering several miles in the blink of an eye. In this space, the sky and earth were dim, and the ground was deep red, like a lava hell, with only evil spirits and urban legends wandering around. Kato Megumi asked, did you find Eri? I found her. Lu Li's expression shifted slightly. She's not in mortal danger at the moment. With that, he closed the shared vision with the apple bird and opened his eyes. Let's go in. Consider it today's training. With his teleportation ability and no terrifyingly powerful beings on the other side, Lu Li naturally had no fear. Yotsuya Maiko said, today's training is in there? Well, at least we don't have to worry about being seen by ordinary people. She skillfully took out her long sword and magic wand, drew the sword, held it in her hand, and slung the wand on her back for backup. Sheena Mahiru asked in surprise, do you all usually fight those kinds of monsters? Kazuma Jayaka Utah nodded, of course, this is training. Once you join the Familia, you'll know the benefits of training. The teleportation opened, and Sawamura Sayuri seemed to remember Eri's existence. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears as she said, can I go in with you? Lu Li looked at Faline and said, Faline, Please protect Mrs. Sawamura. She's our client. Faline nodded, don't worry. Oh right, Mrs. Sawamura, we don't know when we'll be back. Tell your maid to come with us, Lu Li instructed. I need to make some preparations too. He opened another teleportation gate and brought his twin swords from home, slinging them on his back. He also took some food, just in case. After doing all this, he waited for a while, and Sawamura Sayuri returned. I gave the maid a day off. That should be enough time. Lu Li nodded and took the lead into the teleportation gate, followed closely by Kato Megumi and the others. Arriving in the mirror world, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Due to the world's changes, even without the evil eye, everyone could now clearly see all kinds of evil spirits. The sky was dim, and the ground was blood red, like hell, making everyone's scalp tingle. Hui-chan, Maiko, you lead the way, Lu Li commanded. Kashuma Jayaka senpai, you take on the weaker evil spirits and try to level up quickly. Faline, Marcel, you guys just focus on healing. Yes. Everyone had cooperated many times before and responded in agreement, heading forward. Sawamura Sayuri now remembered everything. Eri is actually in here. I wonder how much she's suffered. Even though Sawamura Sayuri didn't spoil Eri, she was still a young lady from a wealthy family who hadn't suffered much hardship. Seeing how harsh this world was, Sawamura Sayuri felt heartache. Mrs. Sawamura, there's no need to worry. You'll see Eri-san soon. As she spoke, the long sword was already in her hand, its yellow crystal-like blade quite beautiful. But its power was not to be underestimated. The evil spirits, sensing the group's presence, were dozens of meters tall, but Lu Li cut them in half from afar, turning them into ashes. Kashuma Jayaka Utah praised, these two swords are really powerful, as expected of something that cost hundreds of millions to create. Hundreds of millions? Sawamura Sayuri asked in surprise, are these weapons that expensive? Of course, Faline said, healing the combatants while explaining, these two swords used 500 tons of steel and a pair of dragon horns, so they're naturally expensive. Dragon horns? Sawamura Sayuri was shocked. Do dragons really exist in this world? Hearing this, the others didn't argue. Sheena Mahiru followed Sawamura Sayuri, feeling that the things she encountered today were more novel than the things she had encountered in the past 10 years. Evil spirits and the world that spawned them. The ordinary world was just a facade, and above this facade was a hellish underworld. Half an hour. Lu Li and his group slashed and killed their way to a 10-story building. Yatsuya Maiko was curious, Eri is just an ordinary person, right? How could she safely get this far? This was also the question in Sawamura Sayuri's mind. Maiko doesn't understand teleportation magic, so she naturally has this question, Faline said. Space isn't stable. The previous teleportation point in Miss Sawamura's room is probably different from our current teleportation point. Fixed point teleportation is a very difficult problem. Marcel nodded gently, if we can overcome the problem of fixed point teleportation, we can create teleportation devices. This is a skill that only high-level mages possess. 38 Aries misfortune and fortune. In that case, our Familia can sell teleportation equipment in the future, Lu Li looked at Faline. Faline's development ability should be good for this. Marcel was a little speechless, Lu Li, are you a dragon? You like gold coins so much. Lu Li spread his hands, who doesn't like gold coins? Let's go inside. The group entered the building. The building was different from the outside. Outside, various evil spirits roamed, imps, evil spirits, giant evil spirits, it was simply a paradise for evil spirits. Inside the building, however, evil spirits were very rare, and all of them were ordinary small evil spirits, not strong. In addition, this world was special, and evil spirits did not have the ability to pass through walls. As long as the door was closed, they could be defended against, which greatly increased Aries' ability to survive here. As the last small evil spirit encountered on the road was killed by Kashuma Jayaka Utah, the group arrived in front of a door. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Eri lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. How long has it been? 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, she couldn't remember. After all, this ghostly place had no change in the sky was always dim, and the ground was always blood red. Various evil spirits roamed outside, making one's scalp tingle. She didn't know how she got to this place, but in short, she was in this building in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, she was lucky and found a room before the evil spirits caught her, and closed the door. Otherwise, she would have been torn to pieces long ago. But after so long, she had no water to drink and no food to eat, and she had long reached her limit. In a daze, she seemed to hear a knock on the door. Is it an evil spirit? She seemed to hear her mother's voice again. Hallucination, right? The evil spirits are getting more and more cunning, actually imitating my mother's voice. I won't be fooled. Her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and her vision was getting darker and darker. The next moment, a bright yellow light appeared in the room. Eri mustered her strength and looked over, only to find that the bright yellow color was the blade of a longsword, which was rotating, and in the blink of an eye, it cut open the door. The steel door lock was like tofu, and it did not stop the other party at all. It's over. Eri's pupil shrank, and she saw a figure pounce over. A familiar fragrance came, making her relax. Mom. The spirit that had been holding on could no longer hold on, her eyes darkened, and she fell asleep. What's wrong with Eri? Sawamura Sayuri looked at her daughter, who had collapsed in her arms, in a panic, at a loss. Lu Li said calmly, she's just tired and hungry, and her life is not in danger. He stepped forward, and a light appeared on his hand and landed on Eri. Immediately, Eri's originally furrowed brows relaxed, revealing a smile. She has been treated, and she will slowly recuperate when she goes back. Lu Li stood up. If there are as many evil spirits as when you came back, it may take half an hour. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not help. Sawamura Sayuri nodded, helped Eri up, and wanted to carry her daughter on her back, but felt a little heavy. That's right. Eri was already a high school student, and even if her body was very thin, she could not be easily carried like she was when she was a child. Hana, you come. Lu Li looked at Hyakukawa Hana. Hearing this, Hyakukawa Hana put away her longsword, handed it to Sheena Mahiru, came to Sawamura Sayuri, and picked up Eri. Sawamura Sayuri looked at Hyakukawa Hana and found that she was calm, her face was not red and she was not panting, as if she was not holding anything, and she could not help but smack her tongue. When she thought about it, she felt that it was a matter of course. The other party was a person who carried a sword and slashed in and out of the evil spirits. Perhaps he was afraid of Lu Li. On the way back, he did not encounter a single large-scale evil spirit, and even the general evil spirits were much less. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group had returned to the teleportation gate and returned to Eri's room through the teleportation gate. Lu Li waved his magic wand and closed the space door. The spatial fluctuations here have been smoothed out by me. If there are no accidents, there should be no problems in the future. Sawamura Sayuri listened, still uneasy, and did not put Eri in the room, but put her in her own room. Mr. Lu Li, is there any way to make Lily wake up faster? Sawamura Sayuri turned the air conditioner to a suitable temperature, covered her with a quilt, and asked as she stood up. Lu Li moved his mind and took 2 potions from his home through the teleportation gate. 1 stamina recovery potion, 1 mental recovery potion, cost price of 200,000 yen. Sawamura Sayuri listened and showed joy. She didn't even talk about the price. She took the medicine directly into her hand and carefully fed it to Eri. Seeing Eri's face gradually become ruddy, and there was no difference from the past, she couldn't help but feel better. Mr. Lu Li, now it's time to talk about the issue of remuneration. Sawamura Sayuri took the initiative to ask. Just say it, the Sawamura family will definitely not let everyone suffer. 50 million yen, Lu Li pondered. What does Mrs. Sawamura think? Sawamura Sayuri's expression straightened, and she bowed and said, Thank you, Mr. Lu Li, sir, you are too kind. This trip seemed simple, but she would not ignore the danger because she did not encounter anything. At the risk of her life, she only charged 50 million yen, and the other party obviously did not overcharge. Chapter 28. Lu Li smiled, Mrs. Sawamura, you're too kind. After giving the bank account number, the group turned and left. They hadn't gone far when the notification of the money arriving came. Lu Li waved his hand, let's go home and divide the money. Kazuma Jayaka Utah was speechless, why does it sound like we're dividing stolen goods? Don't worry about the details, Lu Li said, unconcerned. The Sawamura residence. More than 10 minutes after Lu Li and his group left, Eri opened her eyes, startled by the unfamiliar surroundings, before realizing this was her mother's room. Strange, why don't I feel hungry or tired? Could it be that I'm dead, and this is just an illusion? After all, how could a living person not feel hunger or fatigue? Eri, you're awake. At that moment, the door opened, and Sawamura Sayuri walked into the room. I've made some porridge, it will be ready soon. This time, you really scared your mother to death. I'm sorry, Eri said apologetically, I don't know why, but I suddenly arrived at that place. By the way, where is that place? I don't know, Sawamura Sayuri shook her head, but now is not the time to think about these things. Eri, you should rest well and recuperate. As for other things, we'll talk about it when you're better. By the way, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Eri shook her head, no, I don't even feel hungry now, it's like what happened before was just an illusion. Is this really not an illusion? Of course not, Sawamura Sayuri smiled, the fact that you don't feel hunger or fatigue is probably because of the spiritual medicine Mr. Lu Li gave you. 39 Yearning with all her heart, the overpowered Sheena Mahiru, thank you to Falling Star and 17828 for the rewards. Spiritual medicine. Let's not talk about this now, Eri, you should take a nap first, the porridge will be ready soon. Eri closed her eyes, but after a few breaths, she opened them again, looking innocent, but I'm not sleepy at all right now, I can't sleep at all. After chatting for a while, the porridge was ready. Sawamura Sayuri scooped a small bowl, brought it over, and used a spoon to scoop it up, blowing it cool before handing it to Eri. Eri, ah! Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Eri said speechlessly, this kind of feeding method should only be used on children who are a few years old. And she was already a high school student, it would be too embarrassing to be fed like this. Right now, Eri is a patient today, be good. I really can't do anything with you. Eri said helplessly, and could only obey her mother, delicious. Ordinary white porridge, but better than all the delicacies she had tasted before. The rich aroma of rice seemed to heal her soul, allowing Eri to completely relax. She finished a small bowl of rice in one breath, still wanting more, but Sawamura Sayuri refused to let her eat any more. Eri hasn't eaten anything for a few days, let's recover a little bit at a time. Sawamura Sayuri pulled out a piece of paper and wiped her daughter's mouth, then tucked the blanket in. Now go to sleep for a few hours, and when you wake up, Mom will prepare a feast for you. Eri said helplessly, okay. She closed her eyes, and seemed to return to that hellish world, with evil spirits everywhere. She was startled, opened her eyes, saw her mother sitting beside her, and felt a little relieved. Sleepiness gradually came, and she gradually fell asleep. Does Lu Li have to fight those monsters every day? Sheena Mahiru looked at Lu Li, her eyes curious, her voice gentle. Lu Li shook his head, not really, but Megumi and Wa have to fight evil spirits every day, you'll know later. After seeing those monsters, are you still willing to join our club, Sheena? Sheena Mahiru nodded, looking serious, since evil spirits are not invincible, then they are not that scary. Whether it was Lu Li or the others in the club, they gave her a long-lost feeling of home. This was something she would never encounter in her daily life. This warmth was like a candle, or like the sun. Even if it was dangerous, she was willing to follow like a moth flying into the fire, willing to risk her life to follow. Ding! Congratulations to the god for gaining a new member to the harem +1. A crisp voice sounded. Lu Li was speechless, and looked at Kashoma Jayaka Utah. Senpai, stop being silly. Harem and stuff. Sheena Mahiru's cheeks were slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Yatsuya Michael looked calm, she was already used to it. In the club, the one who liked to drive the most was Kashoma Jayaka Utah. Unfortunately, she was a coward who was good at talking, and the car she drove was a fake car. After getting used to it, there was no need to care. Sheena, don't worry about it, Kashoma Jayaka Utah just likes to joke. Yet. Returning home, everyone put their weapons in the basement, and brought some dragon meat up. Malt, I don't want to go out today, how about we make do with dragon meat? Lu Li looked at the half-elf Malt. Well, it's not impossible, it seems that dragon meat is not unacceptable. Malt was a little shy, but did not refuse. Seeing that everyone liked dragon meat very much, she became less resistant to the meat of magical beasts. Dragon meat? Sheena Mahiru was stunned, could it really be that kind of dragon? Hyakukawa looked excited, and bragged, "It's that kind of dragon, Sheena, dragon meat is delicious, you'll see it later." Sheena Mahiru opened her eyes shocked. Yotsuya Maiko and Katu Megumi pushed Lu Li away from the kitchen. Lu Li, just wait to eat. Yet, didn't Lu Li say that being a god is all about living a life of leisure? Sheena Mahiru was a little restrained, and stood up, "I'll come and help." Yotsuya Maiko shook her head, "Sheena, let's receive the blessing first. After receiving the blessing, you can level up like us." Leveling up, like a game. Although Sheena Mahiru was an angel-like honor student, she was not an unworldly bookworm. Moreover, the anime and game industry in Sakura country was very developed, even if she hadn't played it, she had heard of it. She still had some basic knowledge of games. Lu Li waved to Sheena Mahiru and said, "Sheena, come over here. Simply put, I am a god and can bestow blessings on others. And blessings can allow people to accumulate various experiences. Whether it's training or fighting monsters, there is experience. Once enough experience is accumulated, plus great achievements, you can level up. Now, Sheena, show me your back." Sheena Mahiru's cheeks turned red, "My back." Although it was normal for many evening dresses to expose the back. But for a high school student, this level was too embarrassing. Kazuma Jayaka Utah held a laptop in her hand, typed on the keyboard, and looked up and said, "The blessing is engraved on the back. Of course, if you want, I think the god can also engrave the blessing on your abdomen, or the front." Sheena Mahiru's face turned red, "Wouldn't that be even worse?" It was a good thing that Eri wasn't here, otherwise she would think of a lot of things right away. Wouldn't that be X marks? She looked up at Lu Li and pointed to the room next door. "Lu Li, can I borrow that room for a while?" Lu Li nodded, "Of course." Sheena Mahiru breathed a sigh of relief, entered the room, and after a while, a voice as thin as a mosquito sounded, "Okay." Entering the room, he saw Sheena Mahiru lying on the bed, exposing her fair and smooth back. Seeing this scene, Lu Li's first impression was not anything else, but "It's a pity not to do cupping on such a beautiful back." In a flash, he threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Lu Li squeezed out a drop of divine blood and engraved the blessing for Sheena Mahiru. Sheena Mahiru. LV.1. Strength, I0 durability, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0 magic. Skills, yearning with all her heart, omitted. Heart of service. The heart to serve the gods is firm, not tempted by external gods. Faith is devout, and can provide 10,000 faith points per day. Experience growth is accelerated. Meow. Lu Li was startled. His family actually had a skill of yearning with all her heart, which was too outrageous. In addition, the heart of service was also very powerful. Not being tempted by external gods meant that bewitching skills like the goddess of beauty were useless to Sheena Mahiru. This was too useful in some worlds. 10,000 faith points a day, one person's faith points a day was equivalent to the faith points of 10,000 ordinary people. Even if Sheena Mahiru did nothing and was just a salted fish, Lu Li could still harvest a little divine power every day. As for the experience bonus, plus the growth bonus of yearning with all her heart, the two superimposed, even if he didn't give Sheena Mahiru a cheat, Sheena Mahiru's upgrade speed would be unbelievably fast. Cheater. He copied the data, handed it to Sheena Mahiru, and explained it to her again. A hint of happiness flashed in Sheena Mahiru's eyes, that is to say, my ability is not bad. No. Lu Li shook his head, it's not bad, but quite good, it's almost like cheating. Mahiru, my hope for living a life of leisure in the future all rests on you. Sheena Mahiru was a little embarrassed, even if you say so, God, I'm still very weak. Take your time, Lu Li stood up, you clean up, and we can eat in a while. 40 Sheena Mahiru's determination and team uniform, thank you to Diddy Diddy for urging the update. After cleaning up, Sheena Mahiru dressed neatly and walked out of the room. She saw that many dishes had been placed on the table, the fragrance was fragrant, far different from the various delicacies she had tasted before. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to help, the doorbell rang. Lu Li's voice also came from the basement. Mahiru, please answer the door, the express delivery should be here. Okay. Opening the door, it was indeed the delivery person. After confirming her identity, the delivery person happily signed the form and left 6 huge cardboard boxes. Kazuma Jayaka came out and helped pick up 4 cardboard boxes. What strange things did Lu Li buy again? Sheena Mahiru held the remaining 2 cardboard boxes and followed behind. Chapter 29. The cardboard boxes weren't heavy, each weighing less than 10 pounds. Entering the house, they saw Lu Li holding a sword and a magic wand. These are the team uniforms, Lu Li said, handing the sword and wand to Sheena Mahiru. Mahiru, these are your weapons. Kazuma Jayaka's tone suddenly turned sour. God is so good to Mahiru, he gives her the best sword right away. Sheena Mahiru, upon hearing this, blushed prettily. Lord God. Alright, don't take it so seriously, Lu Li waved his hand, opening a box and taking out the clothes inside. Senior often gets jealous sometimes, you'll get used to it. He unfolded the team uniform to the side, nodding in satisfaction. The clothes were made entirely of silk, making them very light and thin. Calling them clothes was really just a hooded black windbreaker with a yin-yang fish embroidered on the back. Kato Megumi placed a plate of food on the table and leaned in. It's so thin, what's the use of it? Their battles were against evil spirits and monsters from other worlds. This kind of clothing was utterly useless, and might even be a burden. Yatsuya Maiko chimed in, yet, fighting in these things might actually cause casualties. Falin, Marcel and the others nodded gently. Falin advised, Lord God, please think twice about the team uniforms. How could the usually intelligent god suddenly become so obsessed with rituals? In the ordinary world, rituals at most cost money and time. In the supernatural world, caring about such things could be life-threatening. Am I such an unreasonable person? Lu Li tried on the clothes, feeling they fit well. You guys try them on too, if the size isn't right, we can adjust it. Afterward, I'll extract dragon scale properties and integrate them into the windbreakers. With the dragon scale properties, these windbreakers won't just be ordinary windbreakers anymore. They'll be able to defend against fire, cold, swords, and all sorts of things, greatly increasing everyone's defense. Everyone suddenly understood. Marcel asked, then why not use armor? Logically, integrating dragon scale properties into steel to create armor would obviously provide even more amazing defense. Sheena Mahiru picked up a cloak, tried it on, and said, it doesn't matter in other worlds, but wearing armor in our world would attract too much attention. Yurikawa Hana nodded, in our world, only cold weapon enthusiasts and anime fans wear armor. And both of those groups attract too much attention. As they spoke, everyone tried on the clothes one by one. It fits perfectly. It seems Lord God did his homework when he ordered them. Alright, the food is ready, let's eat first, everyone. Putting down the clothes, Yatsuya Maiko and Kato Megumi urged them. Everyone took their seats. Sheena Mahiru joining the Familia, cheers. Lu Li raised his glass and toasted with everyone. Of course, because not many people were drinking alcohol, Lu Li followed suit and chose a beverage. Clink. As the sound of glasses clinking rang out, the dinner began. Sheena Mahiru's face was flushed, and she was very excited. Dragon meat was delicious. But it couldn't compare to this warm family feeling. Lord God, I will definitely work hard and become a pillar of the Familia. Sheena Mahiru looked at Lu Li, and seeing him happy, she secretly made a decision. She would protect Lord God's leisurely life. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. After dinner, Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa Hana left one after another. As for Kato Megumi, she had already received permission and naturally stayed in the Familia. Sheena Mahiru, who lived alone, also stayed behind. Mahiru, please help me get a large bucket and fill it with some water. Hearing this, the girl who was washing dishes with Kato Megumi brought over a bucket that was mostly full of water. Lu Li poured a tube of dragon scale extract into the water, waited for it to disperse evenly, and then submerged a black windbreaker into it. After it reacted for a moment, and the dragon scale properties in the water had all evenly merged into the clothes, he lifted the clothes up. Using magic to dry the windbreaker, the texture of the windbreaker underwent an astonishing change. Even if you tore at it with all your might, it would be difficult to tear. He also had Sheena Mahiru put it under a flame to burn it, but the windbreaker didn't change at all. After burning it for a while, he took it to the side, and the windbreaker still exuded a cool texture. How amazing! Sheena Mahiru exclaimed, is this dragon scale? Kazuma Jayaka put her laptop aside and curiously leaned over, how much do you think these clothes could sell for a set? Sheena Mahiru shook her head, I don't know. But for rich people, things that can save their lives will definitely be worth a lot of money. But now is not the time, let's not be too flashy, it's easy to attract trouble. Kato Megumi agreed, that's right. We can take our time making money, our Familia isn't short of money. I was just mentioning it, I wasn't thinking about exchanging it for money, Kazuma Yuta nodded gently. The experiment was successful, and Lu Li continued to use the dragon scale extract to make team uniforms. In a short time, he made dozens of sets of clothes. That's right. Lu Li didn't just order a few sets of team uniforms at once, but dozens of sets, so that in the future, if more Familia members joined, there would be no need to order more clothes. Let's wash these clothes first, Lu Li instructed. After washing them, Frieren, please use magic to help dry them. It would be troublesome if they were stolen while hanging outside. I'm going to go refine the steel delivered today into Mithril. Frieren smiled gently, Lord God, feel free to do your own thing, we'll take care of these clothes here. Saying this, she started to get busy with Sheena and Kato Megumi. Chiba. Old house. Yukino Yokinashita had extremely high execution and delivered 500 tons of steel to the old place in the afternoon. A large pile of steel, piled on the ground, exuded a cold texture in the night. With a wave of his hand, Lu Li used wind to lift the steel, then placed it on top of the red dragon's heart. In the blink of an eye, 500 tons of steel turned into 50 pounds of mithril, which could be lifted easily by hand. 41 Transcendent Bow, Unlimited Arrow Works, thanks to MK85 for the donation. Back in the basement, Lu Li retrieved the dragon tendon extract, melted the mithril, took 2/3 of it, and fused the two together, shaping it into a bow. Dragon tendons have the most elasticity, making them most suitable for bow bodies. In many people's minds, animal tendons are actually used to make bowstrings. But the opposite is true, tendons are used on the bow body to increase the bow's elasticity. And bowstrings, contrary to what people imagine, don't need elasticity. Historically, bowstrings were generally made of various plant fibers or thin ropes made of cowhide. A bowstring with elasticity is often a major taboo in bow making. As the bow body took shape, Lu Li tried it and found that the bow body was indeed as elastic as he had expected, enough to make a strong bow. He took some more mithril and turned it into liquid, integrating dragon bone and dragon scale properties to ensure it was strong and durable, and stretched it into a bowstring. Once it was formed, Lu Li installed it on the bow body, pulled it a few times, and stopped, satisfied. With a bow, there naturally had to be arrows. As transcendent equipment, the characteristics of the arrows naturally didn't need to be said. They needed penetration, firing distance, armor piercing, and other characteristics. In addition, the issue of the number of arrows needed to be resolved. After all, if a transcendent arrow was lost after each shot, it would be too wasteful. At this time, it was naturally teleportation magic's turn to appear. Lu Li took some mithril, turned it into liquid, and fused it with dragon toe and dragon tooth properties, turning it into 12 arrows. Since the arrows incorporated the powerful penetration properties of dragon claws and dragon teeth, the sharpness of the arrows was at least 30% stronger than that of pure mithril. In addition, Lu Li also added wind magic and teleportation magic to the arrows. Wind magic could make the arrows more powerful, fly further, and penetrate stronger. Teleportation magic could allow the arrows to fly back to the set location after hitting the target, achieving the purpose of infinite circulation. Thinking of this, Lu Li used the last remaining mithril, fused dragon scale properties, made a beautiful red scaled quiver, and inscribed the corresponding teleportation array, forming a bow and arrow set. Picking up the bow and arrow, he came upstairs. Sheena looked at Lu Li curiously, her gaze falling on the bow and arrow. Is this what you were busy with, Lu Li? Lu Li nodded, that's right. This bow used 500 tons of steel and a lot of dragon materials, the cost is probably another 100 million. That's too expensive, Sheena widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Was the Familia spending money in units of 100 million? She suddenly had a hint of doubt about protecting God's leisurely life. Could she really do it? This bow can be used for a long time. Lu Li smiled, activating the magic, a teleportation gate appeared, let's go try the bow in the reverse world. Kato Megumi, Frieren, and the others were also extremely curious. Hearing this, they followed Lu Li into the reverse world. Arriving in the reverse world, everyone appeared on top of a tall building. Liu Li bent his bow and knocked an arrow, pulling the longbow into a full moon. The next moment, the arrow left the string and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a while, about several miles away, the chest of an evil spirit tens of meters tall suddenly cracked open, exploded, screamed, and turned into dust. Kato Megumi was shocked, it can shoot that far. Sheena Mahiru pointed to the quiver and said, moreover, the arrows automatically fly back, which means that as long as the arrows are not destroyed, the arrows can be endless. Kashoma Jayaka Utah was shocked, this weapon is too unfair. Liu Li handed it to Kato Megumi. Try it. This bow and arrow set is very suitable for Megumi's ordinary person characteristics. Kato Megumi nodded, learning from Liu Li's posture, bending the bow and knocking the arrow. Having been promoted to LV.2, Kato Megumi could naturally draw the treasure bow. The next moment, the long arrow left the string. A moment later, an evil spirit a mile away disintegrated. I missed. Kato Megumi was a little embarrassed. Although she still hit an evil spirit, it wasn't the one she was aiming at. Liu Li comforted, it doesn't matter. Starting tomorrow, Megumi will work hard to practice archery. By the way, do you want to try it? Marcel shook her head, no, I'm a mage. Falin, Sheena Mahiru and Kashoma Jayaka Utah were very tempted instead. Even if they didn't like bows, being able to try a weapon worth 100 million was a good thing. Chapter 30. Bang! Kashoma Jayaka Utah received the longbow, but it immediately fell to the ground. So heavy. She was speechless. How could she not even lift a bow? Sheena Mahiru, seeing this, immediately decided not to touch it. She was just an ordinary high school student, and although known as an all-around athlete, she certainly wasn't strong enough to lift the bow either. Frieren stepped forward, picked up the longbow, aimed slightly, and directly killed a huge evil spirit a mile away. It's very useful. Frieren's eyebrows and eyes were full of joy. Liu Li nodded slightly, let's find a dragon on Sunday and make a bow for Frieren. Maru Shiru, as Frieren's little fan, looked at her with fiery eyes, that's right. Kato Megumi said upon hearing this, why not just let Frieren use this bow? No need to push it back and forth. Liu Li waved his hand, everyone will have this kind of weapon in the future. For now, think about what kind of weapon you like. Hearing this, Kato Megumi accepted the bow. Mahiru, are we training tonight? Liu Li asked. Sheena Mahiru nodded, let's start training. I want to participate in the dragon slaying on Sunday. Okay. Liu Li nodded, took out everyone's weapons from the portal, and distributed them. Let's start leveling up. You guys fight, I'll sit in the rear. If there are no fatal dangers, I won't take action. Utah-senpai, please help guide Mahiru's swordsmanship. Kashoma Jayaka Utah was unhappy, Utah. Okay, Utah, help guide her. Hearing this, Kashoma Jayaka Utah's lips slightly curled up, no problem. Thus, a team consisting of Kato Megumi and Maru Shiru as the main attackers, Frieren as support, and Kashoma Jayaka Utah and Sheena Mahiru loafing around was formed and began training. It must be said that Sheena Mahiru's original setting is very outrageous. A top student, all-around athlete, and all-around housekeeper. Except for a slight problem with her family, she is simply perfect, known as an angel. Now, with the grace bestowed upon her, she has unlocked her potential, and her swordsmanship training is progressing very quickly. After more than 10 minutes, she can already independently kill evil spirits. Mahiru is really amazing. I feel like I'll be surpassed by Mahiru if I'm not careful. Everyone looked at Sheena Mahiru, whose sword light was rising and who was mercilessly killing evil spirits, and a sense of urgency arose in their hearts. Especially Kashoma Jayaka Utah, her mood was even more subtle. Just a moment ago, she was still accepting her guidance as a teacher, but in the blink of an eye, her swordsmanship was more skilled and exquisite than hers. This is unscientific. 42 Ari Spencer Sawamura's joining. The next day. Supernatural Research Club. Yurikawa Hana occupied Kashoma Jayaka Utah's sofa, lying on it like a salted fish. Boring, why aren't there any requests? Sheena Mahiru sat in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard, and sighed upon hearing this, it's a good thing there are no requests, it means the world is still safe. Yurikawa Hana punched the sky, but, I'm full of energy now, I want to take a request, earn lots and lots of money, and have Liu Li make me a gorgeous set of equipment. Yotsuya Miko was speechless. Our equipment is already very good, there's no need to rush. Sheena Mahiru nodded, that's right. Mahiru, what are you doing? Yurikawa Hana saw that everyone wasn't very interested in this, and instead got up and approached Sheena Mahiru. Sheena Mahiru's hands didn't stop, typing on the keyboard, and said, recording the past work content for easy reference in the future. Yurikawa Hana looked at the computer screen and saw that a lot of content had already been recorded on it. File number 1, Slit-Mouthed Woman, Experiencer, Kashuma Jayaka Utah, Danger Level, 1 star. File number 2, Inside World, Experiencer, Ari Spencer Sawamura, Danger Level, 5 stars. File number 3, Evil Spirit. Danger Level, depends on the strength of the evil spirit. When encountering evil spirits, you can often get through it by pretending you can't see them, but powerful evil spirits are not included. Mahiru is very amazing. Yurikawa Hana was extremely admired, unlike her, who was just a foodie. Sheena Mahiru was modest, not really, just some small things. By the way, where did Lu Li go? Yurikawa Hana suddenly asked. Kashuma Jayaka Utah snorted softly, her words filled with jealousy. Today, Sawamura-san came to school, personally came to thank him. Lu Li is probably coaxing Eri to join the Familia right now. Eri is actually better. Yurikawa Hana was surprised. Kato Megumi held her phone and looked up and said, you underestimate our god. Before, in Falline's world, the medicine made by Lu Li was very popular among adventurers. After drinking 2 doses of medicine, Eri was better yesterday. Rooftop. Lu Li-san, thank you for yesterday. Eri Spencer Sawamura's image at school is very dignified, like a gentle young lady. At this moment, Eri Spencer Sawamura bowed and thanked sincerely. Lu Li waved his hand, Sawamura-san, you're welcome. Speaking of which, I was paid to save you yesterday. Eri Spencer Sawamura stood up and shook her head gently, in that situation, even if you paid, not many people would lend a hand. Lu Li-san is a foreigner, right? You can look for me if you need anything in the future, I can ask my mother for help. At this moment, Eri Spencer Sawamura had no trace of her usual tsundere attitude, but was very straightforward. Perhaps having experienced life and death, and not facing a lover, is why she can be like this. If she encounters emotional matters, she probably won't be so straightforward. Okay, I know. Lu Li nodded. By the way, Sawamura-san, having experienced that kind of thing, knowing the truth of the world, are you willing to join the Supernatural Research Club? Eri Spencer Sawamura was stunned. Can she also join that kind of extraordinary club? Although she didn't witness yesterday's events with her own eyes, she heard about it from her mother. Everyone in Lu Li's club is extremely extraordinary. Facing those evil spirits, they were extremely powerful as they cut through vegetables and melons. If she also joins this kind of club, wouldn't that mean she can also obtain this kind of power? Can I? Eri Spencer Sawamura hesitated, looking at Lu Li, someone like me has no fighting ability. Lu Li smiled, Kato and the others didn't have any ability before joining the club. This is not a problem. When you enter the club, someone will lead you. Eri Spencer Sawamura was infected by Lu Li's smile, and only felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate and her cheeks burn. I need to discuss it with my mother. After saying that, she turned around, not allowing Lu Li to discover her embarrassment, took out her phone, and sent a message to her mother. Sawamura Residence. Life has returned to peace, and Sawamura Sayuri has returned to her usual leisurely life, drinking black tea while reading manga. As Eri Spencer Sawamura's manga enlightenment person, Sawamura Sayuri is naturally not a young lady holding classical masterpieces to read, but instead reads books that many people avoid and only secretly look at. Moreover, it's the kind of books that only Fujoshi read. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Sawamura Sayuri picked up her phone and looked at it. When she saw the content of the message, she shook her head gently, and said with a speechless expression, Eri is good in every way, but she's not straightforward enough. She clearly wants to join, but still wants to ask her mother's opinion. No one knows their daughter better than their mother. With Eri Spencer Sawamura's personality, if she really didn't want to join, she would have refused herself, and it would have been impossible to send a message to ask her mother. Now, her tsundere problem has relapsed, and she wants her mother to push her from behind. Since Eri Spencer Sawamura wants to join, then let her join. Sayuri replied to the message. Airi Spencer Sawamura, it's not that I really want to join. Mom is really. Even if she didn't see Airi Spencer Sawamura Sayuri could imagine Airi Spencer Sawamura's expression at this moment, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. It's really interesting to tease her daughter. She put down her phone and started reading manga again. As for whether her daughter will encounter danger after joining the club, Sayuri is not worried. After all, it is possible to be involved in the inside world even at home. What place in the world is absolutely safe? Joining the club and following Lu Li and his group might be safer instead. Rooftop. My mother said I can join. Airi Spencer Sawamura turned around, her cheeks slightly red, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. After all, since Lu Li, you invited me, it wouldn't be good to refuse. If you didn't know that Airi Spencer Sawamura was a tsundere, you might misunderstand that Airi Spencer Sawamura was only forced by the situation. Lu Li is very familiar with Airi Spencer Sawamura's personality. The loser fairy, Airi Spencer Sawamura, is well known. Let's go, let's meet our club members and then prepare for today's training. Airi Spencer Sawamura pinched the corner of her clothes, her steps light, following behind Lu Li. Arriving at the club activity room, she heard voices coming from inside. Isn't this club decorated too luxuriously? Kirisu Fuiu's voice sounded, it's more outrageous than the principal's office. Kazuma Jayaka-san, don't indulge in pleasure. Also, what are your club activities? Yurikawa Hana's voice sounded, eating snacks and drinking tea. The activity room became quiet. Don't treat eating and drinking as club activities. Kirisu Fuiu's voice was full of helplessness. Can this kind of thing be said without any scruples? 43 I'm your teacher. Students these days are really getting more and more outrageous. Kirisu Fuiu reached out and pressed her eyebrows, feeling troubled in her heart. Lu Li, a foreign exchange student, so she gave many preferences to establish a club, she just didn't expect the Supernatural Research Club to become a big problem. In fact, the club is very popular in the Sakura country, but the club needs to do the corresponding things, not a leisurely day-to-day place. Sports clubs have to train every day and participate in various competitions, it is a place to sweat. Cooking club, making cooking. Music club, to practice music, and participate in school activities when necessary. She never thought that her temporary laissez-faire would make Lu Li's club a big problem. Doing nothing every day. Moreover, all the club members are beautiful girls, if something happens, it will be terrible. The most important thing for students is to study, not to breed people. Kirisu Fuiu felt guilty when she thought of that scene. This was all caused by her negligence. At that time, not only will the woman's future be gone, but how can Lu Li himself be able to support the whole family if he becomes a father at such a young age? Just thinking about it, she heard a soft sound, and when she looked back, she saw that the person who came was Lu Li. Chapter 31. Lu Li. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze landed behind Lu Li. Who is this behind you? A new member of the club. That's right. The ace of the art club, Airi Spencer Sawamura, is also a member of our club today. Lu Li said calmly, Sawamura-san, please find a seat. Yes. Airi Spencer Sawamura nodded gently, glancing at the club members, feeling as if surrounded by a vibrant bouquet, quite dazzling. Having not felt it as real when her mother spoke of it, now seeing the club members, a thought immediately arose in Airi's mind. A harem club. This isn't some supernatural research club at all, it's clearly the president's harem club. Kirisawa Fuiu frowned, another new member joining. That's right. Lu Li nodded, Kirisawa-sensei is actually worried that the club members have nothing to do, right? Actually, Kohana was a little wrong just now, our club isn't just about eating and drinking. Kirisawa Fuiu was surprised, then what is it? Looking at the club activity room, there were no sports equipment or musical instruments, not like a normal activity room at all. Kirisawa-sensei, can you really accept the real world? Lu Li asked, if you can, I can show you the real club activities. Kirisawa Fuiu's pretty face flushed red, not knowing what she was thinking. H is not allowed. Of course it's not about H. Lu Li found it amusing, besides, who would do that kind of thing in the club activity room? Not even at home. Kirisawa Fuiu breathed a sigh of relief, the real world, what exactly is it? Lu Li's mind flickered, casting a spell, and a portal appeared. The void rippled, and a world with red and black as its main colors appeared in the void. Let's go, today's club activities begin. Lu Li took the lead and walked in. Hyakukawa Kohana was full of energy, following closely behind. Kirisawa Mafuya blinked, the scene before her was still there, she pinched her arm, a sharp pain came, making her sober. It's not a dream. What exactly is this? Seeing everyone entering one after another, Kirisawa Mafuya took a deep breath and also entered. In the blink of an eye, the world twisted. This was a world of despair, the blood-red earth seemed to have experienced countless battles between gods and demons, stained with the blood of countless living beings. The sky was dim, making people feel cold. Between heaven and earth, evil spirits roamed. Sometimes howling, sometimes wailing. In short, all the principles of the world seemed to be of no use, this was a world different from reality. And her students, at this time, were either carrying long swords or wands, fighting against evil spirits. The battle was fierce, but in a moment, Kirisawa Mafuya saw hundreds of evil spirits turned into souls under the sword. How magnificent! Looking at the battle, Ari's first feeling was fear, followed by the feeling that this world was simply magnificent. Kirisawa Mafuya looked at Lu Li. Lu Li, is this what your club activities are? Could it be that you are the guardians of this world? It's not that serious. Lu Li shook his head, in fact, these evil spirits are unlikely to reach the real world. Even if they do, as long as no one sees them, they will hardly be able to harm people. The reason why we kill evil spirits is just to improve our own strength. In addition, the club occasionally takes on some rescue missions. Sawamura-san was our last rescue target. Kirisawa Mafuya listened and breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that the evil spirits were not so dangerous. Her gaze fell on Ari, and she asked, Sawamura-san, were you in danger before? Yes. Ari nodded, before, I was caught in this reverse world, and even my mother almost forgot my existence. Fortunately, Lu Li reappeared and rescued me. Kirisawa Mafuya frowned, caught in this world? Are there any signs? Ari shook her head, no, without warning. Kirisawa Mafuya's eyes were even more worried, that's too dangerous. Could it be that without our knowledge, many people have been caught in this world and died? After all, when entering this world, people in reality will forget them, and they will not be noticed at all. Therefore, they don't know how many people have been killed. Lu Li sighed, there's no way, after all, we are not saviors. Okay, Ari, let's go back and give you a blessing first. With the blessing, you can slowly level up. Undine, you can help watch here. Undine flew up from her collar, full of energy, and landed on Kata Megumi's shoulder. Lu Li took Ari and Kirisawa Mafuya back to the club activity room. Ari, take off your back first. Ari's face turned red, this, is it too fast? It's just giving a blessing. Lu Li explained, and briefly talked about the Familia. Kirisawa-sensei, if you want to join, you can also take off your back. This. Kirisawa Mafuya was stunned, her face as red as a sunset, I'm your teacher. The god's Familia is also the god's family. And as a Sakura countryman, she thought more. Isn't the relationship between gods and women in the Familia that kind of relationship? Lu Li didn't force it, then forget it. Kirisawa Mafuya listened, hesitated slightly, whispered a word of humiliation, and together with Ari, prepared and lay on the sofa. Lu Li stepped forward, squeezed out 2 drops of divine blood, and gave the 2 blessings. Ari Spencer Sawamura. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Return. Chant the spell to return to your set place. Chant the spell to return the body to its healthiest state. Chant the spell to use on objects to return the item to its ideal state. Kirisawa Mafuya. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Magic, Ice. Control temperature. Conjure ice out of thin air, can be shaped. Can be attached to weapons. Skills. 44 Miscellaneous Fish. Ari Spencer Sawamura. Not ready yet. Ari felt like she was living like years, even if she only showed her back, she felt extremely ashamed. Okay. Lu Li took A4 paper, printed the data, handed it to the two, and turned around. Rustling sounds sounded. It's okay. Kirisawa Mafuya's voice sounded, what's going on with this magic? She didn't remember what magic she would use, and her ancestors were all human, and it was impossible to inherit any abilities. The magic under the blessing system is different from ordinary magic. It is a miracle produced by the ultimate desire in the heart and has nothing to do with race. In fact, it is extremely difficult for ordinary races to obtain the power of magic. Only the blessing system that opens up the potential of the human body can easily allow people to have magic. Of course, this kind of ease is actually 1 in a million probability. The reason why most people in the Familia have magic is of course because of luck. Even if it is a comprehensive world, no longer a single world, the luck of the heroines is not as high as in the original work, it is still higher than that of all living beings. This is also the reason why they can acquire magic relatively easily. Liu Li is more susceptible to adolescent syndrome and become a god, also for this reason. He was not originally the protagonist of the comprehensive world. But he collected the same positions in this world, and his rank is already higher than ordinary people, even higher than the so-called heroines, and the rules of the world will naturally respond to him, as if he is the son of this world. The ultimate desire in the heart. Kirisawa Mafuya suddenly realized. All along, because of her beautiful appearance, hot figure, and very young age, she was very afraid of not being able to establish the authority of a teacher and not being able to do a good job of teaching. Therefore, every time she went out, she would hypnotize herself to make herself look cold. In school, she even won the title of Ice Queen. Eri looked at the return skills, and thought of her experience in the reverse world. In that hut, she had more than once longed to return to her bedroom. In extreme despair, that desire was extremely strong. Unexpectedly, it was a mistake, and she actually obtained a very good skill. Let's go, let's point you to swordsmanship first. While the two were thinking, Liu Li had already taken the weapons and locked the club activity room. By the way, don't let people see your skills in magic. Burn them after each reading. Although this world is not the world of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, and the enemies are mostly urban legends and evil spirits, the necessary precautions must still be taken. Hearing this, the two understood and put away the paper, preparing to burn it when they returned home. Arriving in the reverse world, Katu Megumi and others were still fighting. By the way, if you like other weapons, I can also give you some pointers. I am also very proficient in spearmanship and swordsmanship. I have swiped many modern videos, plus various combat methods in the maze world. Liu Li is now very proficient in weaponry. Kirisawa Mafuya looked serious, just swordsmanship. Eri nodded in agreement, me too. Okay, let's start. Liu Li handed the weapons to the two and pointed out behind Katu Megumi and others. Kirisawa-sensei, change your high heels first. His gaze fell on Kirisawa Mafuya's feet, and he was speechless. At this time, Kirisawa Mafuya was still wearing high heels. Although they were not high heels with heels exceeding 10 centimeters, they were about 6 centimeters. Wearing these shoes, it would be good not to fall, let alone fight. Kirisawa Mafuya was stunned, then I'll go change and come back. The portal was not far away, so she didn't have to worry about danger. When she left, she thoughtfully locked the door to prevent someone from accidentally entering the activity room and seeing the portal. Kirisawa-sensei. Aoyama Nanami looked suspiciously, why do I feel like she's sneaky? Forget it, let's ask the president for leave first, and then go to work, otherwise I'll have to eat dirt again. Chapter 32. Remembering her experience of fainting from hunger, Nanami Aoyama felt quite ashamed. She usually had no problems, so why did she faint when she smelled Liu Li and his classmates eating? A moment later, Mafuya Kirisu returned to the inner world wearing flat indoor shoes. By this time, Eri had been training for a few minutes. As expected of a stamina weakling, just a few minutes had exhausted Eri's stamina, and she was already trembling. Liu Li sighed, Sawamura, pay attention to using your skills. Your return skill can be used as a recovery skill. Yes. Eri listened and quickly chanted a spell. Instantly, a mysterious wave spread out, and Eri felt the fatigue on her body disappear in an instant. It was incredibly magical. Amazing. Eri is quite the weakling. Shiori Kazumajayaka's voice rang out. Eri was very familiar with these two words. Who's a weakling? Eri was very dissatisfied. Are you very strong then? Megumi Kato said while attacking, Kazumajayaka-senpai, don't get distracted during battle. Do you want to offer your first death to these evil spirits? No way. Just the thought of being torn apart by evil spirits made Shiori Kazumajayaka feel a chill in her heart, and she quickly focused on the battle. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the soul would leave the body upon death in this world. If the resurrection spell didn't work, wouldn't she really die? Humph. Aries' lips curled up slightly, as if she had won a battle. They were just naturally incompatible. Lu Li found it amusing. Seeing that Aries' swordsmanship was starting to take shape, he looked at Mafuyu Kirisu. As a high school girls figure skating champion, Mafuyu Kirisu had extreme physical flexibility and stamina, and her learning ability was unmatched by ordinary people. In terms of raw physical talent, Mafuyu Kirisu was the best. Eri often needed Lu Li to guide her 7 or 8 times for one sword technique, and he even had to teach her hand in hand, while Mafuyu Kirisu only needed to see it once. Half an hour later, Mafuyu Kirisu was already wielding a long sword, joining the battle and fighting some weak evil spirits, while Eri was still using her return skill, practicing basic skills. So weak. Even though no one said it, Eri still felt the gazes of the others occasionally falling on her were a bit piercing. There was no way around it. She was just a stamina weakling. Her body had been weak since she was a child. During middle school, she was often sick and even earned the title of Madonna of Shimamura Middle School. She got much better in high school, but she still didn't like sports. Physical education was her least favorite subject, bar none. How hopeless. She also wanted to have good stamina. But she had to attend classes on weekdays and draw doujinshi after school. She simply didn't have the time or the willpower to exercise, which led to her embarrassing herself now. 45 Sheena Mahiru's terrifying growth, thank you for the reward from 8655. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Club activities ended. Eri used her return skill again to recover her stamina. Eri, let's go to the welcome party tonight. Kirisu-sensei too. Yurikawa Hana was very lively, like the club's ray of sunshine, and happily extended an invitation. And we can train for a few more hours tonight. Eri's lips twitched slightly, I'll pass on the training. Even though she had the return skill, her mental strength couldn't handle it. It had been several hours since she started training, and she didn't know how many times she had used her recovery skill. Her mind was already exhausted. Mafuyu Kirisu hesitated for a moment, but agreed to come along and followed the others to the Familia's residence. Welcome everyone, hehe, we also have a residence in Chiba. I'll take you there when we have time. Fallon, we've brought new members back. Let's prepare a feast today. Marcel bit into an apple and looked at Fallon. Fallon, shouldn't we go out and buy some other vegetables? Megumi Kato put down her school bag, I'll go buy them. Maiko Yatsuya followed, I'll help carry things. Mahiro Sheena put on an apron, I'll cook. By the way, Lu Li, how should I cook the scorpion and the big mushroom? Fallon smiled, I'll teach you. Mafuyu Kirisu was a little tempted to step forward and help. But she knew her own limitations. Her cooking skills could only be described as disastrous. At most, she could make instant noodles. She didn't know how to cook anything slightly more difficult. This was actually unavoidable. As a figure skater, she spent her days training, and she simply didn't have time to learn to cook. The daily life of an athlete was much more difficult than ordinary people imagined. Kirisu-sensei, Eri, have some fruit. Lu Li took out some fruit from the basement. These things aren't from this world. They're quite good. As for cooking, let them do it. The dungeon meshi world not only had all kinds of monsters, but also all kinds of crops and fruits. Moreover, because they were nourished by magic, they tasted quite good. Eri was very curious. She picked up a fruit, took a bite, and felt a refreshing fragrance and a very special sweetness. It was sweet but not cloying, and it felt like a sweet rain falling, making her body feel comfortable. So magical. Mafuyu Kirisu, is it expensive? Not expensive. Lu Li picked up a fruit and crunched on it. Actually, it's only 1 copper coin per pound. It's quite cheap. Eri's eyes lit up. Then I'll buy some for mom next time. Why wait for next time? Take some home later. Lu Li waved his hand generously. Eri hesitated, is that okay? There's no problem. Megumi Kato and Maiko Yatsuya came back carrying vegetables and responded softly when they heard this, these things are very cheap. We can buy a lot just by adventuring. Then thank you. Eri stood up, I'll help wash the vegetables. Mafuyu Kiriso also stood up, me too. She was bad at housework and cooking, but that didn't mean she couldn't even wash vegetables. Megumi Kato didn't refuse, found a few aprons, and started washing vegetables with the three of them. Fortunately, the kitchen in this house was big enough, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room for everyone to move around. After dinner, Eri and Mafuyu Kirisu entered the inner world again and participated in special training before Lu Li sent them back to their respective homes with a portal. So satisfying. Mom, this is fruit, and dragon meat. Eri proudly placed the items in the shopping bag on the table one by one, her lips slightly raised. Sawamura Sayuri chuckled, you came back at 10 o'clock. I thought Eri wouldn't be coming back tonight. Who would stay out all night? Eri retorted. Sawamura Sayuri took out something from her bosom and handed it to Eri. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted the dragon meat, saying, everything else is fine, but don't cause any deaths. I don't want to be a grandmother so young. What the heck? What's with this balloon? I won't need it. Eri was exasperated. What was wrong with her mother? After saying that, she ran upstairs. That child, she seems very happy. This dragon meat is really good, but I don't know if it will make me fat. After eating a few pieces, Sayuri stopped, forget it, I'll just have a fruit. I've never seen this kind of fruit before. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday afternoon. All 10 members of the Supernatural Research Society gathered at the Familia's residence. As for Kanamai Kato, although she joined the Familia, she was only responsible for promoting the Supernatural Research Society and only occasionally participated in combat training. Let's update our fauna first, then go to another world to slay a dragon. Maiko Yatsuya. LV.2. Strength, E426 Stamina, E443 Dexterity, E411 Agility, E401 Magic, A876. Falin. LV.2. Strength, F342 Stamina, F362 Dexterity, F333 Agility, F325 Magic, SS1025. Marcel. LV.2. Strength, F321 Stamina, F345 Dexterity, F333 Agility, F322 Magic, A852. Yurikawa Hana. LV.2. Strength, B700 Stamina, B701 Dexterity, F342 Agility, F345 Magic, B777. Megumi Kato. LV.2. Strength, B799 Stamina, E450 Dexterity, E450 Agility, B762 Magic, E400. Shiori Kazuma Jayaka. LV.1. Strength, G247 Stamina, H125 Dexterity, H123 Agility, H111 Magic, I0. Mafuyu Kirisu. LV.1. Chapter 33. Strength, G200 Stamina, H166 Dexterity, G233 Agility, G243 Magic, G266. Sheena Mahiru. LV.1. Strength, A899 Stamina, A899 Dexterity, A899 Agility, A899 Magic, A899. Eri Spencer Sawamura. LV.1. Strength, H101 Stamina, H102 Dexterity, H105 Agility, H100 Magic, I0. Except for Kazuma Jayaka Utah and Eri Spencer Sawamura, everyone else has made great progress. Eri Spencer Sawamura held the data, Y is everything H, and 1 is 0. Eri Spencer Sawamura hasn't learned magic, so her magic power is naturally 0, Filen explained. You should be able to develop your magic power if you learn magic with me in the future. Kazuma Jayaka Utah was a little disappointed. She had clearly tried her best, so why were Sheena Mahiru's data, who joined the Familia later than her, so dazzling? The gap is too big. Utah, don't worry. I'll give you dragon blood baptism when we get there, so you can have 1,000 years of life. As for the data, it can also grow to S rank, Lu Li comforted. As for Mahiru, with 2 experience acceleration buffs, her growth is naturally fast. If it weren't for the limitations of her potential, she would have already broken through to S rank. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yuragawa Hana asked curiously, Can we also use dragon blood baptism to sublimate the data? Of course not, Lu Li shook his head. Yotsuya Maiko nodded, that's right, if we always let the gods help us, we won't be able to grow at all. Maiko, you're overthinking it, Lu Li chuckled, shaking his head gently. There are no rules to restrain me, of course I can give you buffs if I want to. The reason why I don't sublimate you is because I can't do it at all. Think about it, is that dragon really that strong? Yotsuya Maiko was stunned and shook her head gently, it doesn't seem too strong. That's right, Lu Li nodded. That dragon blood can only be used by LV.1 people, and it has no effect on LV.2 people at all. So, those of you who have leveled up can only rely on yourselves to improve your data. Of course, if he spent divine power, he could naturally sublimate everyone's data. But he still needed divine power to forge divine authority and open up a divine kingdom, so how could he use it in these places? 46 Dragon Slaying Target. After updating the grace, everyone took their luggage, packed up, and passed through the portal into another world. So big. This world, our Familia residence, is also very big, but the architectural style is different from the real world. Lu Li looked at Frieren, arrange rooms for everyone. After choosing your rooms, come to me for baptism later. Frieren nodded gently, no problem. Marcel, please help me buy a few sets of clothes from this world. Our clothes are too conspicuous in this world. Marcel, okay. I also want to take a stroll. By the way, do you want to buy herbs? Buy some, make some medicine, and we can go to the dungeon to adventure tomorrow. Lu Li nodded, returned to his bedroom, and prepared. After waiting for a while, Sheena Mahiru, Kazuma Jayaka Utah, Kirisu Mafuyu, and Ari Spencer Sawamura arrived. Ari Spencer Sawamura looked curiously at the red gem in Lu Li's hand and asked, is this the dragon blood? Yes, Lu Li nodded, looking at the four of them, who wants to go first? Kazuma Jayaka Utah was tempted, it's all the same, right? By the way, do I need to take this off? Of course not, Lu Li shook his head, then Utah, you go first. Kazuma Jayaka Utah followed the instructions and lay on the bed. She saw strands of light flying from the red dragon blood crystal and falling on her body. A warm current began to emerge in her body. In addition, there was also a feeling of being burned by fire, and even her soul was plunged into the heat. Kazuma Jayaka Utah bit her silver teeth, secretly persevering. 10 minutes later. Lu Li clapped his hands, all right. Now senpai, you also have 1,000 years of life and a body like the red dragon. After updating the data again, all of Kazuma Jayaka Utah's data reached S rank, waiting for great achievements to be upgraded. Great! As a pride of heaven, Kazuma Jayaka Utah didn't want to become useless. With the dragon blood baptism, she finally caught up with everyone and had the same foundation. She took out a small mirror and looked at it, and found that her skin was more fair and tender, and her jade face was shining, adding a bit more elegance than before. Ari Spencer Sawamura's tiger teeth were slightly exposed. Show off, hurry up and get out of the way after you're done. Trash is talking again, Kazuma Jayaka Utah snorted, head high and chest out, this is envy. Who would envy you? Looking at Kazuma Jayaka Utah's showy physical movements, Ari Spencer Sawamura hated, isn't it just useless fat? It will sag when you get older. Kazuma Jayaka Utah proudly, I can live for 1,000 years now, you won't see that day. Lu Li interrupted the two people's quarrel, Ari Spencer Sawamura, hurry up. Ari Spencer Sawamura immediately became well behaved, understood. It took a while for Lu Li to complete the baptism for the four of them. Ari Spencer Sawamura and Kazuma Jayaka Utah were the most useless, with only all ability values S. Kirisu Mafuyu reached SS in magic. As for Sheena Mahiru, who had 2 experience bonus skills, all attributes reached SSS, and the ability values were all above 1300, which was very exaggerated. Power emerge all of a sudden, should we slay the dragon now? Ari Spencer Sawamura was full of energy. Kazuma Jayaka Utah chuckled, so swollen, do you also want to be like Miss Frieren, be pulled out of the dragon's belly by everyone? Who is talking about my embarrassing things again? Frieren's voice sounded, taking a few sets of clothes in, the clothes have been bought, everyone wash up, and then change them. If you can't, you can ask me for help. Everyone took the clothes and left in a blink of an eye. An hour later, everyone gathered again. At this time, everyone changed into the clothes of this world. Compared to modern times, the clothes of this world are much more conservative, covering from the neck to the feet, almost only exposing the hands and head. Outside, they were draped with Luli's dragon scale cloak. Everyone was dressed in a uniform manner, already looking like a big force. Laos, Senshi, and Chilchuk also returned. Now, let's start the dragon slaying operation plan. Li opened his mouth, looking at Laos. Laos is the most familiar with monsters. Laos was excited. Speaking of dragons, the most suitable for everyone now is actually the earth dragon. The earth dragon's eyes and limbs are degenerated, and it can't fly, so it's quite easy to kill, just pay attention to the poisonous gas it spews. The earth dragons of this world resemble salamanders and grow up to 19 meters long at most. Senshi said, if there is poisonous gas, can it be eaten? You can try it. Laos rubbed his chin, revealing a look of contemplative look. Even if you are poisoned, there are antidote potions. Frieren opposed, no, it's too dangerous. Laos was helpless and could only change to another dragon. Since the earth dragon that spews poisonous gas is not good, then you will not agree to the ice dragon that also spews poisonous gas. Now, there are only 3 kinds of dragons left. Wyvern, green dragon, eastern dragon. Speaking, he introduced these 3 dragons in detail. Wyvern, about 8 meters long, spews fire, can fly, acts collectively, on the 5th floor of the labyrinth and below. Green dragon, 4 feet and 2 wings, can fly, spews fire, has the habit of collecting treasures, on the 6th floor of the labyrinth and below. Eastern dragon, 60 to 100 meters long, wingless but can fly, can manipulate lightning. Everyone thinks, which kind of dragon should we deal with? Laos looked at everyone. Marcel expressed her opinion, I think the green dragon is good. Although the wyvern is not strong, it is gregarious, and it is easy to be besieged and then team wipe. The eastern dragon is too big, and the lightning control is too strong. If hit by lightning, even if you don't die, you will be paralyzed for a short time. During this time, the members cannot fight and are easily swallowed by the dragon. Frieren echoed, I also think the green dragon is good. Not only can it satisfy the new members' upgrade great cause, but there is also so much dragon meat, and you may even find the dragon's treasure. Maiko, Megumi, what do you think? Urugawa Hana raised her hand, I also think it's very good. Katu Megumi nodded, it's worth a try. However, wyvern may not be impossible, with bows and arrows, as long as there are no more than 10, you can also try it a little. Laos's eyes were bright, indeed, flying dragon meat in the sky should be very delicious. Li made a decision, then it's decided, the hunting target is set as the green dragon. Of course, if you encounter small-scale wyvern, you can also set it as the target. Yay! Let's have a big fight tomorrow. Everyone cheered, especially Laos, whose desire for monsters was stronger than that of several foodie girls. After the meeting, everyone separated and prepared the things needed to break into the labyrinth. Potions, food, seasonings, these things are indispensable. Even if the labyrinth has meat and vegetables, the staple food is still indispensable. 47 Living painting in the way of illusion and reality, thank you YMH218 for the reward. 3rd floor underground. This is the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, right? Chilchuk was surprised. Li nodded, that's right. This is the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. There is a kind of living painting on this floor that can swallow people in, you can study it. A painting that swallow people in. Ari Spencer Sawamura was shocked, isn't that very dangerous? Speaking of this, she remembered the experience of being swallowed by the reverse side of the world, and she was a little afraid. Frieren comforted, it's okay, as long as you don't look at the painting. Brother, what are you doing? Laos revealed a curious look, I want to go inside and see if the things inside can be eaten. Don't take risks, Marcel was speechless, this is too dangerous. It doesn't matter. Li waved his hand, you guys get a rope and tie him up, pull him out if there is danger. Laos's eyes lit up, good idea. Chilchuk felt his head hurt when he heard it. But Laos's curiosity is not so easy to dispel, so he had to start looking for ropes to help Laos achieve his goal. In the end, Laos returned disappointed. The things in the painting can indeed be eaten, and you can taste the taste, but after leaving the living painting, the original sense of fullness disappeared. That is to say, no matter how much you eat in the painting, you cannot fill your stomach. Frieren ignored her brother with a face of disappointment, walked to Lu Li's side, and asked, "God, have you researched anything?" "Yes," Lu Li nodded gently, "I originally thought that the principle of living painting was the way of space, but I didn't expect that it used the way of reality and illusion. The adventurers in this world seem not strong. However, demons and the like are very powerful and are creatures that manipulate rules. Rules are not weak. Once the concept of illusion and reality reaches its extreme, even powerful gods can drive it into nothingness and permanently fall. Of course, for now, this is just thinking about it." Chapter 34. However, there is one thing I can try. The way of space can create space rings. Then, can't the way of illusion and reality also make similar items? Putting real things into a painting means they have no volume or weight, so you can carry a lot more. Thinking of this, Lu Li opened a portal and returned to the laboratory. He took out a roll of silk, integrated dragon scale properties into it to ensure it wouldn't break easily, dried it with magic, and then made it into a long scroll painting. The previous steps were very simple. The key is the magic of illusion and reality. Lu Li looked serious. With his understanding, he added the magic of illusion and reality to the scroll. Instantly, the scroll twisted, trying to swallow him. "That won't do," Lu Li frowned. What he wanted was a space storage item. If this thing sucked people in at random, it would be too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he improved the magic of illusion and reality again. After many attempts, he finally stabilized the scroll. He casually threw a tube of potion into it, and instantly, a small potion appeared in a corner of the scroll. He activated it with magic and easily took it out. Using magic to activate it, you can store what you want and take it out at will. This item is quite good. Lu Li was very satisfied. He looked at his god panel and found that he could forge another authority. The authority of illusion and reality, and he couldn't help but be happier. With more authority, he could naturally choose his favorite authority to become a god. Returning to the maze again, the others were still in the same place. Fallon asked, "Has God understood it?" Lu Li took out the scroll and threw something into the painting in front of everyone, then took it out again. "It's done. From now on, we'll have our own space equipment. Although the principle is not space, the effect is similar, so it is still called a space item." Yurikawa's eyes lit up. "Can this painting keep things fresh? In that case, can't we slaughter a lot of dragons and put them inside?" Yotsuya Maiko objected, "It's better not to. What if all the dragons are killed and there's nothing to eat in the future?" Senshi nodded, maintaining ecological balance is indeed important. As they spoke, the group walked towards the 4th floor. Along the way, Sheena Mahiru, Kazuma Jayaka Utah, Arari Spencer Sawamura, and Kirisu Mafuyu, who were visiting the maze for the first time, were extremely curious. Mazes are simply too magical. Even if the technology in the real world is prosperous, creating such a maze would be an almost impossible project even if several major countries took the lead. Along the way, they encountered various monsters. Lu Li considerately asked Kazuma Jayaka Utah and the other 3 to take action, exercising their abilities. Before long, Lu Li's painting had many edible monsters. The group was like bandits, not wasting a single edible monster. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the 5th floor of the maze. "We launched the dragon-slaying battle on this floor last time," Katu Megumi said with some emotion. Yurikawa regretted a little, "It's a pity that we didn't have a tool to store things at that time, otherwise we would have been able to take a whole red dragon away." "It's not too late now." Yotsuya Maiko looked around, carefully searching for the traces of wyverns. Fallon and Marcel also cast detection magic, searching for targets. After searching for a long time, the group still didn't find any wyverns. The maze is too big. Searching for the existence of dragons is not so easy. "Since this is the case, let's eat first," Senshi suggested. "It's better to slay dragons when you're full, otherwise, even if you find a dragon, it's easy to have accidents on an empty stomach." So, the group stopped to rest and made a hearty meal with monsters. After eating, they continued to search. They searched for another hour. Suddenly, Chulhuk's ears twitched, and his eyes narrowed. "I heard the sound of flapping wings, it should be a wyvern. Everyone, pay attention to concealment, first count the number of dragons. If the number is relatively small, everyone will take action." As a halfling, Chulhuk's hearing is far superior to ordinary people, and he can hear movements even from a great distance. Hearing this, Everyone immediately dispersed and hid in hidden places. After waiting for a while, several wyverns appeared in the sky. 5. Fallon counted, waved her hand, and the next moment, Cat of Megumi walked out of her hiding place, drew her bow and arrow, and the arrow pierced the sky. Roar! A wail sounded, and a wyvern fell from the sky. Seeing that there was only one Cat of Megumi, the other dragons not only didn't run, but instead swooped down. At this moment, Cat of Megumi was not flustered, and once again placed the long arrow on the bowstring. This time, she did not launch an attack, but waited in anticipation. Dragons are intelligent monsters. If she shoots down the wyvern with another arrow, the other dragons will probably run away in the blink of an eye. Roar! The wyvern swooped down to nearly 100 meters above the ground, and fire was already surging in its mouth. Now! Fallon had been waiting for a long time, raised her staff, and the light of magic appeared. 48 The newcomer's dragon-slaying battle. Endless light flew out, turning into nets, connected to the earth, pulling the wyvern to the ground. This is a combination of wind-based binding magic and earth-based magic. With the magical abilities of the elf and the red dragon, and having leveled up, Fallon's magical power has been strengthened to an epic level. If it weren't for this, this behavior would simply be courting death. An ordinary mage should run away when encountering a wyvern. Pulling 4 wyverns close to oneself is simply like an old man hanging himself, thinking his life is too long. Mahiru, senpai, teacher, Arari, go. Cat of Megumi shot an arrow at a dragon that was about to spew dragon breath, injured it, fell to the ground, put away her bow and stood up. Now is the time for you to level up. Marcel, Yotsuya Maiko and others who had already leveled up, only used magic to interfere, preventing the wyvern from using dragon breath, and then stopped taking action. Arari's hands trembled a little. Are we going to fight this monster? Kashuma Jayaka Utah also hesitated, afraid to move forward. Evil spirits are okay, but dragons seem to have a natural deterrent force that makes people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The wyvern's body is not considered large among dragons, only 8 meters long. But for humans, it is a behemoth. The limit length of a water buffalo is 3 meters, which is already considered a relatively large creature in the eyes of ordinary people. The wyvern is more than twice as long as the water buffalo, which is simply terrifying. Sheena Mahiru didn't think so much. The heart of service can resist charm-type control, and this kind of fear from the heart is not enough to affect her. While the 2 women were hesitating, Sheena Mahiru had already turned into a golden flash and rushed out. She raised the dragon scale sword and slashed at the wyvern's forehead. Clang! The sword collided with the dragon scales, making a metallic impact sound. The dragon scales of the wyvern are weaker than those of the red dragon, but it is a living dragon. With the blessing of magical power, the dragon scale's defense is greatly increased, and the dragon scale sword still failed to break its scales. However, the sharp-eyed people still saw a trace of white mark on the scales on the wyvern's forehead. The wyvern only felt its head buzzing, and the world in front of it was shaking. In its eyes, Sheena Mahiru was originally just an ant, but this woman was surprisingly strong, and one blow made it dizzy, just like a humanoid dragon. Clang clang clang! The onlookers and the wyvern had many thoughts, but Sheena Mahiru on the battlefield was very calm, and slashed out a few more swords. Suddenly, on the battlefield, the sounds of metal clashing were connected into one. Kirisu Mafuyu took a deep breath, her eyes were cold, she suppressed the fear in her heart, and gradually entered the state of mind during battle. Maintaining a cold persona for a long time not only gave her the power of magical miracles, but also gave her the ability to calm down in times of crisis. The power of ice was condensed on the long sword. Kirisu Mafuyu exerted force under her feet, like an arrow leaving the string, running towards the wyvern. Seeing 2 people running out, Kashuma Jayaka Utah and Arari Spencer Sawamura became even more anxious. If they don't act again, they will become a burden to the team. Ah! Arari closed her eyes and rushed forward. Seeing this, Kashuma Jayaka Utah followed closely. Clang! Arari slashed down with her sword, but hit the wyvern's neck. The smooth dragon scales immediately released the force. Arari lost her balance, and fell forward. Falling under the dragon's body is extremely dangerous. The wyvern can crush people into meat paste with just a light step. Even after being baptized by dragon blood, Arari is still a flesh and blood body. Just as she was in despair, she saw a figure flash by, and the long sword hit the wyvern's forehead, knocking it back a step. What are you waiting for? Kashuma Jayaka Utah was speechless, I've never seen you do this, you actually rushed too far. Lu Li smiled, Eri, don't rush with your eyes closed next time. Too dangerous. Seeing Eri escape danger, Kata Megumi took the arrow from the bowstring and watched the show again. Eri was embarrassed, rolled to the side, and stood up like a carp. After a period of combat, Eri's physical fitness has been improved, and she still has combat skills. It's just that the psychological quality is almost non-existent. This is also something that cannot be helped. The main force in slaying evil spirits is Kata Megumi, Yotsuya Maiko, Fallen, and other members. These LV.1s will not encounter any danger at all. They only need to kill some ordinary evil spirits behind the team, and their psychological quality has not grown much. This time, facing the wyvern alone, the problem is revealed. Roar! The wyvern looked at the two rookies in front of it and let out a roar, and dragon breath began to prepare. Eri, let's go together. Seeing this, Kazumajayaka Utah didn't dare to give the wyvern time to prepare, and had already rushed out. Eri took a deep breath and followed closely. This time, she didn't rush forward with her eyes closed, and her heart gradually calmed down. Clang clang clang. The two cooperated, not only causing the wyvern to hold back its dragon breath, but even its body retreated again and again. Seeing that the two had found the rhythm of battle, Lu Li looked at Kirisumafwiu. On the battlefield, Kirisumafwiu's battle was far smoother than imagined. Chapter 35. As Kirisumafwiu often participates in various competitions, her mental fortitude is naturally excellent. After entering the battle, she soon discovered that the wyvern was not as invincible as she had imagined. As long as she avoided its dragon breath, the wyvern's physical abilities were only slightly better than hers. With the dragon scale sword in hand, she had a good chance of grinding it to death. The fear in her heart gradually disappeared, and she became more and more comfortable in the battle. In the blink of an eye, Kirisumafwiu had been fighting the wyvern for a while, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. As for the wyvern, several scales on its body were broken. Even the reverse scale was almost pierced by Kirisumafwiu. At this time, the wyvern no longer had its previous arrogance, and even a human-like fear flashed in its eyes. Too scary. What's going on with this human female? When did the long-bodied people become so powerful? Roar! Just then, a dragon's wail sounded. Sheena Mahiru moved like lightning, quickly retreating. Her opponent, at this moment, had a sword inserted into its reverse scale, and blood spurted onto the ground like a fountain. The wyvern's legs trembled, and it felt its strength gradually disappearing. Its body swayed a few times, and finally, it fell to the ground unwillingly. So amazing! Yurikawa Hana clapped her hands, Mahiru-chan is so amazing. Yotsuya Maiko smiled, to be able to defeat a wyvern alone, that's really amazing. Sheena Mahiru was delighted in her heart and looked at Lu Li, but she felt that the world in front of her was overlapping, and she couldn't see clearly. Even her feet began to feel unsteady. The next moment, she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. Sheena Mahiru raised her small face, her eyes full of expectation. God, I did it. Yes. Lu Li nodded, while casting a recovery spell on her. Mahiru did a great job. 49 Everyone's growth, Kirisumafwiu the domestic chores disaster. Half an hour later. With the help of Frieren, Kirisumafwiu, Kazumajayaka Utah, and Eri Spencer Sawamura finally killed their enemies. So far, 3 of the 5 wyverns were dead. As for the remaining 2, one was taken care of by Laos, Senshi, and Chilchuk, who had taken it down much earlier. One was sniped by Kata Megumi from the sky several miles away, and it was almost out of breath when it fell. It's finally over. Eri and Kazumajayaka leaned back to back, sitting on the ground. If we continue fighting, I feel like I'm about to collapse. The two girls usually dislike each other like cats and dogs. But their cooperation in this battle was quite good. Lu Li clapped his hands, the wyverns are dead, let's make a wyvern feast. The dragon you slaughtered yourself will definitely be more delicious. Senshi, Laos, and other monster enthusiasts listened and eagerly took out their things, starting to comment on the wyverns. Laos, will the wyvern's wings be like chicken wings? Chilchuk, I think the dragon legs are more delicious. Senshi was tempted, how about trying the dragon liver? Lu Li put 4 of the wyverns into the painting to store them, and even the dragon blood was not spared. Hearing this, he said, you can do anything, you can put it in the painting if you can't finish it, it won't go bad anyway. Laos was extremely excited, God is right, let's cook. So, the trio started cooking. Eri was very curious, Lu Li, can the wyvern's blood also temper the body? Of course. Lu Li nodded, however, it's only useful for people at LV.1 level. The wyvern's body is much weaker than the red dragon's, and the effect of the dragon blood is much worse. It is estimated that it can only allow a person's capacity to reach all ability values of A. Of course, all ability values of A is already very terrifying. Placed in the Danmachi world, they would definitely be famous adventurers. Kashuma Jayaka Utah pondered, then if these wyverns encounter red dragons, who would win? Of course it's the wyverns. Lu Li said with certainty, red dragons are very strong, but they can't fly, they will only be slowly ground to death by these wyverns. Air supremacy is very important. So, when this labyrinth trip is over, everyone should practice wind magic and strive to be able to fly freely. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was a little expectant, but also a little worried, if we fly into the sky, won't we fall down for no reason? Flying is a human dream. However, fear of the sky, the ocean, and the like is also something engraved in human genes. Don't worry. Lu Li waved his hand, practice in low altitude first, and then practice high altitude flight. Mahiru, how's your rest? Your achievements are probably enough, let's find a place to level up. Okay. Sheena Mahiru nodded, I've rested well. Kirisu-sensei, let's go together. Finding a secluded place, Lu Li cast earth magic to build a small house. Sheena Mahiru entered it with anticipation. All ability values have reached 1,500 or more, and development abilities include Mysticism, Hunter, and Flash/Slash. What do you choose? Choose Mysticism. Sheena Mahiru made her choice almost without thinking. Usually, in addition to slaying evil spirits, members of the Familia also have exchanges, so they naturally know the role of development abilities. After Sheena Mahiru leveled up, Kashuma Jayaka Utah, Eri Spencer Sawamura, and Kirisuma Fuyu also leveled up one after another. Originally, Kashuma Jayaka Utah and Eri were a little worried that their achievements were not enough, but unexpectedly, they were actually enough. Although the wyverns were not very strong. But for Leave 1 adventurers, they were already considered great achievements. Even if they killed them together, the achievements were enough. Great, we've leveled up, we can be considered strong now. Eri cheered, killing green dragons shouldn't be so difficult. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was not so optimistic, green dragons are much bigger than wyverns, it probably won't be so easy. Most of the time, the size of a dragon's body represents its combat power. The green dragon's body is larger, and its strength is naturally stronger than the wyverns. Kirisuma Fuyu and Sheena Mahiru nodded lightly, with serious expressions. But they were not worried. With the strength of their team, as long as they don't encounter a group of green dragons, killing a dragon is still quite easy. Returning to the original place, the aroma of food wafted, and the once invincible wyverns had been made into dishes, emitting an enticing fragrance. Eri narrowed her eyes, sure enough, the dragon we fought ourselves smells better. Sheena Mahiru and the others also nodded in agreement. Katu Megumi and Yatsuya Maiko greeted the others. Eri, cut off whatever you want to eat, and take advantage of this time to make it into a dish together. Hearing this, the four of them were tempted and began to scan the wyvern's body. After a while, everyone cut off their favorite parts and began to cook. Of course, because Kirisuma Fuyu is a domestic chores disaster, she finally chose to boil it with seasoning. Boiled dishes are simple and generally not easy to cook into dark cuisine. But it is obvious that Kirisuma Fuyu is not in this category. Her cooking level still exceeded everyone's expectations, and she quickly cooked a pot of things emitting inexplicable black gas, like poison made by an evil witch. This, is it magic? Eri pointed at the dragon meat cooked by Kirisuma Fuyu, with a shocked expression, how did it turn into such a terrible thing in the blink of an eye? Humiliation. Kirisuma Fuyu slumped in disappointment, it's not as unbearable as you said, is it? It's probably edible, right? Eri looked disgusted. Not to mention eating it, just smelling it is already mental pollution. Kashuma Jayaka Utah glanced sideways, I originally thought Kirisua-sensei was a perfect person, but unexpectedly, she can't cook. In light novels, this is generally a cute point. Kirisuma Fuyu was speechless. She doesn't want this kind of cute point. In the end, Kirisuma Fuyu's cooking was thrown away and she was strictly forbidden to cook again. Too wasteful, too terrible. An hour later, a hearty dragon meat meal was out of the pot. Compared to the red dragon, the wyvern's meat was more tender and the meat aroma was more outstanding. Everyone ate very happily. Whether it was dragon liver or dragon wings, they were rare delicacies. After tidying up and putting the remaining ingredients into the painting, everyone walked towards the 6th floor of the labyrinth again. This time, they were going to challenge the labyrinth green dragon. Although the 5 wyverns weighed a full 15 tons, after removing the inedible parts, it was enough for everyone to eat for several years. But everyone did not forget their goal to fight monsters and level up. As for storing food, that was just a side effect. The 6th floor of the labyrinth is even more vast, and the red dragon was originally on this floor. However, compared to the first time they came down, the environment here has undergone great changes. The originally hotter place is now covered with ice and snow, as if from summer to winter. After walking for a while, Leos suddenly cheered, "We encountered the red dragon here last time, maybe we can find our luggage back." 50 plant sheep, green dragon cave. Everyone searched for a while and found scattered luggage in the snow. The food has been eaten, but the clothes and gold coins are still there. It seems that monsters did it. Leos was thankful, "Let's collect the things first and return them to them when we return to the surface." Everyone naturally wouldn't object. In a moment, the luggage was collected and put into the painting. Then, everyone embarked on the journey again. However, finding the green dragon is not easy. The further down the labyrinth goes, the larger the area becomes, and this place was originally the red dragon's territory. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers, and this rule also applies to dragons. It is absolutely impossible for a green dragon to be near the red dragon's nest, otherwise they would have fought long ago. After searching for a while and not finding the green dragon, everyone found a very peculiar plant, the plant sheep. Plant sheep, the roots, stems, and branches are similar to ordinary plants, and the mature fruit is like a sheep, only growing in places with strong magic power. How amazing! Yurikawa Hana, without waiting for everyone to call her, had already rushed to the plant sheep. "Can this be eaten? Is it delicious?" For a foodie, the plant sheep is too tempting. Ooh! Chapter 36. Just then, a malicious voice rang out, and a dark shadow pounced. Seeing that Yurikawa Hana was about to contribute her first death, Yotsuya Miko suddenly drew her sword. With a flash of sword light, the dark shadow fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a wolf-like monster. Yurikawa Hana was startled and quickly retreated, drawing her long sword. Even she knew that wolves were pack animals, and where there was one, there would naturally be others nearby. The next moment, more than a dozen demon wolves rushed out, pouncing towards the group, and some of them cast spells, spewing flames. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows in a row struck, and 3 demon wolves stiffened and fell to the ground. Another magical wind blade flew out, cutting the demon wolves into pieces. Having already leveled up, the group was practically slaughtering these demon wolves. Even the only threatening magic of the demon wolves was completely countered by the dragon scale cloak, making them nothing to fear. "Hana, that was too dangerous," Yotsuya Miko said, sheathing her sword with a reprimanding tone. Yurikawa Hana giggled, laughing carefree, "I knew Miko would protect me. Hey, everyone, want to try some plant sheep?" She looked at everyone expectantly. Although they had just eaten not long ago, everyone was tempted by the plant sheep. What exactly did a sheep that grew on a plant taste like? They really wanted to try it. Rikuo waved his hand, "Then let's take a break for a while. As for the plant sheep, let's pick one and cook it up." Yay! Everyone cheered. Even Marcel was looking forward to it. Having gotten used to eating monsters, it seemed that monsters weren't so unacceptable after all. The delicious principle is truly a universal truth. "Let me do it this time," Sheena Mahiru said eagerly, "I have a lot of experience with lamb dishes. Sakura country isn't suitable for raising sheep, so in ancient times, they didn't develop the habit of eating lamb. In modern times, lamb generally relies on imports and isn't a common sight on ordinary people's tables. Logically speaking, Sheena Mahiru shouldn't have experience cooking lamb. But as a thoughtful person, Sheena Mahiru often watched food videos in her spare time from training. She was already familiar with lamb dishes, all for this moment. She had even carefully recorded the cooking methods for monsters in the dungeon. Senshi and the others naturally had no objections. They also wanted to see the cuisine of another world. Sheena Mahiru used her long sword as a knife and quickly dissected the plant sheep. This monster was truly amazing. Not only did it look like a sheep, but even its insides were like a sheep's organs, as if it were a real living thing. Sheena Mahiru transformed into a cooking god, wielding her long sword to divide the ingredients, and then began to cook. Lamb soup, cumin lamb, grilled lamb leg. One after another, delicious dishes were made by Sheena Mahiru and placed on the cut stone table. As expected of the terrifying woman who was said to be able to turn people into good-for-nothings, she made the dishes look, smell, and taste perfect the first time she cooked plant sheep. It smells so good. Yurikawa Hana stared eagerly, looking at Rikuo from time to time, waiting for him to give the order. A moment later, all the dishes were on the table. Let's eat. As Rikuo spoke, everyone began to eat. In addition to the plant sheep dishes, Senshi, who couldn't stand still, also picked up some demon wolf meat and grilled a few plates. However, the demon wolf meat was only so-so. Everyone's favorite was still the plant sheep. It tastes like crab meat, so satisfying. Yet, there aren't many opportunities to eat such big bites of crab meat. Even so-called king crabs, which have a lot of meat, can't compare to plant sheep. Yurikawa Hana suggested, should we get some plant sheep to raise? Yotsuya Maiko frowned, but this thing needs a place with abundant magic power. Where are we going to find such a place? The manor outside the dungeon only has average magic power. As for the real world, although the reverse side is full of magic power, it has an unpleasant taste. Raising plant sheep there might result in some monsters. Just imagining the plant sheep with glowing red eyes and fangs, Yotsuya Maiko lost her appetite. Moreover, even if the plant sheep didn't mutate, it would easily be ruined by the spirits of the reverse side. Unless someone was watching over them, the plant sheep wouldn't survive. After she voiced her concerns, everyone shook their heads in agreement. Eri, that's too scary. If I saw the plant sheep mutate, I'd probably have nightmares. We definitely can't transplant them to the reverse side. Kirisuma Fuyu agreed. In the end, everyone decided that they would just come to the dungeon to pick plant sheep whenever they wanted to eat them. Of course, to satisfy her cravings, Yurikawa Hana still picked some ripe plant sheep fruits and threw them into Rikuo's painting. After eating the plant sheep, everyone was satisfied and began to continue their search. Several days passed, and the group had defeated many monsters in the dungeon, but they hadn't encountered the green dragon. Should we continue downwards? Yotsuya Maiko suggested, we haven't found it in 3 days. I'm afraid there's no green dragon on this floor. In fact, not to mention green dragons, they hadn't even encountered wyverns, red dragons, or other dragon species. It was as if the dragon species had gone extinct on this floor. No, Rikuo shook his head, the green dragon has already been found. The others were puzzled, and then they felt the ground shaking. The next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth split, and a huge cave appeared not far away, emitting a strange magical fluctuation. It's the green dragon's lair, everyone get back. Frieren warned, waving her staff and casting several spells on everyone. Leos' eyes lit up, finding the green dragon's lair means we can take all of the green dragon's treasure. As he spoke, everyone had their weapons in hand, ready to go. 51 The green dragon falls. Rumble. Inside the cave, firelight appeared, growing from weak to strong, and a heat wave swept out, making a thunderous sound. It was dragon breath. Before they even fought, the green dragon spewed dragon breath from the cave, roaring towards the group. At that moment, the cave seemed to have turned into a cannon, and the dragon breath had turned into a cannonball. The attack, coming with momentum, was especially powerful, as if it had been amplified many times, destroying everything in its path. Under the dragon breath, the ground turned into a glass-like color. It had been melted. Fortunately, Leos and the others weren't blocking the direct line of the cave and had already dodged to the side. Although Leos' team was unexpectedly wiped out by the Red Dragon team, they had fought many types of dragons before fighting the Red Dragon. They were already familiar with dragon breath. In fact, they were very familiar with most dragons' attacks and methods, so they naturally wouldn't make the mistake of standing in the dragon's direct line of attack. The dragon breath landed, and a large pit appeared in the ground. The surroundings of the pit turned red and were flowing. So strong! Eri exclaimed, if we were in front of it, we would have been turned into ashes, right? Kazuma Jayaka Utah joked, Eri, would you like to try it? Who would try that? I'm not an idiot. As the two bickered, they felt the ground shaking and looked towards the cave, only to see two huge red lanterns appearing in the cave. Those were the dragon's eyes, filled with violence and terror. If she hadn't already slaughtered a wyvern, Eri felt that she would definitely want to run away immediately. No. Her legs would definitely go weak immediately. The 18-meter-long green dragon was far larger than the 7 or 8-meter-long wyvern. Restraint. Frieren had participated in more than a dozen dragon-slaying battles. Seeing the green dragon leave its nest, she immediately activated her magic. A net of ropes intertwined in the sky, binding the green dragon and connecting it to the ground. With just this one attack, the green dragon was completely bound to the earth, preventing it from flying into the sky and ambushing the group. Roar! The green dragon roared, its wings shaking, and the ground immediately cracked, revealing cracks that were a foot wide. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread for hundreds of meters. Laos shouted, "Attack! The restraint magic can't hold the green dragon for too long. If it flies up, we'll be in trouble." If the green dragon flew into the sky, it would be a mobile turret. Although their team wasn't weak, they could only run when facing a turret in the sky. Chirp! The first to attack was naturally Megumi. An adamantine arrow broke through the air, hitting a dragon wing at a tricky angle. Immediately, dragon blood splattered like a fountain, causing the green dragon to roar in pain. Before the arrow could fly back, Fujiwara had already knocked a new arrow and aimed. After Rikuo's guidance for a few days, Megumi's archery had become very good. If not 100 shots, at least hitting a target as big as a green dragon was impossible to miss. Marcel activated magic, and the ground began to mend, so that the restraint magic could last longer. As for attacking with magic, Marcel was a member of Laos' team and had participated in many dragon-slaying battles. How could she do something useless? Dragon scales had too high magic resistance. Attacking a giant dragon with magic was like setting off fireworks for the dragon to watch, without any use. "Are we really going to do this?" Eri asked Kashomajayaka Utah. Kashomajayaka Utah nodded, "Of course, we'll have the great achievement of leveling up 3 levels after slaughtering a dragon, and then we'll just accumulate normal experience. How can we miss it? Pay attention to your positioning and don't get stepped on by the dragon." After speaking, she took a deep breath and rushed up. It must be said that leveling up was very magical. Originally, her agility wasn't high, but after being baptized by dragon blood and leveling up, Kashomajayaka Utah's speed was incredibly fast. Even if she performed a Psychobusujima dodging bullets, Rikuo wouldn't be surprised. Seeing this, Eri quickly followed. Sheena Mahiru, Yatsuya Maiko, and others had already been swinging their swords wildly. How could she fall behind? Dragon! It's not that scary. Moreover, the gods said that the dragon she slaughters would be even more delicious. Eri cheered herself up and rushed under the giant dragon, swinging her long sword and slashing at the giant dragon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded, shaking Eri's ears, and the world suddenly fell silent. Chapter 37. This was a temporary loss of hearing. The defense is so high. Eri suppressed the numbness in her arm and quickly retreated. Laos roared, "Don't just hack randomly. Unless you have adamantite or mithril weapons, you can't break through a dragon's defense. Aim for the reverse scale." He thought he had made it clear before. But once the battle started, everyone's fighting style was still a mess. They were supposed to aim for the reverse scale, but instead, they were all hacking at the ordinary dragon scales. How could they possibly break through that? At least for now, it was impossible. "Xiaozhou, Jianzi, catch the swords." Liu Li's expression shifted, and he tossed out his dragonhorn twin swords. Hearing this, the two understood each other perfectly, throwing their own swords aside and each catching a dragonhorn sword, charging towards the green dragon once more. The swords were drawn, and a pale yellow light emerged, instantly leaving many wounds on the giant dragon's body. Adamantite combined with the toughness of dragon horns was simply the bane of dragons. The two relied on their extraordinary agility, stepping on the green dragon's body, soaring into the air, and in the blink of an eye, someone reached the top of the green dragon's head. This person was Sheena Mahiru. As an existence with all data reaching SSS, once upgraded, her combat ability was even greater than that of Yatsuya Maiko, who had been upgraded for some time. Die! Sheena Mahiru's eyes were cold as she gripped her long sword and charged towards the giant dragon's head. Poof! Everyone felt a flash of golden light as the dragonhorn sword completely disappeared into the green dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon wailed, struggling to lift its head, with firelight emerging from its mouth. Sheena Mahiru was in mid-air, and encountering dragon breath would be extremely dangerous. Just then, the green dragon felt a sharp pain coming from its neck. It was Yotsuya Maiko who took advantage of the giant dragon's injury and confusion to stab the reverse scale with her sword. Instantly, the firelight was extinguished. The giant dragon's body collapsed like a toppled mountain of gold and jade. The green dragon was defeated. Sheena Mahiru stepped on the dragon's back to release her strength, pulled out her sword, and landed gently. Does this count as us having an upgrade achievement? Eri asked curiously. Kazuma Jayaka Utah was speechless. Of course not. We only hacked a few times and didn't even break a single scale. We didn't contribute much, did we? That's such a failure. Eri was disappointed. I was hoping this green dragon would give me an upgrade achievement. Yotsuya Maiko sheathed her sword and said, we can talk about that later. There are plenty of dragons in the labyrinth and huge evil spirits for achievements. For now, let's put the green dragon away first and see if it has any treasure. P.S. Laos team's battles with various dragons appear in the anime's flashbacks. 52 Giant Dragon's Treasure, Lord of the Labyrinth appears. Having adamantite weapons is great, slaying dragons is so easy now. Laos sighed, in the past, it would take us a long time to slay a dragon. Although the reverse scale was a fatal point, it was also vigilantly protected by the dragon at all times. To create an opportunity to stab the reverse scale, several teammates would have to die. Unlike today, they took down a dragon in a matter of moments. Senshi said calmly, that's natural. Adamantite and mithril are the strongest metals in the world. Lu Li, can the green dragon's heart be used as an energy source for forging? Kato Megumi asked. Lu Li nodded, yes, the green dragon's magic power is abundant, and its heart is very large. The absorption and consumption of magic power can achieve a balance. A dragon heart can be used until it breaks down, at least for 1,000 years. As for wyverns, the less said the better. Their hearts are only slightly larger than a soccer ball, and their ability to absorb magic power is much weaker than that of red dragons and green dragons. With full power, they will turn to ashes in less than a month and can only be used as a stopgap measure. As he spoke, Lu Li used the art of extraction to gather the dragon blood on the ground and the dragon blood from the dragon corpse. Compared to red dragons, green dragons have more abundant blood, directly condensing 10 fist-sized dragon blood crystals, which can be used for a long time. After putting away the dragon blood crystals, Lu Li stopped dividing the green dragon and put it whole into the scroll, waiting for a free time to divide it. Let's go, let's find the treasure. Lu Li waved his hand and took the lead towards the cave. Yotsuya Maiko followed and handed over her sword. Lu Li, here's your sword back. Sheena Mahiru also presented her sword. Lu Li shook his head, use them, I rarely use them anyway. The members of the team have all leveled up to LV.2, and the dragon horn swords are perfect for them. Especially Maiko and Mahiru, with the dragon horn swords, they are like tigers with wings. As for the others, we'll forge suitable weapons later when we have money. We have many materials to use this time after slaying the dragon. Eri cheered, yay, I'm going to have a sword too. By the way, I have 20 million in savings, I'll use it to buy steel to refine adamantite. Lu Li shook his head, no need. Since we're forging weapons for the Familia, of course we should use the Familia's property, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to Eri. Eri was rich, but the others weren't. Taking Eri's savings wouldn't be fair to her. I don't mind, Eri said softly. Lu Li smiled, if Eri wants to spend her savings, she can treat us to a big meal. Eri nodded, okay, then. In the cave, the glazed ground had solidified, leaving only a faint heat wave, which did not affect the exploration of the treasure. Fallon cast a light spell, and after walking for a while, a dazzling golden light appeared in front of her, making her dizzy. Golden coins filled half of the cave, even without counting them, there were at least 100,000 or more. Besides the gold coins, there were also some weapons, swords, knives, spears, and wands, randomly placed in a corner of the cave, which should be the green dragon's spoils of war. It seems that Laos team was the first to descend to the 6th floor in the anime, but in reality, they are not the only team to descend to the 6th floor. It's just that the other team didn't have a super standard existence like Fallon, and didn't use teleportation magic, so they were wiped out by the green dragon. So many gold coins. Eri's eyes lit up and she was about to pounce on them. It wasn't that she loved money, but as an ordinary person, seeing so much gold, she naturally felt excited. Lu Li quickly pulled her back and said, "Be careful, it would be troublesome if there were treasure bugs." Eri listened and broke out in a cold sweat. She actually forgot that there were treasure bugs in this world. These bugs simulate the appearance of gold coins and jewels, and will kill adventurers when they are careless. Fallon, use magic to clean the gold coins and swords. Lu Li looked at Fallon and said. There were many magicians in the team. But only Fallon had this kind of skillful ability. If Mars Chill came, she would probably blow the gold coins away on the spot, resulting in heavy losses. Fallon nodded and activated her magic. Suddenly, a heat wave enveloped the gold coins. Fallon's manipulation of magic was very precise. The temperature would not melt the gold, but it was enough to kill the treasure bugs. In the blink of an eye, some gold coins changed and turned to ashes. What a pity! Gourmet Hyakyokawa Hana felt very sorry. She still remembered the taste of fried treasure bugs. Yotsuya Maiko said softly, "There's no way around it now, so many gold coins, it would take too much time for us to distinguish them without magic." Mars Chill agreed, "It's a nightmare, our hands would break from counting money." In a moment, the gold coins and weapons were processed, and Lu Li put them into the scroll. "It's time to go." Kazuma Jayaka Utah stretched lazily, "I need to rest well when I get back." Eri disagreed, "We didn't contribute much, did we? Why do you seem like you've made a great contribution?" As the two girls were arguing, Lu Li stepped forward and a teleportation formation appeared under his feet. "Someone's coming, you leave first, I'll be right behind you." As the voice fell, everyone found themselves back in the manor on the ground. Eri exclaimed, "What kind of person would make Lord God so vigilant?" Fallon's eyes were sharp, "It's the Lord of the Labyrinth. Only the Lord of the Labyrinth who controls the labyrinth would make Lord God teleport us out directly." "That's true." Laos pondered, "The Lord of the Labyrinth can control the labyrinth, we can't help at all." "Eri, what do we do now?" Kato Megumi, "Of course we can only wait, we can't help." Sheena Mahiru comforted, "Don't worry, it's easy for Lord God to leave." Walking out of the cave, the black-skinned elf, Sissel, was already waiting there with a magic book in his hand. "Outsiders." Sissel's voice was emotionless, "Have you been destroying the labyrinth recently?" As a magician of the Golden Kingdom, Sissel's lifelong hope was to lead the Golden Kingdom to eternity. Although the price of this eternity was a bit high, after his desires were devoured by demons, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lu Li and his party killed red dragons, green dragons, and wyverns in a short period of time, which was simply destroying the ecology of the labyrinth. If this continued, the labyrinth would collapse, and the Golden Kingdom would naturally collapse with it. This was contrary to his long-held dream, so he naturally wanted to solve the problem once and for all. Without waiting for Lu Li's response, Sissel had already taken action, and the entire labyrinth began to shake. As the Lord of the Labyrinth, he could not only manipulate the monsters in the labyrinth, but also the labyrinth itself. This was the ability of the Lord of the Labyrinth. "It's me," Lu Li chuckled, suddenly reaching out and appearing beside Sissel out of thin air, grabbing the magic book in his hand and snatching it away. "I've been waiting for a long time, the goal has been achieved, goodbye." Using divine power to seal the magic book, a teleportation formation appeared under Lu Li's feet, and the next moment, he had disappeared into the labyrinth. P.S. The word count is 120,000 plus. It will be available at midnight tonight. If you like it, you can support it. The listing testimonials are placed in the work-related section. 53 The source of transcendence in the labyrinth world, casting the authority of life, first update. Damn it! Sissel roared, but he was helpless. Becoming the Lord of the Labyrinth came at a price: the inability to leave the labyrinth. No, even if he only reached the upper labyrinth, his strength would be reduced to a very terrifying level. The deeper the labyrinth, the stronger his strength, and vice versa, the weaker it became. Seeing the other party disappear, Heath felt terrified. If they harbored malicious intent and collapsed the maze, wouldn't the Golden Kingdom sealed within also collapse? This was something he absolutely didn't want to see. What should I do? Heath was momentarily at a loss. His entire past was built upon magic, upon the deal with the demonic wyvern, but he knew nothing of political schemes. Now that he had lost his spellbook and couldn't go outside the maze, he was like a headless fly. That's right, I have another spellbook. Heath's eyes lit up. Because he was wary of the demon's power, Heath had divided the wyvern's power into 2 parts after the maze was built, sealing them into 2 spellbooks. One he carried with him to control the maze, and the other he hid in his residence on the 8th floor of the maze. The demons of this world were skilled at bewitching intelligent beings and fed on human desires, leading to a miserable end for those who made contracts with them. Heath was well aware of this. If he wanted the wyvern to act, he feared he would have to pay a heavy price again. And he didn't have many desires left. Once his desires completely disappeared, he would suffer the same fate as other demon contractors, either dying or watching the Golden Kingdom perish. Breathing and living were both desires. If he completely lost his desires, he would even lose the desire to breathe, not even a living corpse. Stepping out, Lu Li returned to the manor. Lu Li, are you all right? Seeing him appear, everyone who had been waiting surrounded him, their faces showing concern. Lu Li smiled, waving the spellbook in his hand. I'm fine, I just encountered the master of the maze and, taking a gamble, snatched the spellbook he used to control the maze. Marcel looked alert. I feel something very peculiar about this book. Falin nodded, very dangerous. Kirisumafwita frowned, could it be recording some forbidden magic? No, not really. Lu Li shook his head. It just seals half of the demonic wyvern. Ari Spencer Sawamura was shocked and retorted, isn't that even more dangerous? It's okay. Lu Li said indifferently, don't forget, I am a god, the demon's bewitchment is useless to me. Saying that, he froze the ground of the manor, turning it into an ice surface, and released the 5 wyvern and green dragon corpses, placing them on the clean ice. Everyone, please help divide these dragons first. The wyvern's scales and horns are relatively weak, so they can all be sold for gold coins. All the green dragon materials are to be kept. Laos cheered, don't worry, Lord God, we will divide these dragons quickly. Falin nodded, after dividing them, I will freeze the edible parts. Lu Li nodded, okay. Then I can study the spellbook with peace of mind. Turning around and entering the house, he began to flip through the spellbook. Even now, he did not unlock the seal of divine power, to prevent any accidents. He could despise the enemy verbally, but he couldn't relax in his actions. Magician's Eye, summoning familiars with the blood of magical beasts, can be transformed into the magician's eyes and ears, similar to the summoning magic Marcel gave, but more refined, can summon many, and the search ability is more powerful. Attack magic. Maze construction method. Maze creature creation diagram. Demons are very special in this world, the source of the extraordinary. Magical beasts and magic both originate from demons. The spellbook in Heath's hand is simply a maze encyclopedia, or a maze design, and with enough power, it is easy to create a maze by referring to the spellbook. Divine power was consumed little by little, the knowledge in the spellbook was analyzed one by one, and then all mastered by Lu Li. Divine power is omnipotent. Consuming divine power skipped the process of learning, mastering, and practicing, turning the knowledge into instinct. Even in the process of learning, he could draw inferences from one instance, refine the knowledge, correct errors, and reach new heights. Of course, the consumption of divine power was also amazing. By the time Lu Li turned to the last page of the spellbook, 50 points of divine power had been consumed, the most he had ever consumed. Looking at the spellbook, with a slight thought, he had the intention of erasing the demon. At this moment, a palpitation suddenly rose in his heart. Can't it be erased? Lu Li stopped and thought, that's right, demons are the source of the extraordinary in this world, equivalent to a part of the world. Erasing demons is erasing a part of the world will naturally not allow it. Humans have various preferences. But to heaven and earth, good or evil is insignificant. As the Taoists say, heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs. Although this world is a Western fantasy world, the principle is the same. Then can it be analyzed? Lu Li then thought, demons are also extraordinary creatures, with many magical aspects. If they can be used for my own purposes, it is also an extraordinary means. He was really envious of the demon's means of feeding on human desires. As the thought rose, divine power began to burn, Lu Li's eyes turned golden, and the essence of the demon gradually revealed itself before him. Demonic power, the life essence of the demon, the evolution of magic power. Analyzing demons is like holding a part of the world's rules to comprehend. In prehistoric worlds, it is equivalent to holding innate spiritual treasures and creation jade discs to comprehend the great Dao, and the gains are naturally not small. Of course, the consumption is also very huge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li consumed 300 points of divine power. Through analyzing the demonic wyvern, Lu Li gradually understood the essence of magic power. Magic power contains two things: natural energy and life energy. Natural energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, etc., needless to say. Life energy, more gentle than natural energy, is the foundation of the birth of living beings, can be called the source of all things. In general worlds, life energy only appears during the gestation of life, it is not visible at other times, roughly equivalent to the innate energy mentioned by Taoists. In the ancient times of the maze world, the extraordinary did not exist, but myths and legends were circulating. People were accustomed to hearing myths, and in the face of various natural disasters, they could not help but yearn for the power of the gods in myths. The more natural disasters, the more they craved the power of the extraordinary. The human heart is the heart of heaven, and human intention is the intention of heaven. At least in this world, the response of heaven and earth to all beings is real. Under the extreme desire of all beings, the life energy that originally only appeared when nurturing living beings began to merge with natural energy, transforming into an extraordinary power that could be manipulated by living beings to cast spells such as earth, water, fire, and wind. The people of this world called it magic power. And the means of casting spells were called magic. However, because life energy is the foundation of the birth of life. In the process of magic power generation, life energy merged with the various desires of all beings, and also gave birth to an extraordinary life. Demons. Yes, demons were created by humans. The bright side of magic is light, and the other side is demons. The reason why forbidden magic is not because of its harm, but because the magician's desires are too strong, and it is easy to become a contractor of demons, becoming a source of power for demons. Magic was born to cope with natural disasters, but magic gave birth to demons, and generated new natural disasters. Such a cycle is simply full of a sense of destiny. The human heart desires endlessly, and the will of heaven is unpredictable as a knife. Closing the spellbook, Lu Li sighed in his heart. The higher you stand, the clearer you see, the easier it is to feel despair. Destiny, the will of heaven, are really troubling things. Fortunately, he can leave at any time, and does not have to be trapped in this world, and does not have to bear the will of this world. His gaze fell on the spellbook, looking towards the maze. With a gentle toss, the spellbook returned to the maze, and fell directly to the 8th floor of the maze. At this time, Heath was enduring the bewitchment of the demonic wyvern, hesitating in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a spellbook fall, merging with the spellbook in front of him, turning into one book. Instantly, the wyvern's voice stopped abruptly, and that bewitchment also disappeared. This is... Heath was shocked, and also felt a little abnormal. His emotions became much more normal. The desires I traded with the wyvern before have returned. He had never heard of such a thing as desires returning after trading with a demon. While shocked, he saw the spellbook turn into a stream of light, passing through the ground, falling towards the ground, and in his perception, the light transformed by the spellbook fell 5,000 or 6,000 meters before stopping. And the 5,000 or 6,000 meters underground, as if the world had just opened, various mazes began to generate, and various magical beasts began to be bred. The maze began to expand. Heath was shocked beyond measure. This method was countless times easier than creating a maze, just like a creator. After the evolution was completed, the spellbook was finally wrapped in a yin-yang fish pattern, and no longer had any magical features. A trace of understanding rose in Heath's heart. The demon has been completely sealed. At the same time, Heath's mind added a message: the identity of the master of the maze has been lifted. Go back to the Golden Kingdom to understand the true desires of the people. Heath was stunned. The true desires of the people of the Golden Kingdom. Isn't it eternal existence? With this doubt, Heath rushed towards the location of the Golden Kingdom. Losing the identity of the master of the maze's restraint on him disappeared, and with his magical attainments, reaching the Golden Kingdom was not difficult. Demons are born from the desires of all beings, then the desires of all beings can naturally be turned into chains to seal them. Lu Li looked at the spellbook deep in the maze, nodding with satisfaction. Since demons cannot be killed, it does not prevent them from being sealed. Sealing with divine power, he suffers a loss, naturally he won't do it. However, after analyzing the demons, knowing the source of the demons, he now understands demons better than demons. Not only can he use the demon's own power to bind them, but he can also use the endless desires of all beings to evolve the maze, weakening the power of the demons in another form, so that the demons can never disturb the world. And the price is: the dependents have to go on expeditions every once in a while. Otherwise, there will be too many maze creatures, and it will be bad if they run to the surface. I'm playing Maze Meal as a dungeon. A playful look flashed in Lu Li's eyes. It's not impossible, just use the underground maze as a trial ground for the dependents. This move directly solved the crisis of the demons. In addition to this, there are other benefits. Analyzing the extraordinary source of this world, knowing the generation principle of magic power, Lu Li's understanding of divine power has also reached a new height, and he can now fuse natural energy and life energy to create divine power. At this time, the maze is equivalent to a large array for converting divine power, converting 1 point of divine power in a moment. 100 points of divine power is enough to convert in a day, really good. Feeling the divine power growing in his body at a terrifying speed, Lu Li was in a good mood, looking at the God panel, with the thought, the fire of life skill jumped, as if it could be transformed into the authority of life in an instant. Chapter 39. Because I understood the creation of demons and various monsters, my knowledge in the field of life has increased, so the demand for forging authority has decreased. Lu Li realized this, urging his divine power to begin forging authority. The authority of life is extremely powerful, evolving this authority first is not a disadvantage. As divine power surged in, the life fire skill began to sublimate, transforming from a gentle flame into an ultimate flame that could burn all things, and then from a flame into a large tree, emitting the purest light of life, capable of nurturing all things. Life LV.1. The God panel changed, and a few words appeared after the authority. At the same time, Lu Li gained many insights, precisely the abilities gained from forging the authority of life. Recovery spells, resurrection spells. Various recovery type spells became more powerful, reaching the realm of gods, which goes without saying. In addition, there were divine arts in the divine realm such as life creation, life annihilation, and life imprisonment. In short, crossing this realm, Lu Li's divine power underwent earth-shattering changes. Taking out his magic wand, this wand, originally cultivated from man-eating plants, now pulsated gently. As Lu Li injected the imprint of the authority of life, it became sacred and extraordinary, transforming into an extraordinary artifact. Even its appearance underwent tremendous changes. The magic wand's spear tip, originally formed by gathered roots, truly transformed into a spear shape, rather than a collection of plant roots. The flower bud at the tip of the wand took on the shape of a white lotus bud. As for its power, it naturally surpassed ordinary magic wands. At the same time, the man-eating plants throughout the manor also swayed gently, sublimating as Lu Li became a true god. A golden light flashed across the vines, and the blooming flowers no longer had any eerie color, instead giving people a sense of holiness. What's going on? Frieren, seeing the man-eating plants riot, was initially wary, but she didn't expect the plants to undergo such a change, and was at a loss. Sheena Mahiru's eyes changed slightly, it's probably caused by Lord God. Just as she was thinking, she saw Lu Li walk out of the house, exuding a sacred feeling. No explanation was needed, this was a god. This was divine might. Sheena Mahiru exclaimed, Lord God, what is this? I comprehended the origin of demons and forged an authority, Lu Li revealed a smile. By the way, where are the others? Frieren said, they went to sell materials. Wyvern scales and dragon horns sell relatively well and are almost sold out. As for dragon bones, not many people are buying them. Although other forgers didn't have the Lu family's recipe for dragon scales and dragon horns, they already had a mature processing system to process them into various objects. Dragon bones were often discarded in the dungeon, a useless item that no one cared about. Processing methods were quite scarce, so they couldn't be sold at all. It doesn't matter, Lu Li waved his hand. Sell as much as you can. As he spoke, a noisy sound rang out. Yotsuya Maiko and the others returned to the manor, and upon seeing the changes in the manor, they exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li has become so dignified. Even his appearance seems to have become more handsome. The girls discussed, looking at Lu Li with glowing eyes. Especially after learning that Lu Li had forged authority, they were even happier. Hyakurikawa was full of energy, feast. At this time, of course, we need a feast to celebrate. Laos agreed, that's right, a feast. Lu Li naturally wouldn't object, and with a wave of his hand, he directly approved the matter. So, some people started cooking. Lu Li, along with Frieren and Megumi, began to count the gains from the previous dungeon. The materials from one wyvern sold for 5,000 gold coins, and 5 sold for a total of 25,000. The weapons and magic wands collected from the green dragon sold for a total of 1,000 gold coins. The green dragon's treasure had a total of 200,000 gold coins and 105 gems. The gems sold for a total of 12,000 gold coins. On this dungeon trip, we harvested a total of 238,000 gold coins, equivalent to 26.18 billion yen. Megumi reported the gains of this trip as if listing family treasures. 54 huge Familia assets, and a date with Megumi. Kazuma Jayaka Utah exclaimed, "That's too profitable, right? How many light novels would I have to write to earn that much money?" Ari Spencer Sawamura revealed a thoughtful look. The Naruto author earned about 8 billion yen. To earn that much, you'd have to draw 3 Naruto-level manga. This was simply an impossible task. Any manga artist who can draw 1 national-level manga is already very impressive. I remember we had a surplus of 60 million yen and 38,000 gold coins from previous adventures, Lu Li pondered. So, we already have 30.42 billion yen in Familia assets. It's decided, when we go back, we'll forge extraordinary weapons for everyone. Megumi, go and find out what kind of weapons everyone wants. Hyakurikawa was shocked, so much. Does our Familia already have over 30 billion in assets? We certainly have quite a bit of assets, Ari nodded, then added, but it's not too much, right? Converted to Lu Li's country's currency, it's only 1.5 billion. Yatsuya Maiko sighed, but that's already more money than ordinary people can earn in a lifetime. Marcel was speechless. Maiko, you're not an ordinary person anymore. Yatsuya Maiko suddenly realized, that's right, we're adventurers now. Just killing a dragon earns us hundreds of millions. Thinking about how not long ago, she was still enduring the ubiquitous evil spirits, and now she could cut down a giant dragon and earn money that ordinary people couldn't earn in several lifetimes, she couldn't help but feel emotional. By the way, Maiko, after we go back, you can explain the truth to your family and move out. Lu Li looked at Yatsuya Maiko. Now that I have authority, I can revive your father. Yatsuya Maiko was pleasantly surprised, really? Of course, Lu Li nodded. Yatsuya Maiko was moved, thank you, Lu Li. As they spoke, Lu Li mentioned the magic book and the handling of the winged lion. Frieren frowned, so, we have to go down to the dungeon every once in a while. That's right. Marcel worried, according to the law that the deeper the dungeon, the stronger the monsters below will be even harder to kill. By the way, how many levels are there in the dungeon now? 120 levels, I guess, Lu Li glanced at the dungeon and said. Marcel immediately showed a collapsing expression, 120 levels? How can we possibly beat that? People will die, Lu Li, people will really die. Ari calculated with her fingers, the level 6 green dragon was already very scary, what kind of monster is at level 120? Frieren looked at Lu Li speechlessly, so many levels in the dungeon, can we really beat it? Take it easy, Lu Li was extremely calm. You're only LV.2 now, so you naturally can't conquer the lower levels. When you reach LV.9, conquering the lower levels of the dungeon won't be much of a problem. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to conduct a Familia expedition once every 3 months. Then, the meal was ready. At the dinner table, Senshi and Laos also learned about the changes in the dungeon. Compared to Frieren's worries, Laos was very enthusiastic. Marcel was very speechless, he's really a monster fanatic. There's no way around it, Laos sighed. The demons always have to be dealt with. Compared to demons that can't be harmed, monsters that can be defeated are easier to deal with. Senshi nodded, that's true. By the way, thank you, Lord God, for telling me the truth about my people. It's great that they didn't eat their own kind. Chielchuk sighed, that's true. Monsters are always easier to deal with than demons. By the way, Lord God, how are the people of the Golden Country now? Lu Li glanced at the depths of the dungeon and said, the curse on them has been lifted, and they have decided to return to the surface to live. However, because they have lost the curse, their lifespans have become the same as ordinary people. Everyone had heard Liu Li talk about the situation of the people of the Golden Country a long time ago. Hearing this, they showed relieved expressions. Senshi, it's good that they're normal. If the price of longevity is losing your sense of taste and losing various interests, that would be too terrible. Laos nodded, very much in agreement, that's right. Just thinking about eternal life but not being able to eat various delicacies, Laos felt that this was simply a punishment like eternal damnation. After the meal, Katu Megumi presented everyone's weapon requests. The dwarf Senshi wanted a heavy axe, Farleen and Sheena Mahiru wanted bow and arrow sets, Laos wanted a great sword, and Kasho Majayaka Utah and the others wanted rapiers. Looking at everyone's requests, Liu Li pondered, give everyone another short sword, convenient for fighting in narrow terrain. Besides weapons, give everyone another scroll, convenient for storage. By the way, Megumi, what about your sister's weapon? Katu Megumi was stunned, I forgot. Liu Li was speechless, you forgot again. Because coming to the dungeon world was too hasty, Katu Hiromi wasn't brought along for this trial. Unexpectedly, when collecting weapon requests, Katu Megumi forgot about her sister again. Katu Megumi was helpless, I can't help it. Otherwise, just give her a rapier and a short sword, anyway, my sister doesn't seem to have any other special skills. Liu Li nodded, okay. After some calculations, Liu Li finally came to a result: the weapons for everyone in the Familia, added together, required 360 jin of refined gold, which is 3,600 tons of steel, costing a total of 287.2 million yen. Katu Megumi frowned, somewhat worried, will buying so much steel cause too much of a stir? This is nothing, Liu Li wasn't worried at all. Sakura country's annual iron production is 87 million tons, and what we're buying isn't even a fraction of that. Compared to Rabbit's annual production of over 1 billion tons, this number wasn't large, less than 1/9 of Rabbit's. But Sakura country has fewer people, so the average possession is higher than Rabbit's. It can be said that Sakura country is quite ambitious. Katu Megumi breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, it's best to avoid trouble for now. She was just a high school student and naturally didn't want to get involved in various conspiracies, feeling that it would be too troublesome. Don't worry, Liu Li smiled. I'm not a troublemaker, I definitely won't be thinking about causing trouble. By the way, Megumi, let's go out for a walk together. Having forged authority, he could finally relax and no longer had to be as tightly wound as a machine. Katu Megumi nodded, okay. Joining Liu Li's Familia and facing the dangerous world, besides curiosity, there was naturally also affection for Liu Li. Going shopping together, dating, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. The two dressed up slightly and wandered through the streets and alleys. Liu Li, this is delicious, ah. Katu Megumi asked curiously while feeding him, I feel like Liu Li has relaxed all of a sudden. Liu Li smiled, becoming a true god, everything has a meaning, no longer a dream bubble, so naturally I'm relaxed. Now, even if the puberty syndrome wasn't there, he was a genuine god. Katu Megumi understood, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes, I see. So, what does Liu Li think of everyone? Besides Laos and the others, the rest of you are my wings, Liu Li said without pretense. Katu Megumi showed a speechless expression, as expected, Liu Li is greedy, just like the web novels written on the mainland. The light novels in Sakura country, even if the protagonist wants to open a harem, will be secretive. And the novels on the mainland are much more direct. No yasashi, no slowness, just openly opening a harem. Becoming a god's Familia, Katu Megumi's learning ability greatly increased, and she had already learned Chinese and could browse Chinese web pages. Therefore, she had a basic understanding of mainland novels. A country's novels naturally reflect the basic thoughts of the people of that country. She had already guessed Liu Li's thoughts. Chapter 40. Unexpectedly, Liu Li was just as she had imagined. Liu Li took Kato Megumi's hand, feeling its boneless softness, cool to the touch. So, what does Megumi choose? Kato Megumi intertwined her fingers with Liu Li's, smiling brightly, my god, haven't I already made my choice? That's right. Liu Li realized. The two spent half a day strolling around, tasting all the delicacies on the island. Returning home, they stayed together again. Everything happened naturally, without many words. In short, after one night, both of them became adults. Unwilling, Megumi-chan ran ahead. Yurikawa was very unwilling. I was here first. Yotsuya Miko was speechless. Speaking of first, she was clearly the first. Iri revealed her fangs. How cunning, Megumi-chan is so cunning. Kirisaki Mafuyu, impure relationships are forbidden. Sheena Mahiru, the ban is invalid. It's too late to say that now, Kirisaki-sensei. Looking towards Kato Megumi, her gaze sharpened. Despite all precautions, they hadn't guarded against the unremarkable Kato Megumi. Amidst the noise, they suddenly heard Laos shouting loudly outside, "The people of the Golden Country have come out of the dungeon." Chulhuk's voice rang out, "It's lively now, the adventurers and natives are in a complete uproar." Lu Li and the others exchanged glances and walked out of the room. Lu Li asked, "Has there been any conflict?" Laos shook his head, "Not really. The people of the Golden Country are also tall folk, not monsters, so they won't be targeted. However, rebuilding their homeland will take a lot of effort." Senshi chimed in, "Because the dungeon was built, the original territory of the Golden Country has shrunk to this small island. Now that the people of the Golden Country are gradually coming out, they will probably have to buy the nearby islands to rebuild their homeland." His real strength couldn't compare to Lu Li's. When building the dungeon, he could only choose to sink the Golden Country underground. Because of this, there isn't enough land left for them to live and farm on. Lu Li pondered, "Since there is no conflict, there is no need to interfere. The Golden Country is a sizable nation, there will always be political talents who will communicate with the current powers on the continent." Laos nodded, "My god is right. By the way, now that the dungeon has expanded, should we explore it again? We have enough money to forge weapons, but we're still short on dragon materials." Lu Li nodded, "All right. I won't go this time, you guys form a team. Megumi, take my magic wand, and teleport back immediately if there are any problems." As he said this, he handed the magic wand imprinted with the authority of life to Kato Megumi. Wow, a divine artifact! Even though it was her first time seeing the reborn magic wand, Yurikawa exclaimed immediately. Divine artifacts are like gods, no introduction is needed, you can recognize them at first glance. Lu Li looked at Yotsuya Miko and took out a storage scroll, "I'll leave the collection of spoils to Miko." Yotsuya Miko took it, revealing a bright smile, "I understand." Even though she hadn't surpassed Kato Megumi, she was still someone highly valued by God, and that was enough. Fallon smiled, "With the divine artifact, we won't have any problems exploring the dungeon. Let's pack up and leave tomorrow." After giving everyone some reminders, Lu Li waved his hand and let them leave to prepare the supplies they needed for the dungeon. 55 Frieren World, Elf Alternate. After everyone left, just as Lu Li was about to get intimate with Kato Megumi again, he felt the familiar pulling sensation return once more. Another alternate self in another world has died. I wonder which world it is this time. As the pulling sensation intensified, Lu Li felt the world before his eyes change, and he had already arrived in an extremely terrifying place. Looking around, the ground was covered in flowing lava. If he had converged with this world for the first time, he would have been burned to ashes on the spot. Above the sky, a huge hole appeared, piercing through to the stars. Although it was daytime, he could clearly see the starry sky. Is this hell? Or where is it? As he was thinking, he saw countless streamers of light falling from the earth and sky, merging into his body. As the alternate self from another world merged, Lu Li no longer had to guess. All the answers appeared in his mind. This world corresponded to the world of Frieren, beyond Journey's End, because the alternate self in this world had met Frieren when he was young. More accurately, he and Frieren were from the same village. This alternate self was an elf, and his name was very easternized, called Lu Li. Compared to the elves of the Dungeon Meshi world, the elves of this world were much stronger in terms of lifespan, almost immortal. Frieren's Grand Master, the elf Saria, was a great mage of the mythological era, who had lived to this day and did not show any signs of aging. No, it's not accurate to say she was Frieren's Grand Master. Because Saria could also be considered the Grand Master of Lu Li in this world. However, although both were ancestors of the same lineage, their concepts were different. Frieren and Flame's lineage studied various magic techniques and methods of hiding magic power, liked to play dumb, and didn't like to show off. And Lu Li's lineage belonged to the violent faction, the most proficient in quickly accumulating magic power, and how to make the same magic power exert a greater explosion. The most proficient was explosion magic. In a word, magic is explosion. Initially, the magic knowledge Liu Li received in this world allowed him to accumulate magic power in 1 year that ordinary genius mages could accumulate in 3 years. Later, after 100 years of research, he used his outstanding comprehension to increase the cultivation efficiency to 4 times that of a genius mage. Such efficiency was simply shocking, but Liu Li in this world was still not satisfied. The elves in this world were truly long-lived species, and their emotions and desires were also very indifferent, like true long-lived species. Apart from his favorite research, he didn't care about anything else. Because of his singular hobby, this also led to the elves in this world being very fanatical about the things they like to study. So, in the long life, Liu Li in this world opened up various brain holes, vowing to push the magic of his lineage to the peak. As time went by, his magic accumulation efficiency became higher and higher, and the destruction caused by magic explosions became more and more amazing. 5 times, 6 times, 10 times. Until 100 years ago, Liu Li in this world discovered that no matter what, he could no longer accumulate magic power. He was only over 1,000 years old, and the magic power he had accumulated was not even 10,000 years old. How could he be willing to give up? After a period of research, he discovered that there were 2 factors limiting his magic power storage. One was the quality of the magic power, and the other was the organ for storing magic power. In terms of magic power quality, his lineage had already compressed the magic power to the extreme, and it was difficult to improve it any further, so he could only put it aside for the time being. As for the organ for storing magic power, he could think of a way. The mages in this world only had one organ for storing magic power. Once the magic power storage reached its limit, they could no longer improve. Of course, ordinary mages didn't have to worry about this problem. Because even for long-lived species, it was very difficult to fill this magic power organ, let alone most mages were just short-lived species. Filling the magic power storage organ with magic power, how could they dream of doing such a thing? After some preparation, Liu Li in this world began to experiment. Various magical beasts, and even demons, were the objects of his experiments. After a period of time, the area within hundreds of miles of Liu Li's location became a forbidden area for magical beasts and demons. It was a terrifying existence that could make demons' legs go weak. Over time, there were even legends of demon gods here. And Liu Li in the legends was a demon god who devoured, whether it was magical beasts or demons, they were all objects to be devoured. Liu Li didn't care about this. With the supply of massive experimental materials, Liu Li's progress was rapid. He had already thoroughly researched the essence of the magic power storage organ in 50 years. In the 60th year of the experiment, the first magic power storage organ was replicated onto a magical beast. In the 70th year of the experiment, Liu Li was already familiar with artificially manufacturing magic power storage organs. In the 90th year, Liu Li made his first magic power storage organ for himself. After that, as time went by, Liu Li in this world had more and more organs for storing magic power, and the efficiency of converting magic power also became higher and higher. When the number of magic power storage organs on his body reached 1,000, his efficiency in converting magic power had reached 10,000 times that of a genius mage. If the world knew, they would definitely be dumbfounded. But Liu Li didn't care. With the blessing of massive magic power, he began to experiment with explosion magic. Once, twice, 3 times. The magic power increased little by little, and the power of explosion magic also increased little by little. In addition to joy, Liu Li in this world suddenly had a bold idea. If he released his magic power all at once, how powerful would it be? As soon as he thought of it, he did it. He used various means to drive away humans within a radius of hundreds of miles. And then he blasted out a basin with a radius of hundreds of miles. The power of this strike was far beyond imagination, even far beyond the power of a nuclear bomb. Before crossing over, Liu Li had checked the power of nuclear bombs, and knew that the Eagle country had done nuclear bomb experiments in Nevada, detonating 1,021 giant nuclear bombs at once, blasting out a basin of 500 square kilometers. And a radius of hundreds of miles, the area reached 7,850 square kilometers. The power of this magic strike was more than twice as large as the Eagle country's experiment, equivalent to the explosion of more than 2,000 giant nuclear bombs, which was simply staggering. And this massive magic power, and magic power storage organs, now all became Liu Li's harvest. In addition, because of the increase in his own strength and position, his essence had also sublimated. The divine power required to forge an ordinary first-order authority was also much less, only 2,500 points of divine power were needed. Liu Li looked at the hellish scene in front of him and was a little speechless. He never expected that this was not hell, but was created by this world's body with all his strength. The elves in this world are also honest. They said they would use all their strength to perform explosion magic, and they would definitely not leave a little magic power to defend themselves. Liu Li laughed and cried, "No wonder the elves in this world are about to become extinct as a long-lived species. Without the desire to reproduce, and like to court death, it would be strange if they didn't become extinct." Looking inside himself, Liu Li found that his vitality had increased countless times, and his lifespan had no end in sight. This was the blessing given by the elf race. And the number of magic power organs reached an astonishing 1,000, and with the blessing of the authority of life, they were perfect and flawless, as if they were born like this, without a trace of acquired modification. In the magic power organs, massive magic power was churning, and he could mobilize it at any time, exerting the power of world destruction. This magic power is even more amazing than my divine power. Liu Li praised, the alternate self in this world really helped a lot. With a thought, he cast a flying spell and flew up. What time is it now? Where is Frieren? Has Big Mushroom, no, Fern been born yet? The original elf didn't care about this kind of thing. After all, whether it was a dynasty change or a demon king's chaos, it didn't matter to a top elf mage who reigned over the world. Whether he was an emperor or a demon king, could he withstand his explosion magic? But Liu Li, who had merged with the elf in this world, was different. He would only merge the advantages of the alternate self, and would not merge the disadvantages of the alternate self, and would not become emotionally indifferent. He still had some interest in the main characters of this world. Frieren knows a lot of magic, I'll just go and learn it. Liu Li smiled, I think she won't refuse the request of her senior brother, right? 56 Frieren World Prices, Demon Attack. Flying in the sky, feeling the clouds receding quickly around him, Liu Li felt happy. Compared to the labyrinth world, the magical attainments of the Frieren world are significantly higher. In the labyrinth world, wind magic for flight is something only top-tier mages can achieve, and even then, flight isn't as effortless. In the Frieren world, after thoroughly studying demon flight, flight magic is almost instinctive for mages and is very mature. Even Liu Li can fly very freely. As for where these spells come from, they are naturally acquired unintentionally over a long period of time. Traveling and researching demons always yields some magic. Elves have such long lifespans. In over 1,000 years, even if he wasn't interested in collecting magic, he would have learned some spells other than explosion magic. After flying for a while, he suddenly saw a city below, and Liu Li slowly descended, landing outside the city. At the city gate, people and merchant caravans lined up to be inspected before entering the city. Right, there's a fee to enter the city, Liu Li suddenly realized. The area within 100 miles of my current body's location has been blasted into ashes, where am I going to get money? Moreover, even if it hadn't been blasted into ashes, don't expect an elf to have the habit of collecting wealth. Elves aren't dragons. Just look at the impoverished Frieren to see the living conditions of elves. He rummaged through his robe and pulled out a vial, a healing potion, and walked towards a merchant caravan. Excuse me, sir, may I exchange this potion for some money? Liu Li explained the potion's effects with a smile. The merchant had already seen Liu Li descending from the sky and quickly said, of course, esteemed mage. He took out a gold coin and offered it with both hands. You're too kind, Liu Li nodded in satisfaction, please exchange it for ordinary copper coins, thank you. At least he wasn't being fobbed off with 10 copper coins, thank goodness. He couldn't help but chuckle when he remembered the scene in the anime where Frieren's party was given 10 copper coins by the king. 10 copper coins weren't even enough for a loaf of bread per person. The merchant waved his hand, and a servant came over, eventually exchanging the gold coin for 98 silver coins and 200 copper coins. Respected mage, this is all the copper coins we have, the merchant said apologetically, please don't mind. Liu Li smiled, sir, you're too kind, you've been a great help. How about I give you all some benefits? With a thought, white light appeared on his hand, and the next moment, the white light fell on everyone. The merchant and his party, who were originally tired from traveling, felt refreshed and couldn't help but smile brightly. Thank you so much, esteemed mage. Is this magic? It's so amazing. This mage is so kind. Amidst the joyful laughter of the crowd, Lu Li not only won hearts but also gained the right to join the caravan. Even the people behind the caravan didn't mind, because merchants inevitably get injured or sick, and a kind mage is very welcome. So, during the time they waited in line at the city gate, Lu Li became very popular, healing the injuries of 36 guards and the illnesses of 13 merchants, increasing his assets to 18 gold coins. The biggest contributors were the merchants, who were very generous to heal their ailments, each giving at least 1 gold coin. As for the guards, they were just earning hard money and didn't give much. After a short period of contact, Lu Li had a rough understanding of the purchasing power of gold coins. The exchange rate between gold, silver, and copper coins was basically maintained at a ratio of 1 to 100, that is, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. 1 gold coin could allow a family of 3 to live for about a year. Of course, living for a year here doesn't refer to modern society, eating 3 meals a day with meat and vegetables. In this Western fantasy world, ordinary families eat 2 meals a day during the busy farming season, black bread with vegetable soup, and 1 meal a day during the off-season, and only vegetable soup, occasionally eating black bread. Living conditions are comparable to those of ancient Chinese feudal society, in short, quite difficult. When it was Lu Li's turn, the guards at the city gate didn't make things difficult for him, just asked a few simple questions and let him pass. Having absorbed the memories of this body, Lu Li wasn't very familiar with this world, but he wasn't completely ignorant either, and he easily dealt with the situation. He paid 5 copper coins and entered the city amidst the warm farewells of the merchants. After entering the city and taking a stroll, Lu Li gained a better understanding of the prices. Ordinary black bread, half a foot long and the size of a fist, costs 5 copper coins each. White bread, the same size, costs 10 copper coins each. If you buy a gold coin's worth of bread at once, it's even cheaper. The money I have is enough for a short time, Lu Li thought, buying a bag of fruit from this world for a few dozen copper coins while strolling around. Walking to the center of the city, he suddenly saw a bronze statue. Himmel. The statue's pose was very dramatic, only that slightly narcissistic Himmel would strike such a pose, right? After asking a passerby, he got the same answer. Moreover, it had been 19 years since the hero's death. It's Himmel era 19, Frieren and Frieren are about to meet, I can go to the holy city and wait. Lu Li pondered, making a plan in his heart. Just as he was thinking, he saw a look of panic on the faces of the pedestrians on the street, and their pace suddenly quickened. The demons are coming. Run! Lu Li grabbed a passerby, we have so many guards in the city, and a defensive barrier, what's there to fear from one demon coming? It's not one demon, it's a demon army, the passerby was anxious, let go of me, I still need to run for my life. Lu Li was surprised, an army. He released the passerby and came to the foot of the city wall. At this time, the city gates were tightly closed, and the soldiers guarding the city looked serious and vigilant. Seeing Lu Li arrive, they were very wary, mage, please stop. Lu Li exuded divine might, soldier, don't be afraid, I'm just here to check the situation. In an emergency, ordinary people would never be allowed on the city wall. But under the divine might, the soldiers felt that the person in front of them was more trustworthy than the city lord, and easily allowed Lu Li to walk onto the city wall, even thoughtfully following him and explaining the situation. Respected mage, look, those are the demons attacking. I don't know what happened, but tens of thousands of demons suddenly sprung up here, I don't know if we can withstand them. Speaking of this, the soldier looked worried. War with the demons is not an ordinary war, because if they lose, humans will be eaten by the demons. In this world, demons are beasts in human skin, existing in different ecosystems and civilizations. Eating people is commonplace for demons, just like humans eating pork and beef. There is no possibility of reconciliation between humans and demons. This problem seems to have been caused by me. Lu Li looked at the demons in the distance, his heart skipped a beat, probably the explosion magic I released earlier scared some of the demons here. The destruction range of explosion magic is 100 miles, and the demons within that 100-mile radius naturally died completely. But the demons outside the 100-mile radius didn't die. After discovering the hellish scene caused by the explosion magic, they didn't dare stay near there and could only head towards the human city. Human mages are scary. But that legendary demon god is clearly even more terrifying. P.S. I originally wanted to set the timeline before Frieren left the mountains, but in that case, Fern's birth would have to wait nearly 100 years, which is too long. So, after thinking about it, I decided to revise the plot after Frieren left the mountains. 57 The Elven Mage who turns his back on all living things. Little ones, take the human city and we'll have a good rest. If we can't take it, we'll retreat to our old home, and we'll have to face the demon god. Do you want to go back? The demon leader shouted loudly, encouraging the demons. Demons have no emotions. This is actually incorrect. Demons have already formed a race, but they haven't created a corresponding civilization yet. When they create morality, laws, and culture, they will naturally become the same as humans in this world. Demons are still in the jungle age, emphasizing the survival of the fittest, the strong are respected, and there is no morality or emotion. So, they don't think there's a problem with eating people. The weak should be eaten, that's the rule of the demons. In fact, they are also afraid and fearful. In the original work, Aura and other demons were very afraid when facing death. We don't want to. We don't want to. Many demons changed their expressions and shouted in unison when they thought of the legend of the demon god and the destruction caused by the demon god. Demon leader, so, attack the city now. Demons are naturally strong races, naturally powerful in terms of physical strength and magic. Many human spells are derived from the study of demons. For them, there is no need for siege equipment to attack the city. Magic and powerful bodies are the best siege equipment. Sir, what do we do? The soldiers guarding the city panicked. Tens of thousands of demons, densely packed, a sea of people. Although this city is not small, it only has thousands of soldiers. Even with the barrier, it is absolutely impossible to defend. As for waiting for support from other cities, there is no need to even think about it. By the time the support arrives, their city will have been destroyed and their people killed. No need to worry, it's just a small problem. Lu Li was extremely calm, just a mere 10,000 demons, even if there were 100 times more, it wouldn't be enough for him to send them off with an explosion spell. He turned around, facing away from the city wall. The clear and bright sky suddenly darkened at this moment, and endless magic arrays appeared in the sky, as if hell had descended. In the city, countless people looked up at the sky, stunned in place. Below the city, the demons were also stunned. On the city wall, the soldiers couldn't help but look at that figure, only seeing his back. Great, invincible, powerful. Explosion magic. He gently pointed, and suddenly, endless magic power poured down, like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing into the demon army and exploding. The soldiers only felt the ground shaking, and quickly grabbed the city wall. When they came back to their senses, the figure of the mage was gone. Looking down at the city, the original demon army had disappeared, leaving only a ruin of several miles in radius. The demons just disappeared like that. Chapter 42. No wonder that Lord said it was a small problem. The soldiers were shocked. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed, "Did you see that?" The great mage turned around when he cast the spell. So, haven't you read that novel that's been circulating on the continent for hundreds of years? The legend of the elven mage who turns his back on all living things. Hey! A novel! The soldier said fanatically, I used to think it was fiction, a legend. But now it seems, it's a non-fiction novel. Turning his back on all living things, he wiped out 10,000 demons with one strike. That lord is too strong. That's right, maybe the novel was based on that lord from just now. Great, Sith, lend me the novel to read when we rest. I want to read it too. Even the city was now looking doubtful. Could it really be him? Because it was too legendary, that novel that had been serialized for hundreds of years was just regarded as a legend. Nothing else, it was too outrageous. What about just a back view that scared the Demon King of that generation to flee in panic? What about fighting alone to the Demon King's city and dragging the Demon King back for experiments? In short, no one believed it was true. But the ruins below the city were telling him that this might not be fake. Outrageous, that's because they haven't seen it before. If someone told him that a mage could easily annihilate tens of thousands of demons with a single spell, he wouldn't believe it either. A moment later, the city gate opened, and a soldier went to check. After a while, the soldier returned, "General, not a single invading demon was left. It's just that the ruins are several meters deep, and trade cannot resume in a short time. We can only let the mages in the city use earth magic to restore it. The general waved his hand. It doesn't matter, it's just restoring the ground, it won't take much time or money, it's better than the city being broken. You guard the city well, I'll report to the city lord. City lord's mansion. What? All the demons were wiped out. The city lord, who was originally preparing to run away, was stunned when he heard this. Really wiped out? The general affirmed, yes, I have already sent someone to check, and no demons survived. Also, as he said, he told about the soldiers' discussions, and the existence of Lu Li, the elven mage who turns his back on all living things. Does that lord really exist? As a widely circulated novel, the city lord had also read it. After all, there are very few entertainment programs in this world, and novels are a rare pastime. The general replied, I don't know. However, there are no other legends corresponding to such a powerful mage. It is impossible to appear out of thin air. Perhaps, he is that lord. The city lord nodded, that makes sense. Human mages cannot appear out of thin air. As for the demons? That's even more impossible. The demons are a very barbaric and arrogant race. It is impossible to do such a thing as killing 10,000 demons to gain the trust of the human race. Tell the people in the city that the demons have been wiped out. The city lord pondered, his eyes lit up. By the way, tell the people about the existence of that lord to reassure everyone. The people and merchants are the city lord's wealth. If these people run away, leaving an empty city, who will he collect taxes from? Lu Li's existence can be used to stabilize people's hearts. The general understood, don't worry, city lord, I will do it right away. In half a day, the entire city was restored to prosperity again. No, it was even more prosperous than before. The most lively place was the bookstore, and the previously unsaleable Elven Mage Legend series of novels became bestsellers again. Not only nobles and mages were buying it, but even some wealthy civilians were buying it. Will reading the legendary story of that lord lead to a deeper understanding of magic? Will casting spells with your back to the enemy increase the power of the spell? Even the ruins outside the city have become a holy land for mages, gathering a considerable number of mages, who are restoring the ground for free while visiting. Finally, the city lord decided that the ruins far away from the official road should be preserved, and people were asked to bring water to form a lake, which the locals named Xingluo Lake. Because the magic of that day was too much like a star falling. 58 The source of the legend, unexpected faith. I see. Lu Li sat in the carriage, letting Wendy drive the carriage, leisurely, flipping through his legendary story, that was already hundreds of years ago. Elves rarely live in human cities, and this life Lu Li has very few memories of humans. About 300 years ago, Lu Li went out once and occasionally encountered a demon squad, and then the demon squad turned into ashes under a burst of magic. This is the beginning of the novel. Lu Li is familiar with some of the stories that followed, and has no impression of some at all. Probably the novel author incorporated the stories of other mages when collecting materials, or the author created the stories out of thin air. The so-called turning your back on all living things is not just being edgy, but this life does not want to have too much interaction with people. Elves are long-lived. Humans are short-lived. The intersection of the two is not a good thing. The philosophy of this life is, anyway, familiar people will die, so it is better not to know them from the beginning. So, except for a limited number of people, no one has ever seen Lu Li's face. Unexpectedly, such behavior has left behind the legend of turning his back on all living beings and suppressing the demons alone. This concept is similar to Frieren. When Hader asked Frieren to accept Frieren as a disciple, Frieren was reluctant. The original words were, anyway, they will die soon after teaching them. 100 years of human beings is too short for elves. Maybe, after going out, when they come back to their senses, they should attend the funeral of their disciples. Elves are just emotionally slow, not without emotion. It is enough to experience this kind of thing once, and no one wants to repeat the sadness. Closing a novel, he picked up another novel and looked at it. Compared with traditional online articles, this novel has a slow rhythm. The advantage is that it is full of epic feeling. When you open the book, a majestic, spectacular, and sad tune rushes towards you. If he didn't know the life experience of this life, he would have to wonder if he was like in the story. Compassionate and sacrificed everything to suppress the demons. Too outrageous. Most of the things in the story about suppressing the demons were just him looking for experimental materials. Just thinking about it, suddenly, Lu Li's expression froze. Someone is praying. After becoming a god, he did not spread faith. Not to mention this world. With the thought, the power of God received the will of the land of faith. This is the terrible thing about power. Ignore the distance and descend to the believers. In a huge canyon, laughter continued. There is a small village here, inhabited by a small number of humans and elves. In the very center of the village, a building that is different from the villagers' house styles stands there. That is the temple in the village. Different from other places, the temple does not enshrine the goddess of traditional faith on the mainland, but a male statue with his back to everyone. The most prominent features of the statue are the elf ears and the scepter in the hand of God. The statue is not tall, but it gives people an incomparably tall feeling, which shows that the sculptor has worked hard when carving it. Under the statue, many villagers are praying. At the forefront of the crowd, a blonde elf closed her eyes and looked pious. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on the statue. What is that? The people were surprised and exclaimed. The elf Vina opened her eyes and looked at the statue, but felt that the brilliance on the statue was kind and gentle, as if she saw her parents. Lord God! Lord God has manifested! The blonde elf was very happy. 300 years ago, since being saved by Lu Li, she has been very admired and wanted to follow, but she did not succeed. So, she retreated and wrote Lu Li's story, spreading his deeds. The more Lu Li news collected on the mainland, the more Vina was convinced that he was a god. After all, even elves cannot be as powerful as him. Under her propaganda, Lu Li has become a god in the mouths of some people. And this small village was built by those people, and the most devout people of all ages live here. And the canyon is not formed naturally, but is actually caused by Lu Li's burst of magic. Lu Li looked at everything in front of him and thought of the novel series that had been popular for hundreds of years, and suddenly understood. With the thought, divine power emerged, and the power of life surged, turning into golden light and falling on everyone. In an instant, everyone at the scene felt a warm power falling on them. All kinds of old injuries in the past disappeared, and even their appearance became much younger. These people are all his believers and can spread their faith for themselves, so naturally they cannot die easily. I have become a god, and I know your piety, and I have given you divine grace. The so-called divine grace, in addition to the life and youthful body given by the power of life, also has grace. In the future, this group of people can also fight monsters and upgrade. Everyone listened to the voice that sounded in their minds, and immediately understood what the divine grace was, and they were immediately very happy. Thank you, Lord God. Everyone bowed again. When everyone got up again, the statue had become unremarkable. Manifestation is just a trivial matter. After doing these things, Lu Li took back his divine thoughts and read the magic book again. Chapter 43. With a dungeon cheat, he doesn't lack divine power at all, so naturally, he's not very interested in collecting faith. The actions just now were just casual. It's fine if it succeeds, and it doesn't matter if it fails. The goddesses of this world are probably like this too, right? Lu Li guessed. He can analyze divine power and break free from the shackles of faith. As a goddess who existed in the age of mythology, can't she do the same? What is that? It's a familiar, a mage's familiar. On the streets of the holy capital, the people curiously looked at the little Wendy, discussing animatedly. After months of slow travel, Lu Li finally arrived at the holy capital. As for why it was so slow, it was naturally to collect local specialties and magic books. He couldn't collect unique personal magic, but he collected a lot of magic common to the continent. It must be said that in the 1,000 years he spent behind closed doors, the development of human magic was extremely rapid. Flight magic is no longer the privilege of the demons, killing magic has become extremely common, defense magic has also made great progress, light. The learning ability of humans is truly the greatest magic in the world. In addition, Lu Li would conduct a money-making activity every time he arrived in a place. With the power of life, there was no disease he couldn't cure. Even if he only charged ordinary people some ordinary herbs and charged nobles normally, his assets reached 10,000 gold coins along the way, which is a huge fortune in this world, enough for a family of several to use for more than 10,000 years. Of course, according to Frieren's hero party's expenses, it would probably only last 1,000 years. Wendy is back, let's find someone. Waving his hand, Wendy returned to Lu Li's shoulder, without any resentment of being used as a beast of burden, but instead affectionately rubbed his cheek. 59 Big mushroom? No, little mushroom. In the holy capital, even after decades, the hero party is still well known. The monk Hater is a public official of the holy capital church, and many people know him. After Lu Li inquired, he learned the location of Hater's retreat. Taking Wendy, he entered the forest and soon saw a little girl with purple hair hanging over her shoulders. It was Frieren, the big mushroom, no, still the little mushroom now. At this time, the little girl was identifying mushrooms, putting the edible mushrooms into a bamboo basket one by one, with a bright smile on her face from time to time. Sensing Lu Li's gaze, she raised her head, stunned, and said, "Lilicon." "I'm not." Lu Li was speechless. The little girl in front of him was unexpectedly bold. "I'm here to find Hater." Frieren was surprised. "You are here to find Lord Hater? Are you a friend?" "Well, I guess so," Lu Li nodded. "I'm friends with Hater's former teammates." Frieren was surprised. The hero party. Sensing the aura on Lu Li's body, she then said, "Big brother is an elf." "I guess so," Lu Li nodded. With a thought, the elf's pointed ears appeared. Frieren was curious. Black-haired elves are really rare. This world's body is a golden-haired elf, but now that Lu Li has replaced him, he naturally became black-haired. Moreover, the so-called showing ears will not change his own genetic factors, it is just a change in appearance. The so-called convergence is to replace everything of the alternate self in another world, except for things like power and position. This world's body has no impact on him. While talking, Lu Li helped Frieren pick mushrooms. Wendy also transformed into a scout, greatly increasing efficiency, and quickly filled the bamboo basket. "Lord Hater, we have a guest." Frieren happily opened the door and shouted inside. "Who is it?" "Frieren." Hater responded, opened the door, saw Lu Li, and couldn't help but be stunned. "You are, that lord, right?" Hater was shocked. Lu Li was stunned. "You know me?" "Of course, a black-haired elf, the only one on the continent." Hater nodded. "I have read the legend of the elf mage who turned his back on all living beings. Not only me, but the whole team likes it. Especially Himmel, who regards you as an idol." Speaking of Himmel, Hater talked more. Because he read the Lord's legend, Himmel was determined to be a hero since he was a child, but he has passed away now, otherwise he would be very happy to see the Lord. "Okay." Lu Li reacted. He originally thought that he would return to the past in the future, but he didn't expect it to be just the influence of convergence. "Lord, please sit down." Hater asked Frieren to bring a chair. Frieren had already reacted at this time, her eyes shining, and she came closer. "Lord, are you the elf in the story? You are so powerful, it's so powerful to suppress all the demons." Lu Li smiled, "It's not that powerful." "Okay, no need to be polite, I will live here for a while recently, can I bother you for a while when my clansmen come?" Hater and Frieren said in unison, "No problem at all." After speaking, Hater said, "Frieren, help with cooking to entertain the guests." "Okay, Lord Hater." Frieren was very happy and began to wash the mushrooms, looking at Lu Li from time to time. Hater asked, "Is the Lord waiting for Frieren?" "That's right," Lu Li nodded. "The last time we met was 1,000 years ago, I really miss her." Hater was quite speechless. He really doesn't understand the time concept of the elves. Thinking of an old friend, it took 1,000 years. If the friend is human they would have turned to ashes long ago. "Hater, will Frieren come to me?" Even if Frieren is emotionally indifferent, she still has emotions, Lu Li smiled. Knowing that an old friend is old, she will come and see. Hater nodded, "That's right. Speaking of which, I happen to have something I want to ask her to help with." "Is it about taking Frieren as a disciple?" Hater was surprised. "Lord Lu Li, you actually guessed it." "It's not difficult to guess," Lu Li looked at Frieren. "That child has magical talent beyond ordinary people. If someone teaches her, she will definitely become a rare mage in the future, and it is quite easy to become a first-class mage." Hater was surprised, the Lord really values Frieren. While chatting, Frieren had already prepared the meal, and a fragrant mushroom feast had been brought to the table. Fresh mushrooms have a unique aroma and a tender and smooth taste, which dried mushrooms can never compare to. Especially since there is magic in this world, making the mushrooms even more delicious. Frieren has really good craftsmanship. Lu Li praised. Frieren was happy, the Lord praised me. Hater said with relief, there is no way, I personally don't have much research on cooking, if I want to eat well, I can only rely on her to study it herself. Frieren was dissatisfied, Lord Hater, I am very grateful for being able to take me in. Hater laughed and stopped talking about this, looked at the cabinet, and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Frieren again, Lord Hater, drinking is prohibited. Hater looked at Frieren, who was like his daughter, full of doting, and said, okay, then I won't drink. However, Lord Lu Li can taste it. Frieren listened and was satisfied, took out the wine, and filled Lu Li's glass on tiptoe. Lord Lu Li, please. Lu Li smiled, thank you, Frieren. By the way, Frieren, do you want to learn all kinds of magic faster? Hater was delighted, it would be great if the Lord is willing to teach Frieren. Frieren's eyes lit up, explosion magic? Magic that blows all the enemies into the sky. No, Lu Li shook his head, Frieren suddenly lost, the light in her eyes dimmed, to be honest, I am already a god, and I can give the grace of God. Saying that, he explained the effect of the grace. Hater was shocked, opening potential, accelerating growth, accumulating experience, the grace of God is really exaggerated. Looking at Frieren, Frieren, what do you think? Frieren nodded seriously, I want grace. God, please give me grace. Don't worry, Lu Li smiled, let's talk after eating. In addition, as a god, I can bestow lifespan to my dependents. Frieren can easily live to be 1,000 years old in the future. Hater, do you want to live another 900 years and see Frieren grow up in the future? Pa! The chopsticks fell to the ground. Hater looked shocked, giving lifespan is really cheating. For him, he doesn't have much attachment to lifespan. Even if the anime always says that he is afraid of death, the last few years of his life were just for making arrangements for Frieren. But now, a long-lost thought arose in his heart to live another 900 years. Especially when Frieren looked at him with anticipation, he was too embarrassed to refuse. Although Frieren was adopted by him, she is like his daughter. If possible, he also wants to watch her grow up. 60 Reviving Himmel, the hero's unfulfilled wish. Lord Hater, agree quickly. Frieren was more anxious than Hater. After her parents died in the war, Hater was equivalent to her parents, and she naturally didn't want to experience the feeling of losing her loved ones again. Hater got up and bowed, then I will trouble God. It's nothing, Lu Li smiled, Frieren has a promising future, I should be the one who earned it. Taking the dragon blood crystal across the world, at this time, the time in the labyrinth world is still relatively static. Seeing Lu Li take out a red, glittering gem from his arms, Frieren's purple eyes were full of curiosity, what is this? This should be something on the dragon's body, right? Hater's expression moved, as if he had a feeling, I just don't know what it is. Lu Li explained while urging the gem and transforming Hater's body with dragon blood, this is dragon blood, but it has been subjected to extraction, so it has become a gem. Frieren was surprised, didn't you say that Lord Lu Li only knows explosion magic? I have lived for more than 1,000 years, how could I only know one kind of magic? Lu Li smiled, as he operated, Hater's body gradually became strong, and his hair also returned to the light green of his youth. Feeling the power that was pouring out crazily in his body, and his incomparably healthy body, Hater couldn't help but smile. It's back, just like when I was young, Hater muttered to himself, moreover, there is a familiar feeling. Lu Li said indifferently, because the magic of bestowing lifespan on others refers to the elf race. Hater suddenly realized, I see. Although the elves in the dungeon meshy world cannot be compared with this world. However, the characteristics of being close to nature and having super magic talent still exist, so Hater will have a feeling that is similar but not the same. Great, Lord Hater has become younger, Frieren was very happy. Hater laughed, indeed, not bad. There are so many demons in the world, I feel like I can fight for a few hundred more years. Then his expression darkened, it's a pity that Himmel didn't encounter such a good thing. Chapter 44. Frieren nodded, indeed, Himmel-sama had some regrets. It's nothing much, Lu Li laughed. If the hero truly has regrets and his soul hasn't departed, it's possible to revive him. Revive? Frieren was shocked. Can such a thing be done? Li looked at Frieren. Frieren, do you want to revive your parents? Mentioning her parents, Frieren became somewhat despondent, gently nodding and looking expectantly at Li, quietly asking, God, is it possible? Of course, it's possible. Li reached out and stroked Frieren's purple hair. However, revival is difficult. It requires the soul to still be present, and also to have remains. Upon hearing this, Frieren immediately showed disappointment. Her parents died in the war. In such circumstances, finding their bodies is very difficult. After the war, not to mention civilians, even the bodies of soldiers were burned on the spot. Well, don't be too disheartened, Li consoled. Time is the greatest magic. If you become strong enough, you can even reverse time. Frieren, if you cultivate diligently, perhaps one day you can travel through time to save your parents. Frieren looked up, her eyes full of anticipation. Is there really such magic? Magic is the power of belief, Li smiled mysteriously. As long as your belief is strong enough, there will always be such magic. In the past, could humans have imagined that they could fly? Frieren shook her head, suddenly clenched her small fist, full of motivation. God, please grant me a blessing. Li nodded, then prepare yourself. Thus, he explained the method of bestowing a blessing. Bestowing blessings on Vina and her group used divine power, which, although not consuming much, was still a disadvantage. Now that they were in front of him, it was better to use divine blood. Saving is a virtue. Frieren looked shocked. It actually requires this. It's not a big deal, is it? Li laughed. Frieren lightly harumphed, forget it, I'll go prepare. Hader watched from the side, not saying anything. He didn't understand blessings anyway, and besides, God probably wouldn't deceive them, right? A moment later. A voice came from Frieren's room, God, I'm ready. Li entered the room and saw that little Frieren was ready. He squeezed out a drop of divine blood and bestowed the blessing. He also found a piece of paper, imprinted the blessing on it, handed it over, and then turned to leave. Frieren. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Magic. Skills, Magical Star Person, omitted. Eternal Obsession. Obsession is the power of miracles, capable of resisting charm-type magic. Obsession is the power of miracles. As long as you believe persistently, there will be miracles. Obsession can be accumulated. Big Mushroom. Increased energy and magic at night. Increased magic penetration. After waiting for a while, Frieren came out neatly dressed, pointing to the blessing content and asking, I understand the others, but what does Big Mushroom mean? It couldn't be that she often picked mushrooms, so she got this skill, right? Because Frieren's angry, puffed up face looks like a big mushroom, Li laughed, and used a pen to draw Frieren's angry face and a big mushroom on the paper. Frieren puffed out her cheeks and looked at Li, God has such a wicked sense of humor. I didn't do this, it's probably the will of the masses, Li explained. Okay, now that you have the blessing, what does Frieren want to do first? Frieren pondered, how about we go see Himmel-sama's grave? Li nodded, alright, I also want to know if Himmel's soul is still in the tomb. The people of this world also have souls. However, unlike other worlds, the dimension in which the souls of people in this world reside is very special. Ordinary yin-yang eyes and magic cannot see them. Li has Miko Yatsuya's yin-yang eyes, and on top of becoming a god, his yin-yang eyes have reached their ultimate evolution. He can see everything, so naturally he doesn't have this problem. Hader bowed, thank you, God. Thus, the group closed the door and headed to the holy capital. Hader's place of seclusion was not far from the hero's tomb. The group walked for a short time and arrived at the tomb. The group offered incense to Himmel. Hader asked worriedly, is Himmel's soul still here? Frieren also looked over expectantly. It's still here. Li laughed. It seems the hero really still has unfinished wishes. Hader pondered, what are Himmel's wishes? We'll just ask later, Li laughed. Let's go a little further away first, and then bring out the hero's body. Hader nodded, okay. The group came to a forest about half a kilometer away. With a thought, Lu Li activated teleportation magic, teleporting the hero's body along with the coffin to his front. Hader stepped forward and opened the coffin, only to see that only bones remained of the hero inside the coffin. After all, it had been almost 20 years since the hero's death. "Don't look!" Himmel shouted in soul form. "I'm not handsome at all in the coffin, don't look!" "Hey, wait, why is Hader so young?" As expected, the hero Himmel was indeed quite narcissistic. Lu Li turned his authority, an array of light appeared, landing on the hero's body. Instantly, bones grew flesh, and in the blink of an eye, the hero Himmel regained his heartbeat, returned to his youthful state, and opened his eyes. Even the clothes on his body were as good as new. "I'm alive." Himmel was shocked, looking at Hader. "This isn't some kind of illusion, is it?" Hader nodded. "Of course it's not an illusion. Remember the story you heard when you were a kid?" Himmel's eyes lit up, the legendary mage who turned his back on all beings. "That's right." Hader nodded, his gaze falling on Lu Li. "Do you have any impression of the person before you?" Himmel was startled, looking at Lu Li, a black-haired elf. "Could it be that you are that great one?" Lu Li nodded. "That's great," Himmel cheered. "I finally met the great one." Hader wasn't surprised at all, explaining, "When we went to defeat the Demon King, we would go to admire any ruins related to the Great One's legend." Changing the subject, "Himmel, what is your unfinished wish?" Himmel shook his head. "It's not important anymore." Hader was puzzled. Frieren revealed a look of understanding. "I know, Himmel-sama's wish was actually to meet Lu Li-sama." Himmel raised a finger. "Little girl is very smart." "That's right, Lu Li-sama is my idol. Ever since I heard his story, I've been thinking about meeting him one day. When I was subjugating the Demon King, every time I went to admire the ruins left by the Great One, I also hoped to meet the Great One." Hader understood, and was a little speechless. It was actually this wish? Who could have guessed? 61 Frieren's yearning, the hero's expectation, 9th update. Thank you for the rewards from Grey Starlight, and G1N. Speaking of which, Hader, is this your daughter? Himmel's gaze fell on Frieren. "I can't tell, you, this wine and meat monk, finally broke the precepts, ha ha ha." If Frieren and Eisen knew, they would probably be very shocked. Hader was speechless. "Himmel, you really are as scatterbrained as ever. Frieren is not even 9 years old, I can't be 100 years old and still harm a little girl, can I?" Himmel rubbed his chin, revealing a thoughtful look. "It's not impossible, is it?" "Of course it's impossible." Hader retorted. "This is no longer ordinary breaking the precepts, the goddess would despise it." Frieren sighed. "Himmel-sama and Hader-sama have a good relationship, they have so much to say as soon as they're revived." "God, where are we going now?" "Let's find someone who can cook first, and then go home," Lu Li pondered. "After all, there are 2 more people now, so we can't let Frieren cook every day." "Speaking of which, Himmel, can you cook? Does grilling meat count?" Himmel asked back. Hader and Himmel were both from orphanages, and they never learned cooking skills. What they were most proficient in was the grilling skills they developed from traveling day and night to defeat the Demon King. Lu Li waved his hand. "Forget it, I won't count on you. Take the hero's sword, let's go." In fact, the sword in Himmel's hand was not the real hero's sword, but a replica made according to the shape of the hero's sword. However, Himmel used it to defeat the Demon King, so who would dare to say that his sword was not the hero's sword? "Old buddy, accompany me on another journey." Himmel was very happy, picked up the sword, and followed behind Lu Li and his group, heading towards the holy capital. 20 years was unexpectedly long. Himmel walked on the street, carrying a long sword, and no one could recognize him. "Have they all forgotten me?" Himmel sighed. "Time is a terrible power. But fortunately, my statue is still there, haha. Frieren, do you think my pose is cool?" Frieren looked at the statue, speechless. The hero really likes to show off. Hader laughed loudly. Himmel likes to build statues for himself, and every time he thinks about the pose for a long time. Frieren smiled, as expected of the hero. At this moment, a fragrance came. Lu Li suggested, "We haven't had a good meal since we came to the holy capital. It's a happy day today, so why don't we find a restaurant and have a big feast?" Himmel's eyes lit up. "God is wise." Hader laughed loudly. I have no objection either. Speaking of which, my body should be able to drink now, right? Frieren puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Li led the group into the hotel, answering, of course you can. Now your body can't be eroded by mere alcohol. Himmel was also very happy, speaking of which, I can drink too, it's been many years since I've happily drunk. Even if he could split a forest with a single sword, after becoming old, his bodily functions inevitably weakened, making it impossible to drink heartily. Frieren didn't understand, why does everyone like alcohol so much? The taste of alcohol is clearly not good, spicy and pungent. Even the best wine is like that to her. Alcohol, although not delicious, can make people relax. Li sat down, ordered food, and had the others order a lot of food. More importantly, drinking with friends is very happy. Life is short, and there are not many times when you can drink with friends. The taste of alcohol is not important, it can be replaced with tea or drinks. People like alcohol, just like that atmosphere, that intoxicating feeling. Chapter 45. Frieren didn't understand, I don't get it. As she spoke, the food was served. The huge dining table was quickly filled with wine and dishes. Himmel quietly asked, Hater, do you have enough money? This is a famous restaurant in the holy capital, and the prices are astonishing. Even minor nobles don't dare to come here often. Hater's smile froze. He was a wine and meat monk, and hadn't saved much money. Li laughed, don't worry about the money. Eat and drink as much as you like. I've earned quite a bit in the last few months. As he spoke, he held up a finger. 10 gold coins. Himmel was shocked. What could be so profitable? Li shook his head. It's 10,000. Hiss. Frieren and the others widened their eyes. Did God rob a lot of nobles? That's going too far. Li was speechless. Of course not robbing. I just treated a noble's illness and received some money. While drinking, he shared interesting stories from the past few months. Himmel was envious. The power of a god is really convenient. If we had that ability, our journey would be more enjoyable. Frieren's eyes lit up. Lord God, can I learn it too? You can't learn the power, Li shook his head. However, now that you've accepted my grace, I can let you use the power of life 3 times a day. Frieren revealed a bright smile. Thank you, Lord God. Himmel was curious. Grace. Hater explained about the grace. Himmel immediately bowed down. Lord God, please grant me grace. Hater was speechless. You're not thinking of using the power to make money, are you? You're a hero. Himmel spread his hands. Heroes need to eat too. Let's talk about it when we get back, Li waved his hand. He naturally had no objections to adding Himmel to his Familia. Although the hero Himmel was a bit vain, he had rare high morals and was strong. He was simply a good candidate for a Familia member. The wine in the holy capital was delicious, and the food was also very good. Even though they ordered a large table, the group ate everything clean, and then swaggered away. Leaving the restaurant, Frieren felt a pang of heartache. What a waste! It actually cost 2.4 gold coins. Li laughed, money is meant to be spent, don't worry about it. If you earn hard money, you have to save, otherwise you can't live. If you earn a lot of money, you don't need to be so frugal and don't have to be harsh on yourself. Frieren nodded. Oh. The group returned to the suburbs. Himmel had been dead for almost 20 years, and his assets had long been disposed of, so he naturally had no place to live and could only stay with Hater. Fortunately, Hater's house had many rooms, so it wasn't a problem to have one more person. They went as 3, but returned as 5. Besides Himmel, there was also a cook, a woman, whose salary was 1 gold coin a year. This amount of money could hire a strong man to work for a year. Frieren sighed, Lord Li spends money so lavishly. 62 Frieren's amazing talent and rapid progress. Himmel. LV.1. Strength, I0 endurance, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0. Magic. Skills, Hero's Heart, Child's Heart. Hero's Heart. Increased magic resistance. Increased abnormal resistance. Facing difficulties, strength doubles, the greater the difficulty, the stronger the power. Moving forward without hesitation, Hero's Strike. Child's heart. Heart like a child's, increased abnormal resistance. Consistent persistence, accelerated experience acquisition. Perseverance, increased training effect. He granted Himmel grace and explained the data information. Himmel said narcissistically, "So, my skills are good." After speaking, he couldn't wait to take his sword and run off to practice. He hadn't fought in 20 years, and even though his fighting will hadn't diminished, he felt rusty. "Frieren, let's go train magic too," Lu Li said, looking at Frieren. Frieren nodded. "Yes, Lord God." Carrying a staff taller than herself, she followed behind Lu Li to the cliff where they usually trained. "Lord Hader said that if I can break the boulder on the opposite cliff, I'll be able to stand on my own," Frieren said, pointing to the cliff hundreds of meters away. Lu Li nodded slightly. "Indeed. If you can break that big rock hundreds of meters away, you'll be considered a pretty good mage. Okay, you cast first, and I'll give you pointers." Lu Li's lineage of magic wasn't as refined as Frieren's. However, that was only relatively speaking. In addition, Lu Li had seen a lot of magic along the way and learned many novel spells, so it was no problem to guide Frieren, and he wasn't afraid of Frieren going astray. Frieren mobilized her magic power, raised her staff, and the next moment, a magic circle appeared, and a beam of magic power shot out, heading straight for the opposite side. The beam of magic power was aggressive, but in the end, it vanished before it even hit the opposite cliff. "The magic power is too scattered," Lu Li shook his head. "Now, let's not practice like this. Frieren, try to condense the magic power into a needle." "A needle." Frieren was very obedient and tried it. Magic power appeared on the staff, and finally a huge steel drill appeared. "Too big," Lu Li shook his head. "Remember to use mental power, and you can start manipulating the magic power in your body. But remember to be careful, only manipulate a small portion." "Yes, Lord God," Frieren nodded and practiced seriously. After practicing for a long time, she was covered in sweat, and finally condensed a magic needle. "Not bad," Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. "Next is to condense 10 magic needles." Frieren didn't understand. Magic needles didn't have much killing power. Lu Li explained, "Whether it's a monster or a human, as long as you hit a vital point, even a needle can take a life. What I'm teaching you now is to use a portion of magic power to exert hundreds of times the killing power." Frieren didn't understand. "But isn't Lord God's specialty explosion magic?" "Explosion magic?" Lu Li smiled. "That's too far away for Frieren. With your current magic power, you can't exert the effect of explosion magic at all. Instead, this kind of magic power manipulation is more suitable for you." Frieren nodded and became serious. Grace unlocked her potential. In addition, Frieren originally had top-notch talent. By evening, Frieren could condense 10 magic needles in 10 seconds. "Starting tomorrow, strive to control the time to within 1 second. No one will give you 10 seconds in battle." Lu Li picked up the exhausted Frieren in a princess carry, and arranged tomorrow's task. "Even in a normal team, warriors will buy time for mages to chant, but we as mages can't rely too much on that. We have to be prepared that no one will be standing in front of us when we train. Mages must also have the ability to stand alone. Although many of the spells in the Frieren world don't require chanting. But some big moves still do, just like when Frieren eliminated Qual, who knew killing magic, she asked Frieren to buy her time. No chanting doesn't mean there's no skill wind up. Not being able to cast instantly means there are many variables. And the price of these variables is often the caster's life." Frieren nodded lightly. "Yes." The next day, Frieren completed the task perfectly. On the third day, Frieren increased the number of magic needles to 20. On the 30th day, Frieren summoned 100 magic needles with a single thought. The magic needles were the same as ordinary needles, no more than an inch long and as thin as hair, but they had terrible toughness and penetrating power. Above the cliff, Frieren waved her staff, and instantly, hundreds of purple needles appeared. The magic needles surrounded her, as if they were, achieving an effect that could both attack and defend. Frieren waved her staff, and the magic needles flew out and disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the huge rock on the cliff hundreds of meters away had been pierced with many holes. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, Frieren. Your speed of progress is simply the envy of other mages." Although she didn't break the rock with a magic cannon. But using magic needles also achieved the same effect. The result that originally took 6 years to achieve was achieved in 1 month with the blessing of grace. Of course, there was also the effect of authority. Lu Li gave her the authority 3 times a day, and Frieren basically used it on herself. The power of life can restore both magic and flesh, which is much better than so-called recovery magic. Frieren, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you defensive magic, Lu Li stroked Frieren's and said softly. Frieren, She was very much looking forward to the future. After all, her combat power had increased too much this month. The current her can beat hundreds of the her from a month ago. This is a qualitative improvement. After finishing the training and just about to go back, Lu Li's expression changed. Frieren, an old friend is lost in the forest. Frieren was surprised. Lord God's old friend should be an elf, right? Can elves get lost? The word old is not something that ordinary humans can afford. Lord God's old friend can only be a long-lived elf. Lu Li smiled. That elf gets lost even when she was very young. Chapter 46. In the forest, Frieren was a little confused. I remember Hader was indeed here, why can't I find him? It hasn't been 20 years, the changes shouldn't be that big, right? Just as she was thinking, she heard a loud noise. Frieren was startled and quickly cast a flying spell, following the sound. After flying for a few minutes, she saw a large ruin in the forest, and a blue-haired boy was wielding a sword. The loud noise was caused by him swinging his sword. She was very familiar with the person. She was also very familiar with the sword. However, neither the sword nor the person should be here. Right, it's a phantom ghost. Frieren raised her magic wand, magic charging up. No, something's not right. Phantom ghosts only conjure up the most important person to them. How could the most important person in my heart be that vain hero, Himmel? Frieren. Himmel sensed the magic power, looked up, and quickly waved his hand. Don't mess around, we're old acquaintances, you wouldn't send a magic cannon as soon as we meet, would you? 63 Socially Anxious Elf and Lost Elf, Reunion with Frieren, 1/5, thanks to 6 Calamity Azure Dragon Soul for the reward and encouragement. Not a phantom ghost. Of course not. Himmel was speechless, pointing to a large area of fallen trees. Phantom ghosts only create illusions, they wouldn't cause such great destruction. As he spoke, he heard the sound of wind, and 2 more figures appeared in the sky. It was Lu Li and Fern. Lu Li activated his flying magic, carrying Fern, and looked at Frieren. White gold-edged robe, slender and soft figure, skin like snow, pointed ears, green eyes beautiful and deep, like the most beautiful gems in the world. Still like 1,000 years ago, silver hair reaching her waist in pigtails, the wind blowing, making the pigtails flutter, also making Frieren's eyes soften. Lost elf. It's Frieren. Don't give people nicknames. A hint of surprise flashed in Frieren's indifferent eyes. Long time no see, socially anxious elf. Lu Li was speechless. Aren't you also using nicknames? Long time no see, Frieren. The 3 landed on the ground. Frieren sighed. It's been a long time indeed, about 1,000 years. Himmel was shocked. So Frieren, you weren't bragging about knowing Lord Lu Li. Frieren was surprised. You didn't believe me. Himmel spread his hands. You said you knew him, but you didn't even know where Lord Lu Li was. How could I believe you? Haha. Lu Li found it funny. Of course you couldn't find him. Elves, after all, have long lives, live in seclusion, rarely interact with people, and are hard to find. Speaking of which, Frieren and I are from the same village. Of course, even if they were from the same village, he rarely talked to people. Frieren nodded. Indeed. Now, we're probably the only 2 left in the village, right? The village was destroyed by demons, leaving only 2 orphans. Probably. By the way, why aren't you talking with your back to people now? Frieren asked curiously, are you not socially anxious anymore? Lu Li defended himself. I told you I'm not socially anxious. It's because people will eventually die, it doesn't matter whether you know them or not. Fern's eyes widened. So that's how it is. Lu Li, that's right. Frieren's gaze fell on Himmel. Then what about him? It can't be Himmel, can it? She personally saw Himmel buried. How could this lively, young Himmel in front of her be that almost 100-year-old man? Fern whispered, it's resurrection magic. Lord Lu Li used resurrection magic. Resurrection. Frieren was shocked. Lu Li, you actually mastered this miraculous magic. No, when did you start researching other magic? Resurrection magic, flying magic. This doesn't match Lu Li's research in her memory. Lu Li smiled, let's talk as we walk. About a few months ago, I conquered the final problem of my lineage's magic, and I no longer have to worry about magic power. With a thought, the hidden magic power on his body emerged. Instantly, the world changed color. Frieren immediately felt extremely suppressed, even her breathing temporarily stopped, and she looked at Lu Li in disbelief. So strong. If her magic power was 1, then Lu Li's magic power was 100, or even increasing at a terrifying rate every moment. Himmel clicked his tongue, how terrifying, the Demon King's magic power is like a small shrimp in the river compared to Lord Lu Li. Fern was shocked, is this the amount of a god? Frieren was surprised, god. Lu Li nodded, I successfully condensed authority a few months ago and have become a god. Frieren was completely stunned. Has so much changed in 1,000 years? The two walked side by side, chatting about what happened after they separated. Frieren had a faint fragrance on her body, which was intoxicating. After not seeing each other for more than 1,000 years, Lu Li found that Frieren was even more unreserved than when she was a child, and she was very close. At this moment, they were like a couple taking a walk. Fern whispered to Himmel, hero, does Frieren like Lord Lu Li? Himmel's eyes lit up and he nodded gently, that's possible. In the past, the most active time for Frieren was when she was looking for Lord Lu Li's legendary ruins. Fern suddenly understood, I see. Looking at Frieren, she saw a hint of pink on Frieren's snow-white ears. Lu Li, do you have any decisions now? Frieren suddenly asked. Lu Li pondered, I'm actually waiting for Frieren here. Frieren was pleasantly surprised, really? Yes. Lu Li nodded. As for learning magic, we can talk about it later. He was a little puzzled. They were just from the same village, but Frieren was acting too close. They had no contact at all before this. Perhaps Frieren sees me like she sees a relative? After all, there are only 2 people left in the elf village now. As they spoke, the group returned to their residence. Himmel shouted, Hater, look who's here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. It's Frieren. Hater sighed, I didn't expect you to really come. Speaking of which, our hero party is about to reunite again, it's really nostalgic. Himmel nodded, let's go find Eisen to play sometime. As they spoke, the group entered the house and sat down. Servants served tea and pastries. Since Lu Li spent money and hired people, the lives of the group have become very leisurely. Frieren sipped tea, did Lu Li use magic to help Hater become younger too? Yes. Lu Li nodded, took out the dragon blood crystal, this is dragon blood. Using dragon blood, plus some research on elves, made Hater and Himmel younger. Now, they can probably live for another 900 years. That's great. A look of curiosity flashed in Frieren's eyes, dragon blood, does this kind of thing also drop? Unlike the dungeon meshy world. In Frieren's world, monsters turn into dust and disappear once they die. Only occasionally will some things drop, such as the demon dragon horn preserved by Himmel. As for monsters dropping blood after death, that is impossible. Lu Li smiled, this wasn't dropped by a dragon from this world. The 3 exclaimed. Fern, not from this world. Frieren, I don't quite understand. Another world. Lu Li said calmly, isn't that normal? Fern complained, Lord God, how is that normal? Hater nodded, indeed. Perhaps is it normal for gods? Okay. Lu Li pondered, then let's start from the beginning. It's a world full of dungeons. The source of all transcendence is demons. However, the demons have now been sealed, and the dungeon only needs to be cleaned occasionally. At that time, if the other members of the Familia are not good enough, we will have to trouble everyone to go on an expedition together. With Himmel and his party, the monsters in the dungeon meshy world are simply not worth mentioning. A monster like the flame dragon is probably just a small monster in Himmel's hands, which can be killed in seconds with a single sword. Fern is at the age of curiosity, her eyes shining, no problem, leave it to me, Lord God. 64 Other World Advancement Plan, Kato Megumi's little emotions, 2/5, thanks MK85, name unavailable. I have no problem either. Me too, protecting the world is the hero's duty, isn't it? Frieren was curious, since there is dragon blood, what about dragon meat? She was just too curious. But in her world, monsters turn into dust, so there is no way to eat them. That's too distressing. Then let everyone see it. Lu Li chuckled, with a thought, returned to the dungeon meshy world, and looked at Kato Megumi. Megumi, I'll take you to see a friend later. Kato Megumi was surprised. Friend? Could it be another world? After speaking, her cheeks couldn't help but bulge. Even if it is Saint Megumi, that is just a title given by others, she also has little emotions. She was still on a date with him, but Lu Li ran to another world to play without saying a word. Isn't this the same as NTR, NTR, Nito Rare? There's NTR. Lu Li smiled, hugged Kato Megumi, teased her for a while, and finally made her happy. He casually made a scroll, took a flying dragon, and some green dragon meat, with a thought, brought Kato Megumi to the Frieren world. Who is she? Frieren's indifferent eyes suddenly sharpened. Kato Megumi had a gentle temperament and was not timid. Hello everyone, I am Lu Li's Familia Kato Megumi. Fern looked at Kato Megumi and said in surprise, Miss Kato is from another world? It doesn't seem to be any different from our world. Of course, humans are similar. While the others were exchanging greetings, Lu Li had already taken out the dragon meat. Chapter 47. This is wyvern meat, and this is green dragon meat. What would everyone like to eat? Himmel eagerly replied, of course, I want all of it. Frieren was also very excited, I want to eat. Alright then, Lu Li nodded. Frieren, come help me. I'll be the chef today. Frieren raised her hand, what about me? You? Just wait to eat. He wouldn't dare let this elf cook, who knows what she would make. Frieren was shocked, Lord Lu Li can cook too. Of course, I can, Lu Li waved the kitchen knife, cutting the dragon meat. With a flash of the knife, the dragon meat was neatly divided. Judging by his technique, he clearly possessed superb culinary skills. While listening to Lu Li's instructions and preparing the ingredients, Frieren marveled, I didn't think Lord Lu Li could cook. Kato K smiled, Lu Li is just a little lazy. After all, his Familia usually cooks, so he just waits to eat. Frieren exclaimed, wow, is that so? Does that mean Lord Lu Li has a lot of Familia members? Kato K, there are more than 10 people, I think. Frieren peeked half her face out, curiously watching everything in the kitchen. Lu Li, I want to join the Familia too. Lu Li, okay, let's talk about it after we eat. Under Lu Li's guidance, a dragon meat feast was quickly prepared. Compared to ordinary people, he also used magic when cooking, saving a lot of time. Hater praised, Lord Lu Li's control over magic is incredibly precise. Frieren nodded, very strong. Clearly of the explosion magic school, yet his precision was more outrageous than hers. Is this the power of a god? When the dishes were served, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? I'm seeing illusions. And the dishes are glowing. Could this also be magic? After eating this dish, I feel like I can't eat anything else. My life has been wasted before. In short, it was extremely exaggerated. The multiverse world has Tatsuki Culinary Academy. For publicity, they naturally put some gourmet videos online. Lu Li's cooking skills had actually reached an unbelievable level long ago. He just hadn't shown it to anyone. Frieren was shocked, so amazing, Lord Lu Li is so amazing. Lord Lu Li, I want to learn how to cook too. Lu Li laughed, of course, but you have to learn magic first. Looking at Kato K, you should stay here and learn magic too. Frieren's magical attainments are very high. Kato K nodded, I understand. What about Frieren and the others? Lu Li pondered, I'll bring them over too. Relatively speaking, that world is too weak. Frieren and the others have good aptitudes. If they can learn magic in this world, they will definitely reach a different level. Kato K was surprised, is this world very strong? Lu Li nodded, pointing to Frieren, who was eating dragon meat heartily, and said, don't look at her being dazed. She's actually very powerful. She's a mage who has lived for over 1,000 years, known as Frieren the Slayer. He also pointed to Himmel, who was toasting and drinking with Hater. This is the hero of this world. He defeated the Demon King decades ago and can split a forest with a single sword. Himmel smiled proudly upon hearing this. After introducing everyone, Kato-K was stunned. Frieren's detailed strength was not mentioned, but the hero was too outrageous. Splitting a forest with a single sword. Could Laos, Senshi, or Chilchuk in the Familia do that? No one could do it at all. As they spoke, the dragon meat feast had been completely devoured. Frieren, can you help teach magic? Lu Li asked. Frieren nodded, no problem. But don't you know magic? Me? Lu Li shook his head. I haven't formally studied magic for a long time, and my knowledge of magic is still stuck in the distant past. I still have to ask you for advice later. Frieren's eyes lit up, no problem, leave it to me. Lu Li nodded and returned to the dungeon world again, summoning the Familia. Maiko, get ready, we're going to another world to study. Yotsuya Maiko was surprised, another world? Another one. That's right. Yurikawa Hana raised her hand, is there anything good to eat in the other world? Airi Spencer Sawamura's eyes lit up, are there monsters to eat in the other world? No, Lu Li shook his head. Although there are monsters in the other world, they turn into ashes once they die, so they can't be eaten at all. Yurikawa Hana looked resentful, damn it, they don't let us eat them after they're defeated. Monsters, I wasn't born to be eaten either. Sheena Mahiru asked, is the other world strong? Lu Li nodded, of course. If all of our current Familia members encountered a named demon race, it would probably be very easy for us to be wiped out. As he spoke, he explained the situation of that world. Laos was shocked, splitting a forest with a single sword, is that magic? Marcel was dumbfounded, even magic can't do that. Frieren nodded, it's indeed very difficult to do. By the way, Senshi, there are also dwarves in the hero's party, and they are very strong, Lu Li said. Dwarves can probably chop a monster like the red dragon in a few seconds. You can ask him for advice then. However, the dwarves of the two worlds are probably not the same species. After all, the dwarves of Frieren's world have a lifespan of 300 years. Some people even live to 400 years. 65 Frieren's magic teaching. Everyone prepared for a moment and quickly gathered again. Lu Li opened the gate to travel through, leading a group of people into Frieren's world. As everyone entered Frieren's world, Lu Li directly abandoned the time point positioning of the dungeon Meshi world. After all, with the passage of time, the dungeon array would produce divine power to cast authority. The reason why he didn't do this before was just because the Familia was still in the dungeon world, and he was afraid that if time flowed normally, the Familia members would encounter danger and he would not be able to rescue them. In the open space, Frieren looked at the Familia members, a little surprised, why do I feel that their magic power seems to exceed that of ordinary people? Because I used magic to modify their talents, Lu Li explained, looking at Senshi and others, Senshi, Chilchuk, Laos, you follow Himmel to practice swordsmanship. Laos smiled heartily, greetings, hero. Please give us your guidance. Himmel laughed, you're too polite. From now on, everyone is a member of the same Familia. Let's go, I'll take you to practice. Himmel left, and the remaining people followed Frieren to the place where Frieren usually practiced. Frieren looked at everyone and said, show me your best magic. I need to see it before I can teach according to your aptitude. Frieren nodded, focusing her thoughts, and hundreds of magic needles appeared. Manipulating the magic needles, she performed a demonstration. Frieren nodded slightly, magic power compression and manipulation are already extremely outstanding. If you continue to practice like this, you will probably become a mature magician soon. However, it is not enough to just have attack magic. You must also learn defense and healing magic. Frieren nodded and stepped aside. Marcel stepped forward, chanting, waving her staff, and performing the attack magic she was best at. Frieren shook her head, too slow. You have to chant even for this kind of small magic. You would have died long ago if you encountered an enemy. The magic of the dungeon Meshi world can only be said to be average, and there is no earth-shattering power at all. Marcel's magic, for Frieren, can only be small magic. Marcel nodded, without refuting. After seeing Frieren's magic, she was already a little unconfident. A few-year-old child, manipulating hundreds of magic needles, and casting them instantly with a thought, she can't beat her at all. Compared to that, she is too weak. After Marcel, Frieren took the stage. Good magic aptitude, but the magic power is too scattered, and the power is greatly reduced. After seeing all the Familia members, Frieren understood in her heart. Their magic aptitudes are very good, but the magic education they received is very ordinary. Of course, there are also advantages, that is, they know some special magic that can achieve very wonderful effects. For example, the resurrection magic and recovery magic that Marcel's world knows are quite advanced. Speaking of this, Frieren was quite curious, looking at Lu. Lu naturally knew what she meant. After all, this person is addicted to collecting magic. I can teach you everything later. Frieren was very happy, then that's settled. Looking at everyone, she began to give guidance. Lu listened on the side, nodding from time to time. Compared to reading magic books, it is more useful to listen to Frieren's lectures. After all, books have a lagging nature. The things in the book may already be things from decades ago. And what Frieren explained was the latest magic knowledge. Defense magic, killing magic, flying magic, sealing magic, hellfire magic. Various magics are indeed newer and more comprehensive than magic books. Of course, the learning progress of Frieren, Marcel, and others will naturally not be so fast. Frieren just taught them some knowledge about magic power compression and let them practice on their own. The follow-up explanations were more for Lu. Knowing that Lu was a god, Frieren's teaching this time was simply cramming. One spoke quickly, and the other learned quickly. In short, the progress was very amazing. In one day, Lu emptied Frieren's 1,000 years of knowledge. Too outrageous, Frieren looked at Lu pointing casually, a hellfire appeared, and erased the distant mountain top. She couldn't help but stare blankly. This kind of learning progress, this kind of magic power is too cheating. Chapter 48. Lu laughed heartily, you'll get used to it. By the way, Mahiru, Maiko, besides magic practice, starting tomorrow, you'll also be receiving swordsmanship training. Sheena Mahiru nodded and asked, will Mr. Himmel be teaching us? No, it's me, Lu shook his head. I naturally learned Himmel's swordsmanship and martial arts long ago. As he spoke, he took out a long sword and gently slashed. Boom! On the originally smoothed-over area, a gully appeared on the flat ground, stretching for several miles. Yotsuya Maiko was shocked, can we also train to achieve this kind of swordsmanship? Yurikawa Hana exclaimed, so amazing. Of course, you can, Lu nodded. Work hard. After this world's training, our Familia can completely take off. Everyone nodded fiercely. After cultivating for a while, until dusk, Lu activated the teleportation array and took everyone back to their residence. However, they encountered a problem at this time, the place was too small to accommodate everyone. Although Hader's hermitage was large, it couldn't accommodate more than a dozen people. As for sending everyone back to the dungeon world, that would be too extravagant. Each time the gate of traversal is opened, it consumes a point of divine power, and even though he now has a source of divine power, he doesn't want to waste it like this. His eyes fell on the nearby area, and with a thought, trees were uprooted and floated in the air. Soon, more than 10 acres of open space were cleared. On the open space, the land became flat under the effect of magic, and walls rose one by one, and in the blink of an eye, the prototype of a house was formed. In the sky, the trees were dissected by invisible wind blades, transforming into beams and ridges. After doing all this, the house was 90% complete. Lu manipulated earth magic again, using soil to make tiles and covering the roof. Instantly, a small courtyard was completed. Yurikawa Hana was shocked, how convenient. Kazuma Jayaka Utah, if you use this method to make money, wouldn't real estate companies go completely bankrupt? Ari Spencer Sawamura was speechless, it's impossible to even think about it, which god would do such a thing? Looking at Lu, she asked worriedly, Lu, if the house is built with magic, won't the people inside be in danger when the magic is dispelled? Lu didn't answer. Marcel rolled her eyes, if you can use dispel magic to collapse a house, then others can naturally use a spell to bomb the house down, there's no difference between the two. Frieren nodded, indeed. This magic is so convenient, Lord Lu, when can I learn this? Lu Li stroked Frieren's hair, when your magic manipulation improves a bit more, and you have more magic power. After assigning the rooms, everyone started cooking. With the arrival of the Familia members, Lu Li naturally no longer had to cook himself, becoming one of those who just eat and wait to die. Drinking tea, he suddenly sensed Frieren's gaze. Lu Li, blessing. Frieren reminded him. 66 Frieren joins the Familia, the reason for Frieren's strangeness. Then let's do it, Lu Li nodded, took Frieren into the room, and explained the related matters of the blessing. Frieren nodded lightly, and when Lu Li turned around, she prepared herself. A moment. Frieren's soft and pleasant, somewhat lazy voice sounded, okay. Lu Li entered the room and saw that Frieren was already lying down, exposing her back. However, even the indifferent elf girl, at this time, had a hint of red on her ear tips. Lu Li squeezed out a drop of divine blood, bestowed the blessing, and imprinted the data, giving it to Frieren. Frieren. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0. Magic. Magic Circle. Can record and inscribe magic. Reduces spellcasting chant. Lowers magic power consumption. Greatly increases resistance to abnormal skills. This is the logic of the circle, the only one in this world, can borrow the power of the past and future. Skills, Magic Star Person, omitted. Demon Clan Bane. Increased suppression against the Demon Clan. Increased experience. Elven Walker. Knowledgeable and experienced, increased experience. The longer the time, the more understanding of magic. Legends never die, self-immortal. Funeral. Active skill, when activated, attack power increases tenfold, lasts for half an hour. The skill is destructive, suppressing immortality, resurrection, and other characteristics. Each time the skill is used, the skill duration increases by 1 minute. Lu Li looked at Frieren's skills and felt they were quite outrageous. Not only does she have immortality skills, but also a magic circle that can borrow the power of the past and future, truly worthy of being a protagonist. Protagonists are truly unreasonable creatures. Frieren, on the other hand, didn't feel much. She wanted to join the Familia just to have Lu Li stay. More than 1,000 years ago, Lu Li said to himself that he would bear everything for the elf race, and then he left. Heaven knows how lonely she was then. Elves are indifferent, that's true, but that's only towards short-lived species. Long-lived species have a different sense of time than short-lived species. When the long-lived elf came to her senses, the short-lived species had been dead for a long time. Lu Li is different. From the same village as her, after the village was destroyed, Lu Li was her closest person. This feeling grew stronger and stronger over time. 1,000 years had turned into an obsession in her heart. Along with that came even more resentment towards the demon clan. The title of Funeral Frieren was obtained under these circumstances. Lu Li. Frieren leaned over, pressed against his back, and reached out to hug his body. Will you leave again? Leave? Of course not. Frieren nodded lightly, her eyes full of joy. That's good. Lu Li only felt that something was wrong with Frieren. After thinking about it, he could only attribute it to the special emotions of elves. After all, the emotions of elves are different from ordinary humans. He turned around and hugged Frieren, enjoying the rare peace. Frieren's figure wasn't particularly voluptuous, but rather flat. Hugging her didn't arouse much desire. Smelling the unique fragrance of the elf, it brought peace to the mind. After a long while, Lu Li let go. At this time, Frieren had already fallen asleep, a comfortable expression on her small face. Lu Li put her down, tucked in the quilt, and set up a barrier before turning around and leaving. Lu Li, feels so strange. Frieren placed her hand on her heart, feeling her heartbeat faster than usual. Is this what is said to be love in novels? Sister Vina really understands emotions. Outside the room, Lu Li's mouth twitched. Frieren's strange behavior turned out to be Vina's fault. Vina, naturally, is the elf who wrote his legendary novel. In the book, she strung together Lu Li's various stories, and wrote his ideals as very great. In the book, he is a natural saint, an existence even more noble than the hero. With extraordinary talent since childhood, he is a chosen one, dedicating his life to suppressing the demon clan. Fortunately, Vina hasn't read modern web novels, otherwise, she might have added a supreme bone, double pupils, and other talents to the protagonist of the novel. In the book, the protagonist also has a childhood sweetheart. In short, the protagonist's awakening in the book is after the death of the childhood sweetheart. Perhaps Frieren substituted herself into the childhood sweetheart when reading the book, and then she self-conquered herself. This is Lu Li's guess. The truth is not far from it. Originally, Frieren only felt nostalgic for Lu Li from the same village, but after seeing Vina's novel, she suddenly awakened. Everything Lu Li did was for her. Thus, the more legends of Lu Li there were, the more she was moved. Those legends were all love letters Lu Li wrote to her. Then, this led to the encounter more than 1,000 years later. The two people's feelings were completely different. Frieren. Lovers whose fates are intertwined meet again. Lu Li meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. This is also the source of Lu Li's feeling strange. After all, he never thought that someone would conquer themselves just by reading a novel. The next day, Frieren guided everyone's magic, and her relationship with Lu Li became closer. Yurikawa Hana approached Yotsuya Maiko, a big crisis. Lord Frieren probably likes Lu Li. Yotsuya Maiko, and then Yurikawa Hana was anxious. Megumi has already taken the lead, we can't be too far behind. Clearly Maiko and I were the first Familia members. Chapter 49. Even if you say that, I don't know what to do. Maiko Yotsuya's pretty face flushed red. She couldn't possibly take the initiative in this kind of thing, right? That would be too embarrassing. Maiko Yotsuya, Hana Yurikawa, train seriously. Frieren looked up, very serious. If this were a real battle, you would have died already. Hana Yurikawa quickly became serious. Yes, teacher Frieren. On the other side, Riko was instructing Mashiro Sheena in swordsmanship. Compared to magic, she clearly preferred swordsmanship. Of course, she wasn't neglecting magic either. With her cheat, she could learn everything. A month later, Marcel waved her wand, and a ball of fire flew out. Frieren didn't move until the fire was almost upon her, then the light of a defensive spell appeared, blocking the flames. One attacked, and the other defended. After fighting for a while, they stopped. Frieren said with satisfaction, Frieren's defensive magic is already quite good. Marcel is also good, she no longer needs to chant for small spells. After testing the others, everyone gave satisfactory answers. After the test, Frieren pondered, the biggest deficiency now is magic power, but that can't be solved in a short time. Riko shook his head, no, that's exactly my specialty. Having gathered the power of this world, probably no one in this world is better at accumulating magic power than him. Frieren's eyes lit up, that's right, this is what your lineage is best at. After so many years, Riku, what level has your lineage's magic reached? Remembering the magic power Riko had shown before, she was very curious. That kind of magic power shouldn't be possible for a person to possess. 67 Teacher Eri Kashiwagi, you wouldn't want 10 times, perhaps. Riko didn't hide anything. Now, without using my authority, my speed of accumulating magic power is 10 times that of a genius mage. Frieren was shocked, that's too exaggerated, isn't it? 10 times? What kind of concept was that? A normal mage accumulates for a year, while Riko accumulates for 10 years. Although the amount of magic power isn't the only factor determining victory or defeat. However, if one person's magic power is 10 times that of the other, as long as their magic training isn't too terrible, there's no need to compare them at all. They can't win, they simply can't win. A tenfold difference is too great. Riko added, I also invented a method for creating artificial magic power storage organs. Now, I can increase everyone's magic power storage organs. Yuta Kazumajayaka retorted, doesn't that feel like a mad scientist? Adding magic power storage organs, won't there really be any problems? Eri rebuked, Riko is a god, how could there be any problems? Don't worry, Riko said with a smile. What I'm forging is the authority of life. It would be a little difficult for me to create a race connected to the world by luck, but simply adding some magic power organs is just a small matter. Who wants to go first? Mashiro Sheena raised her hand, me. Without any hesitation. Frieren followed closely behind, I want to too. Me too. Everyone scrambled to be first. Riku nodded, no need to rush, everyone will get one, let's go one by one. Mashiro Sheena asked, do I need to prepare anything? Riku shook his head, nothing at all. Walking up to Mashiro Sheena, he placed his hand on her shoulder, and the authority of life was activated. In fact, magic power can also be used to forge magic power storage organs. After all, the power of this world didn't have authority when it forged magic power storage organs on itself. But authority is more convenient and faster. With authority, who would choose the more troublesome magic power? Divine radiance appeared, and Mashiro Sheena only felt a mysterious thing beginning to gestate within her body. In her magic power perception, it felt as if there were several more hearts. As the newly born magic power storage organs began to operate, autonomously absorbing magic power, she felt the speed of her magic power increasing. Riku said softly, I've added 10 magic power storage organs for you, that should be enough. Next, is the method to increase the speed of extracting magic power. Remember it carefully, and don't teach it to others. Everyone's expressions were serious, and they nodded lightly. Then, Riku explained the magic power extraction method. Frieren listened, her eyes shining, how wonderful, this magic power extraction method is really amazing. A moment later, everyone learned it. Riku looked at Frieren and said, let's continue. After successively increasing the magic power storage organs for everyone, everyone felt extremely novel. If the speed at which everyone originally extracted magic power was just a bicycle, now, their speed of extracting magic power had become a high-speed train. 10 times the magic power extraction, plus 11 magic power organs, the speed reached 100 times that of ordinary people. 3 days of cultivation had the results of ordinary people's 1 year of cultivation. Eri suggested, anyway, time doesn't flow in the original world, and we have 1,000 years of life, why don't we cultivate here for a few more months? When they returned, they could easily defeat mere evil spirits. At that time, they could also show off in front of their mothers. Just thinking about her mother's shocked expression, Eri couldn't help but feel happy. Yuta Kazumajayaka echoed, indeed, it's equivalent to a relaxing vacation. Megumi Kato, I have no objections either. Riku said with a smile, of course, you can. However, don't play for too long and forget everything from school. That would be fun. Everyone no longer needed to rely on academic qualifications, and the need for exams had also decreased. But the parents' hurdle was not easy to overcome. Asian parents especially value academic qualifications, and persuading parents would be another difficult problem. Hana Yurigawa turned grey, no way? We still have to take exams. Mafuyu Kirisa said seriously, of course, you have to take them. Although everyone has become transcendent, you can't use transcendent powers for everything, right? It's still good to have an academic qualification. Speaking of which, she paused. The world order is still in place, and it's too dangerous to show transcendent powers, Mafuyu Kirisa added. Maiko Yatsuya nodded, that's right. If the powerful people know about transcendence, they might cause a lot of trouble. Mafuyu Kirisa nodded, in fact, the school has already received transfer requests from transfer students when we came to another world. Megumi Kato pondered, could it be the Yukinashita family? Mafuyu Kirisa nodded, it is the Yukinashita family. Hana Yurigawa said with a smile, so it's the Yukinashita family. I've met Sister Harano before, she's a very nice person. Hana, it's better not to trust the powerful too much, Mashiro Sheena shook her head. The powerful are the best at acting. You can't tell anything from their appearance. Maiko Yatsuya echoed, that's right. But Hana has always been an optimist, and it's probably hard to change her. Riku waved his hand, it doesn't matter. Just be careful, there's no need to be afraid. Before, when I did magic experiments, I turned 100 miles radius into a basin, with a single strike equivalent to the power of more than 2,000 giant nuclear bombs. As long as there are no too outrageous superpowers in the real world, there's nothing to fear. Mafuyu Kirisa was shocked, Riku actually did such a terrible thing. Eri exclaimed, what about the people? Naturally, they had already moved out. Riku gave Eri a flick on the forehead, and Eri cried out in pain. Only demons were left there, so I experimented with confidence. Yuta Kazumajayaka chuckled, the blonde is just worrying unnecessarily. Who's blonde? Eri retorted, black silk fat woman. Yuta Kazumajayaka snorted, Eri, I'm your senior. There's no such senior as you. Teacher Arari Kashiwagi, you wouldn't want your affairs to be exposed, would you? Yuta Kashumajayaka had a smile on her lips. Arari was stunned, and her whole body was as if she had been affected by Medusa's petrification magic, and she said with difficulty, "Why you, how do you know?" Megumi Kato said calmly, "We all know." Arari looked at everyone, and everyone nodded lightly. Mashiro Sheena explained, "After all, when we went to rescue Arari, your drafts were not cleaned up at all. Those overly radical drawings, everyone couldn't help but be curious. In the end, we searched and naturally found them." Hana Urigawa leaned closer, "I really can't tell, Arari actually draws so excessively. She's clearly a girl, but she draws humiliation-themed doujinshi." Arari covered her face, "Don't say it, I want to die." If possible, she really wanted to go back to the past and beat the self who drew doujinshi to death. It's too embarrassing. Frieren was curious, "What is a doujinshi?" Fallon twitched the corner of her mouth, walked forward, and whispered an explanation in Frieren's ear. A moment later, Frieren looked at Arari with a shocked expression, her face full of disbelief. Phelan was extremely curious, "Lord Riku, that?" "This question is still too early for Phelan," Riku shook his head. "All right, everyone, continue training, and after a month, we'll go to defeat the demon race." Gyuwal. 68 An assertive Maiko, Gyuwal unsealed. Is it a little too dangerous for them to go and defeat Gyuwal? Although there are quite a few people in front of me, their magical attainments are still quite a bit worse than ordinary mages. Letting them go and defeat Gyuwal, I'm afraid the scene will be terrible. Hana Urigawa asked, "Who is Gyuwal?" Frieren sighed and said, "Gyuwal, the so-called corrupt sage among the demons, created killing magic, and defensive magic was also created by reverse engineering based on killing magic." Hana Urigawa trembled, "We have to fight this kind of demon right away, how can we do it?" Maiko Yatsuya nodded. "This is a demon with a famous name, not some small fry." Riku comforted, "It's not a big deal, in a month, you will be able to accumulate more than 10 years of magic power, which is many times stronger than now. In addition, with my and Frieren's special training, there will definitely be no problem." Frieren pondered, then nodded, "It seems not impossible." Yuta Kashumajayaka said helplessly, "It seems this trip will be very tiring." Evening. Chapter 50. Taking advantage of the break and updating her blessing, Yatsuya Maiko suddenly mustered her courage, reached out to hug Riku, and kissed him. A moment later. "God, I won't let Megumi have you all to herself." Having said that, she got up and ran. After all, it had taken all her courage to launch the attack, and now she felt her cheeks burning red, needing time to calm down. Maiko took the initiative. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi looked up, watching Yatsuya Maiko run out, and sighed inwardly. There was nothing she could do about this sort of thing. After all, Riku was a philanderer. Having made her choice, she wouldn't interfere. Hyakurikawa Hana looked excited and chased after her. Time to watch the drama unfold. Moreover, she wanted to learn from their experiences. It's all my fault for only focusing on food usually, and having no dating experience, otherwise, I would too. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly passed. In this month, everyone grew at an astonishing rate. Under the blessing of Riku's secret techniques, everyone's magic power had multiplied several times. On the cliff, Frieren raised her staff, and a beam of purple magic flew out, instantly blasting a huge hole in a boulder hundreds of meters away. Of course, the original training cliff had already been flattened by Riku, so Frieren was now attacking another cliff face. Hyakurikawa Hana was shocked, amazing. Frieren is not even 10 years old, and she's already so powerful. Marcel muttered to herself, "I want to die. 10 years old, what was I doing? Playing in the mud." Phelan also had a hint of frustration in her eyes. As expected, people can't be compared. At this time, Frieren's magical cultivation was already not much different from when she left home at 16 in the original story. Moreover, after special training from Riku and Frieren, her combat ability was even higher. If Frieren used magic needles, with her magic power, and without opponents of the same level to stop her, annihilating tens of thousands of troops would be easy. Frieren spoke up, "Everyone else, come and test your training results." Hyakurikawa Hana stepped forward, waved her staff, and cast a spell. The same magic flew out. Boom! The boulder used as a target on the opposite side exploded, as if it had been hit by a cannon. Frieren shook her head. The magic power is still a bit scattered, but it can already be used in actual combat. A little worse than Frieren. However, Frieren had received magical education for a longer time than Hyakuri Kawahana. This was also understandable. Next were Kazumajayaka Utawa and Arari Spencer Sawamura. Their performances were similar to Hyakuri Kawahana. The magic was scattered, and the penetrating power was somewhat insufficient. Of course, if used to explore dungeons, it would be more than enough. In the end, only Kato Megumi, Marcel, Falin, and Sheena Mahiru surpassed Frieren in magical performance. Let's set off tomorrow, Riko looked at everyone. Our journey should also begin. After defeating Gyawar, we'll go find the dwarf eyes. I wonder if he's willing to join the Familia. Frieren, probably. Being able to live for a few more centuries, probably few people can refuse. After finishing their training, everyone returned to their residence. Laos and the others also happened to return, looking tired, but their eyes were becoming brighter. In this month, not only Kato Megumi and her group were improving, but under Simmel's training, Laos and others also made considerable progress. Simmel was very motivated and said, "Rest early today and go to defeat Gyawar tomorrow. Speaking of which, it's been many years since I saw Gyawar. If he sees me, will he be shocked? Hada, after being sealed, there's no concept of time. Gyawar will only think it's been a short time." Simmel immediately became unhappy. In that case, won't I be unable to see his surprised expression? Hada retorted, "Is that really important?" "Of course it's important." Simmel looked determined. He also wanted to show off. Without showing off, life will lose a lot of fun. The next day, everyone rented several carriages and headed towards the village where Gyawar was sealed. Anyway, Gyawar still needed a few years to break the seal, so everyone was not in a hurry, traveling along the way like tourists, stopping when tired, and making dragon meat feasts when hungry, leisurely. By the time they arrived at the village, another half-month had passed. At this time, the amount of magic power of Kato Megumi and her group had increased again a lot, and the probability of winning had increased a lot. "Are you Simmel-sama?" An old man with a hat and white hair and beard looked at Frieren and her group, rubbing his eyes. Wasn't it said that Simmel-sama was already dead? Who is this lively and incredibly young guy in front of him? Simmel said triumphantly, "That's right. Haha, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be so old." The old man was dumbfounded. Is it really Simmel-sama? After a brief chat, everyone went up the mountain. On the hillside, Gyawar was still in a petrified sealed state. Hyakuri Kawahana looked up, "So tall. He looks so scary, can we really beat him?" Yotsuya Maiko said calmly, "Let's fight and see." Everyone looked at each other, dispersed, and drew their weapons. Frieren was extremely serious. "I'm going to undo the seal, you prepare defensive magic, and attacks." "Frieren, you attack." Frieren nodded seriously. Children who have experienced war, even if they are not very old, are more mature than adults in peaceful societies such as Kazumajayaka Utawa. They are not afraid of monsters, but become very calm, like a little adult. Frieren took out her staff, and magical light appeared, falling on Gyawar. Instantly, the petrification on Gyawar began to dissolve, and a terrifying magic power soared into the sky. Compared to the human race, the demon race does not have the habit of restraining magic power. In the demon race, the strength of magic power is related to the strength of status, related to one's own benefits, and restraining magic power is a very stupid behavior in the eyes of the demon race. "Frieren, Simmel, you're here again. Moreover, you brought some humans over? Haha. Could it be that with just these people, you want to defeat my great Gyawar?" 69 Frieren's amazing magic, great achievement. Gyawar swept his gaze over everyone, his eyes disdainful. "They are just some young humans, what's to fear? Even if these people's magic power is very outstanding among magicians, so what? He, Gyawar, is a demon genius, and he can't remember how many magicians he has killed. These magicians are just here to deliver food." Suddenly, his gaze fell on Riku, and his pupils shrank. Black-haired elf. Black-haired elves are a taboo in the demon race, a more terrifying existence than the demon king. About a few hundred years ago, he was active in the world, and the demon race did not know where he came from, nor did they know who he learned from. They only knew that he would appear every once in a while, slaughtering the demon race, and even taking pleasure in torturing, experimenting on, the demon race. Even if the demon race did not have much human emotion, they were frightened into PTSD, and no one dared to mention it for a long time. However, what people don't know is that Gyawar is a demon who grew up under this shadow. He spent his life searching for black-haired elves, and his life was preparing to defeat him. But as he found more and more black-haired elf ruins, he became more and more desperate in his heart. Terrible. Very terrible. All the elf ruins are explaining one thing every once in a while: the magic power of the black-haired elf has a terrifying increase. Whether it is the explosion power or the casting distance, there has been considerable progress. Even if he is the inventor of killing magic, and the attack distance is very far, he would not dare to say that he can cast further than the opponent. One attacks far, one attacks near. When the two meet, his most exquisite magic becomes useless. After all, others can completely send him to heaven with an explosion magic from a very far distance. Looks like Gyawar recognizes me. Riku said in surprise. Gyawar roared, "Of course I recognize you. You guy, have you done so many terrible things to the demon race? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Frieren was surprised. Did Riku do anything to the demon race? It doesn't seem like there is anything. Riku pondered, I just occasionally release an explosion magic on the demon race, and occasionally catch a little demon for an experiment. Airi Spencer Sawamura was dumbfounded, don't say such things so casually. In short, everyone finally understood why Gyawar had that expression when he saw Riku. Isn't Riku's behavior like a terrorist to the demon race? And still a mysterious terrorist. Gyawar became even more angry when he saw Riku's appearance that he didn't take things to heart at all. The fear of countless demons, the result is just something that the other party doesn't care about. Damn it! What do you guys take the demon race for? Gyawar roared, and the magic power on his body surged. Riku spoke up, get ready, attack. After the words fell, the magic of Marcel and others was released. All kinds of magic condensed to the extreme, and fired towards Gyawar. After the magic was released, everyone did not look at the results, and once again gathered magic power to prepare defensive magic. You want to deal with me with this kind of magic? Gyawar sneered, and a magic beam appeared in front of him, shattering the magic that came head-on one by one.